10, 9, 10, 9.
I'm guessing we're live. Is that a thumbs up in the chat?
Yep, stream should be live.
Okay, thank you. Hey everybody, welcome to Numbers Going Up Day 3. It's Sunday. Happy Father's Day for those in the States. We are here today to talk to a bunch of editors. And as a writer, I'm a little nervous being in a room full of 4 editors, but I'll try to contain that nervousness.
Hey everybody, welcome to Numbers Going Up.
But I'm Rec. I am a writer and a podcaster. You can find me on Beyond Quests with Rec on YouTube, and I interview authors weekly, basically. And I've got 4 very fine editors in the room with me, and we're gonna introduce yourselves. I'd love you to introduce yourself and talk about the first question, which is what made you decide to become an editor? And for this question, we're going to start with Josiah. So just give us a quick intro, and what made you decide to become an editor, Josiah?
Yes, I'm Josiah Davis. People might have seen me online on Reddit as well, username there of Tornell. I have been editing for about 10 years now, own a editing company. I've worked on, I guarantee people have read things that I've worked on like Beware of Chicken, Max Level Archmage, World Tree Online, Dungeon Lord, 8, Tomebound, stuff like that. As for what got me into editing, honestly, I just kind of fell into the career about 11 years ago now. A friend of mine is an author. He wrote a book. He didn't trust the editors that he was working with. They didn't give him enough comments. And he's like, hey, you're a critical asshole when you read books. So, take a look at mine. And so I took a look at his. Turned out that I was, okay at it at the time. And I was like, I really don't want to work a normal job. So I started just kind of learning about the process from there, built it, and then I've been doing it full time for about a decade since then.
So what I'm hearing is that the skill progression is critical asshole to editor. Is that the path?
Well, progression would imply that I'm not still a critical asshole, and I can't. That didn't change. It's more I built upon that as a foundation.
I love it. All right. Brigitte, this question to you. What made you decide to become an editor and do an intro for yourself as well?
I'm Brigitte. I've been editing mostly as a hobbyist since 2020. More recently, since last year, started doing it as a commissioned work. But I realized in the middle of trying an electrical engineering degree that all of the skills I cultivated while I was in the Marine Corps for 9 years were more suited to editing, and I started to really lean into it, and it's been a blast ever since.
Love it. That is another that was an unusual path progression there for you too. I love it. All right, Casey, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and give your story?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jaakko Koivula, or KZ, from Finland. My background is IT consulting, but I also was a book blogger for about 15 years and did as a hobby, did a lot of scribophile and editing literary fiction. So it was a bit of a culture shock when I arrived to this scene. Always have had a lot of opinions on literature and prose and writing based on all the book blogging, and I couldn't keep those to myself. And people kept trying to pay me for it, so eventually I gave in, and sort of here I am.
Love it. Love it. Thank you for sharing. All right, Emily, you're up.
Yeah, I'm Emily. I work with Josiah at JD Book Services, and I have a somewhat similar progression, I guess. I've just really always been very interested in like language and stories. I wrote and read a lot as a kid, and just continued to kind of have very, very strong opinions on language and story, and managed to turn that into a career, which is bananas to think about. I do want to shout out my 7th grade English teacher who made it a priority that everybody know the ins and outs of grammar. And she was one of those Harry Potter is the devil people. And so she would be absolutely horrified that I used most of those skills to edit fantasy. But nobody tell Mrs. Johnson, but like, I'm having fun.
I love
Texting
it.
her right now.
Right.
So it seems like the four of you have some opinions that you write or that you read. Yeah, I love it.
Mhm.
So we all know that there's different types of editing, and I want you to go through and just kind of
Mhm.
talk about the different types of editing that you do, and then maybe we'll have each one of you kind of talk about one of the types and explain what it is. So let's just get a roundtable of what type of editing do you do. Brigitte, why don't you go ahead and start?
Well, the easiest type of editing, proofreading, is the most obvious, but then you get past that into word choice and line by line flow, making sure that what's written is more easily understood, especially if English is not the reader's first language. Language and sentence structures that would make sense to a native speaker can sometimes throw non-native speakers for a loop, and so it takes a bit of skill to spot those and untangle them. But you got proofreading, you got line and copy editing. I'd really there's a blurring between those two types, so I do both at the same time. And then there's dev editing, which I don't touch with a 10-foot pole.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that. KZ, what kind of editing do you do?
Yeah, I do developmental editing and line editing. I started with line, but professionally have somehow ended up doing more dev. And I think it suits me because like I have a history of being a consultant, so I don't like actual work. And developmental editing, you can just look at the big picture and like have opinions on that, so that suits me fine. Line
Okay.
is more like work.
Fair. All right, Emily, how about yourself?
I started out doing line editing when I first started training up with Josiah. That's really what I focused on, but moved into doing developmental over the last like 2 years. And it is, to me, so much more fun. But yeah, developmental, doing the sort of focusing on character and theme and everything is kind of my bread and butter. And then like specialty genres like fantasy, sci-fi.
Okay. And just Josiah, what kind of editing do you do?
I'm kind of split down the middle between line and developmental. It really depends on which people I'm working with. Like, I do a lot of work with Podium, and so they do only dev editing with me. Like, they kind of know that for progression fantasy and lit RPG, that dev stuff is what my specialty is there. But with a lot of my regular authors, line editing, to me, that's kind of like books can get by without a dev edit. I don't think a book can get by without a line edit. And so I definitely recommend that, that if an author can only do one, that's the main one that they focus on.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just kind of go through these line by line. Who wants to give a definition of line edits? A line editor.
Well, I mean, you kind of put it right there. You go line by line by line, looking at the manuscript, pretty much through through a microscope, making sure that every word is in the right place, and in the case of some authors who use voice to text, making sure that what is on the page is what they actually meant to write. I've had some pretty interesting homophone errors in there,
Mhm.
but that's largely why I don't touch dev editing, is because that requires a much broader view than I have access to. Line by line or line editing is a much closer look at the manuscript.
Mhm. And that's where you catch like your grammar and your spelling and your homophone and
Mhm.
all the rest of it, right? Yeah. As opposed to dev edit, which who wants to give a definition for dev editing?
Actually, if I could give kind of a quick like easy way to view the three that I, between proofreading and line and dev, what I'd say with that is like it really depends on how much of the book you need in front of you in order to be able to make progress with it. So proofreading, you could jumble up every single sentence in the book and you could still proofread the book effectively. Like the order of the sentences doesn't matter because you're just trying to see, are there mistakes, and that's it, mistakes, and a objective term there. Line editing really would be kind of a paragraph by paragraph way, or page by page. But if someone uses some fancy the SAT word at the start of the page and they use it later on in the same page, that's an issue. You don't want to repeat words like that. Same with sentence constructions, you don't want to repeat those. Whereas then dev editing, you need at least a full chapter, if not the full book, because you need the context of what happens. Did this character introduce themselves to that person, or is that something that's thrown in there without context? So really, just view it as sentences, pages, chapters, the full book, and that's kind of the way you can expand it out from there.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And so then consistency, when you're talking about like the consistency of what's happening, that's more on the dev editor side than the like proofreader side, right?
In terms of plot events that are happening, yeah, for sure. As opposed to, hey, in this lit RPG system, you're using this term to define this, as opposed to this down here. Like that would be a line edit or proofread consistency concept, as opposed to the plot.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thanks for that. Looks like we've got, so if you've got questions, go ahead and pop them in the chat. I can't promise I'll get to everybody, but I will try. And R.A. Hayden was asking what's the various types of editing, so I think we've got it covered. So if you've got any more questions about the types of editing, pop it in the chat. All right, KZ, you get the next question. Communication is so important when working with folks. What do you need from authors that you work with? What's the expectation that you set with them?
Okay, well, I actually have codified this. I have a form that I give to people that I start working with to figure out like how they want to work. I have questions on their like preferred style of communication, special requests or things I need to be especially careful about, either with them if they like tolerate some kind of feedback badly, or if they have some things in the book that are like sacred that shouldn't be touched. It's very helpful to know that type of thing. If I pick one like particular thing, I ask about the ambition level for the edit. Are they looking to tighten what's on the page slightly, or will they be fine adding or cutting whole plot lines or rewriting some fundamental thing in the very beginning and then have to rewrite everything else down the line? This is pretty helpful because people are in very different places with their books. Some just want to get it out pretty quickly, and some are fine, like to basically like promising infinite effort to make it as good as they want. So that's important to know and
Yeah,
work on
That's really good.
dev level.
That's really good because you don't want to waste people's time, and if they're not willing to make that sort of edit, it's good to know up front. Yeah. All right, Emily, how about you?
Basically taunting them.
Yeah, right. Emily, how about you? What do you need from your authors that you're working with?
I like having information about your aims, like what are you trying to do, which I think is what Casey was also saying, that the themes that you're trying to explore. I had a project a few months ago where they were specifically trying to explore like redemption and corruption and contrasting those as character arcs and really focusing on character. And that helped me so much going through the project because I could go, okay, this is where you're undermining this point you're making about this person's corruption arc, or this is where you're really, really supporting this person's redemption arc. And so knowing what the author wants is really important, because then that gives you a guide for what subsequent versions of this manuscript would ideally look like for them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Josiah, same question to you.
Yeah, so to me, I kind of group it into the things that I want to know beforehand and then the things that I want them to tell me, but I'm not going to look at until afterwards. So beforehand would be target audience, where they're planning on releasing it, stuff like that. I think we all know that, if you're releasing stuff on Royal Road, it's going to be a little bit of a different flow and pacing and audience and kind of writing level than if you're releasing on Kindle or, you have a narrator lined up for Audible. So I think that'd be a big part of it. And I want to know that beforehand so that I can kind of, shape my viewpoint from there. And then I want to know what their kind of goals are with the characters and flow and plot points, like Emily was saying. Those, though, I don't look at until I'm done with the book, because I want to go in with a fresh mindset and see it exactly as a reader would. No reader is going to look at a book with a summary of what the author's hoping to accomplish beforehand, and that's what I want to kind of recreate there. And then afterward, when I have that concept in mind, then I'll review that and say, nope, you did not accomplish
Did they
that.
hit it or not? Yeah, that's
Yep,
smart.
yeah, exactly.
I was actually thinking that as Emily, as you were talking, because I was like, I wonder if that would like pre-shade your
Mhm.
experience of the novel. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Brigitte, give us your take. What communication do you need with your authors before you get started or as you're in the process with them?
Definitely clear and open communication in terms of ability to establish and continue a back and forth. Can't just hand me a manuscript and let me go about my business until you establish those things that have been mentioned before. Like, what are you trying to do here? What's your audience, and what do you expect out of these edits?
Do you expect that burden of communication to kind of be more on the author, or is it kind of equal back and forth?
It's definitely got to be an equal back and forth, as with any sort of communication. It helps to grease the wheels of the process, to have questions ready to ask, and to think about your answers more than just the near equivalent of a yes or no answer. It helps to have explanations for why the things are the way that you want them to be.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for that. All right, we've got some audience questions. I'm going to kind of sprinkle these in a little bit. Emily, we've got a question from KL Roble asking, where do you get the most pushback from authors,
Mhm.
and why do you what do you think the root of that pushback is?
So from what I've seen, what immediately comes to mind is things like world building terms where they've created a term or they've appropriated a word for the skills that a character builds up as they like progress in their world, and then they'll use that same word just willy-nilly elsewhere, and you go, hey, you gotta pull up a
Got to
thesaurus
give it
and
a
figure
little bit
something else
more.
out here,
Yeah.
man. And I think that there's a pushback to like, well, but I know what I mean, so the reader is going to know what I mean, and it's like not necessarily.
Mhm.
um, so I think that I see that's kind of what immediately comes to mind is that like that specific situation.
Mhm.
Um, but I think there is a kind of general like you do get very attached as an author to your project, and as an editor I totally get that, but I do have to tell you that some of these pieces are not working, and sometimes those are the pieces that are the ones you're really really attached to, and that sucks and I hate to do
Yeah.
it, but like it's got to happen.
As a writer, I've experienced that. I'm like, all right, I will remove it. I've had that with an editor or two. All right, Josiah, what's your take? What's something that you've been in conflict with an author over?
Well, so I'm gonna kind of take a step back with this, and like this is something I kind of realized in undergrad and grad school, that like I view so much of into stuff like writing, or someone's in any sort of performance art, as it's really a pendulum. And on one side you have confidence, and you really really need that. On the other side you have teachability. And you ideally want to be right in the middle. You will have to swing back and forth, but like if an author comes with a book that they're incredibly confident in, that's great. And when you want to publish something, you want to have that confidence. At the same time, they're not going to be the most teachable because they're really confident in what they have. And again, you need that confidence. Flip side, you can have someone who is the most teachable. They're like, oh man, I'm a blank slate. Teach me whatever you want with this project. And it's like, but then they're going to be in a cycle of endless rewrites and never actually, get the book out there and published. So really, it's trying to be able to balance out that confidence and teachability. So, I want to encourage authors that feel very confident in what they have. At the same time, not everything's going to work. Even the best authors like you, they're all going to have some bad habits and such. And so I think the biggest pushback would be if someone is really confident in what they have, which is great when you want to publish, but you need to accept that like you need to swing that over to teachability just a little bit here.
Yeah. There's probably a reason the editor is digging in, right?
Yeah, it's not like I'm not here to try to insult you. I have no ulterior motives. I'm just trying to help, do the best job I can. That's it.
Yeah. I may be a critical asshole, but I'm on your side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
All right,
trying to use
Brigitte.
our powers for good.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Exactly. Brigitte, why don't you go ahead and is there something you want to highlight that you've been in conflict with an author over?
I really liked what Emily said about trying to convince the author that maybe the audience won't understand what they've written the way they've written it. Is like you bring some things up to the author and express, okay, I had to sit there for several seconds and try to understand what you were
Mhm.
saying. What do you think the average reader who's not an editor is going
Mhm.
to get out of that? Are they just going to breeze right past it with that absolute misunderstanding? And so it also ties back into the confidence of the author and the back and forth of yes, you're great at writing, but comma, we all have our different skill sets, and this is mine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, thanks for that. I think, it sounds like to some extent as an editor, you are like the high, like super readers, right? You're looking for all the little details, but in some respects, you have to read manuscripts like you're a not smart reader and
Mhm.
check for those moments for your author. Yeah. All right, KZ, anything you want to add to this one?
Uh, no, but I think that about Covesit, I was thinking about like really important scenes that might not be obvious to the editor, like why they are so important. I remember like trying to or suggesting rewriting or cutting scenes that turned out to be like a load bearing for the author. And then there's
Mm.
obviously, of course, pushback, but it's for a good reason. And then, of course, I step back at the editor in most cases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, appreciate that. Yeah. So I mean, it's not. Yeah, it has to be a back and forth, right? But the trick is to know when to dig in and when to learn, be teachable. So
Mhm.
yeah. All right.
Yeah, and if I add to that, actually, like
Yeah.
those moments when something like turns out to be important, then the discussion changes to like, can we cut it to, can we turn this to 11? Pretty often, an
Yeah.
opportunity.
How do we crank it? Yeah. I like that. All right, Josiah. Why don't we do just a quick round? Each one of you give me what you think the biggest misconception authors have about editors.
Yeah, let's see. I'll just try and do one. I would say the easiest slash biggest one is that the editor is going to be rewriting your book for you. I saw that there was one comment asking about a similar thing, and like my goal is to flag issues that I see, to bring up things that I think are going to cause a problem in the book, whether it's with line or developmental editing. But I'm not here to rewrite the book for you. I'm here to help kind of put you on the path that you can rewrite it yourself, and that will also help you learn and grow a lot more than if I just say, hey, this is better, trust me, publish this. Like, no, that's not how this works. You want to get better as you go. So no, I'm not doing any rewriting for the person. I'm kind of coaching them through how to improve.
Mhm. Yeah, we did have that question, so I'm going to consider
Yep.
that question kind of taken care of. I appreciate that. So yeah,
Yeah,
not the
very
job
similar to
is
that.
yeah. All right, Brigitte, what do you think? Another misconception folks have about editors.
Editors are not here to judge your writing unfit for quality. We're here to make the read as easy as possible
Mhm.
in terms of mistakes are distracting and tangled sentences are distracting, and we can help,
Yeah,
and we're
I
here to
love
help.
that. I
Yep.
love that. I think writers have that fear of even sending a manuscript to an editor because they think you guys are going to judge it, and that's not really what it is, right? KZ, how about yourself? What's a big misconception folks have about editors?
Mm, Well, the fear that I hear pretty often, which is related to what Josiah said, is that like people fear that editors might make you do something that you don't want to. Like we demand someone to take out stat boxes and turn this book into literary fiction or something. That's not how things work. The author has the creative control. It's their book, the name on the cover. So we make observations and suggestions, and that's probably, it might be a good idea to listen to us, but it's still like always the author's decision. And that's a good thing to remember. Like there was a comment in the chat that someone wrote chapters and broke the book. That's not supposed to happen. And if that is like feels it's happening to you as an author, know that something is going wrong. That's the time to push back hard.
Yeah. I'm gonna put a pin in that because we're gonna talk about that next. But Emily, why don't you give a biggest misconception or another misconception that authors have about editors?
Yeah, I've heard the oh, I'm so sorry for my grammar kind of thing so many times. It's like, I am not judging you as a person based on the grammar in the manuscript that you send me. I have the Chicago Manual of Style, the dictionary, like resources up while I am editing to check and make sure that everything is right. I don't expect you to do that while you're also trying to like flesh out a piece of dialogue that you're writing like from a blank page. I don't expect you to do that. I'm going to do that. Don't worry about it. Like, don't apologize to me about it. It's okay.
Yeah, I think we all need like Emily therapy for writers. Like, okay, it's okay. I love it.
I will support it. All of my criticisms of your writing are made with love. Even if I tell you that it sucks, it's with love.
Yeah.
Now to clarify, she is the nice person at my company, so that's
Yeah. Okay, so somebody had a question in the chat, and I think this comes back to what KZ was saying about like, you know, if an editor is giving certain types of feedback, that's a red flag for you. But somebody asked if you guys could explain how a new author might spot a real editor versus like a fake scammy sort of editor from like a standard slice. What are some red flags that you as an editor would never suggest to people? And Brigitte, could you go first on this one?
I would throw out the speed of turnover to distinguish people who actually want to sit with your manuscript and edit it, and those who would just throw it through AI.
Okay, so if it's too, so what you're saying is if it's too fast, then maybe that's just an AI edit, potentially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a in my ideal, you use collaborative software, and now and again you can see the editor adding suggestions to the manuscript as time goes, and it's not just a bloop, it's done.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody can edit a manuscript in an hour unless it's yeah, right. Yeah. Izzy, how about yourself? What are some red flags for you?
Well, I'd be worried if an editor doesn't offer a test edit, some kind of a test before starting. Like if they demand full payment and upfront or half or something, and that would like make me dubious.
Yeah, might take your money
Always
and
to
run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's smart. Emily, how about yourself?
Yeah, I think that the sample is so important. That first interaction with the edits is so important because that should let you know as the author what you're getting into, and if they're not offering that at all, that's something's wonky. You know, that's not good. So the
How
the the sample and the communication right off the bat, I think, are huge in terms of determining if something is right or not.
Yeah. Just for our audience, how much of a sample makes sense? Like how much of a sample would you say? Like a chapter or two, or is this like, yeah,
We do about 1,000 words.
okay.
We can do, I think we do about 2 to 3 for like a paid sample,
Mm-hmm.
but a free sample is about 1,000.
1,000
And
words.
for a line edit especially, that's usually all you need.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And Josiah, any other red flags that you would call out for somebody who's trying to spot a scam?
Yeah, definitely. So it ties into the sample bit, but I would say immediate availability. is not a good sign. So there's always going to be exceptions that happen. I'll occasionally have people that have to cancel last minute or postpone, and so you might have some that pops up. But like in general, if someone is good, then they're in demand, and if someone's in demand, they're not going to be able to jump on your project right away. So it also ties into what KZ was saying, that if you send a book to someone, they're like, "Oh, I can start it right away. Just send full payment, and I'm good to go." Like, well, that doesn't bode well. Like,
Yeah.
So ideally the person has some sort of wait list, which means other people want to work with them, and that is usually a good sign. Not a sure thing, but usually a good indication.
Yeah, makes sense. Is there any it sounds like also from just our discussion that if somebody's like, I'll rewrite this for you, that's a flag, maybe in a different way, less scammy and more like maybe this editor isn't an actual editor. Is there
I
any,
I
yeah,
did
is
have
it any,
some input
yeah, go ahead.
on the samples that were discussed. Emily brought up a really good point. 1,000 words. The size of the sample matters. I would have said a chapter or two, but then I realized that 1,000 word is a lot clearer because I've
Hmm.
worked for authors who had chapters that were, say, 180 words long, and that is
Hmm.
not nearly enough of a sample. And so having a clear minimum sample size is a great practice.
Hmm.
Yeah, love it. Are there any
I
other
actually
red
usually
flags in
do
practice?
slightly, sorry to on the sample thing, like doing a sample on dev edit is a bit of like more interesting question on how to
That's a tough
like
one.
be able to say something like relevant. I usually like ask for a couple of chapters or like 4,000 words or something, but then of course I won't go so deep that I would like I won't provide them with 3,000 words of
Hmm.
like analysis, but to have like something that you can start about say about the promises and how things start looking at what the characters are like and so on.
Hmm. Yeah, dev
Something
edit samples are tough, but because you're not going to see plot problems that early. Like it's doable, and you can usually give a little bit in a chapter or so, but yeah, it's not near as obvious as a line edit would be.
Mhm. Are there any red flags from a dev edit perspective that might help you from a scam side of things besides just like quick availability and payment upfront?
Man, that's a tough one. Because like a dev edit is obviously the most subjective form of it, proofreading being the most objective and dev edit being the most subjective. Like you have to trust that the editor's perspective on the genre and perspective on books and plot is better than yours. Like that's really what you're saying with that. And so how do you know that, just inherently? Like I don't know. I'm not sure of any ways to avoid red flags besides like work with people that have recommendations from others. Like I think that's the easiest
Yeah.
and safest way, but that's a tough one.
Yeah. I think, from a writer perspective, knowing that your editor, like having people that recommend your editor around to you, maybe actually seeing a person or, like having conversations with the editor,
Hmm.
understand that they're a real person and have like a reputational stake in the output of their work,
Hmm.
can be really helpful. That doesn't help if you're breaking into dev editing as a person,
Yeah, yeah,
but
definitely.
from somebody who's more established, it can help if they've got some sort of resume. Editors have resumes just like everybody else, right? So
Hmm.
check their resume. Okay, I can't remember the last question if it started with KZ or with Brigid, but I think we're gonna start with KZ on this one. Um, I want you to give me one thing you wish every author knew or every author did before they sent you their manuscript.
Um, well, maybe I'd say that I'd want the author to figure out what they want to do. It's like really easy to launch into an edit when you have some sort of a like goal in mind or to focus the edit. If I give like a practical example of one book I worked recently, it started out looking exactly like a very cozy, fun lit RPG, but then actually was nothing but gut punches and guilt and end of the world after like first 100 pages. People were amputating limbs like left and right. But the author did warn me, like I said, read the first chapter as a test and said that, okay, this is fun. nice to do like lit RPG, and they said no, that's not the point. I want to take this away from cozy. So then, right from the beginning, I could start thinking like how to weave in the promise that there's it's not going to be just like a low stakes fun isekai promenade. Like from the very first, like before the isekai even happens, like that's not like a joke chapter, but there's also already the element of something like that going on. So this kind of like a goal setting from the author
Yeah.
helps a lot.
Yeah, makes sense. Helps you figure out where where the edits need to be. Uh yeah. I've read those books. They're fun. Uh Emily, what about you? What should the author tell you or do before they send you their manuscript?
I think that knowing what you want out of editing is really kind of the biggest thing. It just knowing where you want this to go is, and what role exactly you need me to play is important for me as an editor. That is, I can kind of customize an approach from there.
Yeah. And then communicate that.
Yes, yeah,
Mhm.
Yeah.
please, I'm
Yeah.
begging.
Josiah, what about you? What do you wish authors would do before they send you their manuscript?
So mine's gonna be more of a kind of boring logistical answer here, but for me specifically, it'd be plan out your timeline far, far in advance. Like I'm booked right now until May of 2027. So like if someone wants to work with me, like plan it out, a long way ahead. And it sucks. Like I would love to be able to work with, everyone that reaches out to me, but like schedule wise, I just can't. So, you know, you're not going to be able to reach out and say, "Oh, I'm hoping for a July release. Can I work with you?" It's like, no, like that's just not how it works. So even with other editors, plan at least 3-4 months in advance at a minimum. But if someone's in more demand, like give yourself 9+ months on that. And like I said, it's a pain, but that's just kind of how it works. And editors aren't booked out near as far as narrators are. Like I think Baldry's booked until 2030 right now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely. And it tends to be whether it's narrators or editors that the longer the resume, the longer the
Mhm.
book out, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Brigitte, why don't you give us your take? What do you wish they would tell you before they sent the manuscript in or did?
I think it's quite representative of dev editors that they would focus on the big picture of know your timeline and know what you want out of the edit before you get into the process. I look at the smaller scale of like, okay, Google Docs is a very popular medium to write books in, and I very much enjoy it when chapters are in their own tabs. That allows you to track individually how many edits are still remaining to be resolved per chapter. And it helps you notice that more edits have been added to earlier chapters if they need to be revisited.
Mhm.
But beyond that, on the other side, is have a system of backups. A good friend of mine used to work primarily in a software called Atticus, and on 3 separate occasions, the software ate an entire chapter. The first
Oh
time it was like,
God.
oh wow, you must have screwed up. The second time it was like, oh, okay, we need to work something out. The third time is like, why are you still using Atticus?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it's definitely save yourself a lot of frustration. It's extra effort to have a system of backups, but it's so necessary to not experience the frustration of having to rewrite an entire chapter, and especially not several times.
Yeah.
It's just a good practice to have.
Yeah. That would be tough. Yeah. No, thank you for that. All right. Emily, you're up for this next question. And I'm jumping around on our list of questions because
Mhm.
we've been answering some of them as we go. So this one, I think I'm really curious what you guys have to say about this. What separates a good book from a great book?
Yeah, I think that a lot of the times it's a very je ne sais quoi kind of thing, but I think that it really comes down to every piece working together. So I think that if someone reads your book and goes, "Wow, the prose is really good," but like, what the hell was happening the entire time? I I think that that's not a great book because your reader comes out of it going like, okay. But if your prose is supporting your narrative voice and your narrative voice is developing your characters and your characters are vibrant and making interesting choices and your plot is unfolding in like an unexpected but natural way because of all of that, as that all comes together, that's a great book. And so I think that getting all of those pieces in the right configuration is what it at some point it snaps together and it becomes a great book.
Love that. Love that. Thanks. Josiah, how about you? What separates a good book from a great book?
So it's a really similar answer to Emily's, but what I would say is like the word you didn't use there is intentionality. So everything
Mm.
comes down to intentionality. That is the author being intentional in all of the facets to it? An example I'll use is, everyone has varying opinions on Brandon Sanderson, and I think, he does some things great, some things not. The best intentional stuff I saw him doing is in the novella of Edge Dancer, where he's writing from the perspective of like an 8-year-old girl. And his whole inner dialogue perspective, his whole narration perspective is totally different because it is from the perspective of an 8-year-old girl. And that comes down to intentionality. Whereas if you were to try and write a high fantasy book and that is your main narrative voice, that's bad. Like it just, it does not work there. And so it really just comes down to, as the reader, are you sure it's clear what the author is trying to do and are they accomplishing that? So can you see what the author's intention is? And that to me, defines if something is good or not, or, good to great.
And there's a lot of elements to balance there. Some of it's prose, some of it's, like the narrative, the characters, the mystery that you're trying to leave, all of it. Yeah. Yeah. Brigitte, how about for you? What makes a manuscript good versus great?
Well, you can have a good manuscript using the bare minimum of a plot arc, exposition, rising action, climax, resolution. Definitely need a resolution, but what can make a great book is making sure to describe the setting and the characters themselves. I can get through an entire plot series and have no idea what any of the locations look like or what any of the characters looked like. But what really elevates a manuscript is the use of metaphor throughout, where the absence of metaphor absolutely harms a manuscript. It gives you something to chew on. It's really tasty to have a really good set of metaphors. Like one that stuck with me. His face glistened like raw meat in the sun. It's like that's that's a line I haven't heard before, and now that will stick with me forever.
It works. Kind of gross, but it works. Love it. How about you, KZ? What separates good from great?
I was thinking about this, and this might not be the most actionable or useful opinion for lit RPG writers, but I think um, a great book changes the reader. When a mind has experienced a great book, the universe is like one step closer to perfection, more sophisticated and like elegant, and maybe like star will burn longer because of it, but it's still I believe it to be true. And this comes from being a book blogger and reading all kind of like swanky shit stuff. That's my opinion.
Yeah, thanks for that. I was waiting for one of you to say editing. Editing separates the good books from the great book. I was waiting for it, but no, we didn't get it. All right, Josiah, do you prefer to receive a manuscript that's been gone over 100 times, or it's rough draft number one? It's
Yeah, so
1.1.
yeah, version one, not even one, because that would mean they resaved it. So just
That's true.
the straight up name of the document. Yeah, no, I would definitely prefer one that's been gone over a good bit. I mean, ideally like 5+ times or so, because my perspective is like, if I'm not cheap to work with. And so if someone is paying me, why pay me to catch things that they could have caught on their own? Like, I'll do that, sure, but then you're essentially wasting money there. That like, if you're paying someone who, has a bunch of expertise in something, you want to learn stuff from them that you cannot grasp on your own or you weren't aware of. So ideally, get the book as close to perfect as you can while still staying on that side of, the pendulum of teachability if possible. And then let me teach you a whole bunch of things that you might not be aware of. So yeah, get me as close to a book as perfect as possible, and then let me see what I can do with it. Because then, like your previous question, what can help bring it from good to great? Like, well, if I get a book that's bad, best I can do is bring it to okay or good. If I get a book that's good, there's a pretty good chance I can bring it to great.
Yeah. Okay. How about you, Brigitte?
Well, I was just thinking about the sunk cost fallacy and how much effort goes into a manuscript, and it can still be bad. And you gotta know how much effort it's worth to fix something that is fundamentally flawed. I had to part ways with a manuscript that needed extensive rewrites because the green protagonists were going up against hundreds of enemies and mowing them down like wheat. And it deeply, deeply trivialized the threat of every single encounter and took the stakes out of the book entirely. And so that's just above my level of expertise as to how much help that manuscript needed. So I'd really like to be there early in the process.
Yeah. Okay. That's it's a great second perspective. I mean, I think, we're hyperbolizing 100 times. Maybe we don't want people to actually go for their manuscript 100 times. But, yeah. KZ, what's your opinion on this one?
Yeah, I'm also in the getting early group, especially looking at things from a dev viewpoint. If person has polished some part, and then I suggest that maybe you cut all of this, then there might be more pushback. You can
Yeah,
do more on a manuscript if you get in early to tweak things when everything there's not so much sunk cost in it. It's just like if something is super polished and then there's a double fear that I come in and have nothing to say, which would be embarrassing for an editor. Or then if it's still in a really rough shape and needs massive rewrites after the author has spent 4 years on it, it's like a delicate, sensitive discussions to have. So I like to get
authors
in
over here like, my precious, and it's just maybe
It's just like,
maybe
wow, that
just
is an
not
ugly
great.
baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the whole polished a turd sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Emily, how about your opinion?
Yeah, I think that if the manuscript looks more like what you want to put out into the world, the more an editor can help you. That starting from a point of, I as the author am happy with this, but I know it can be better, and then handing that over to an editor is you're going to get more out of that than, all right, I finally finished my draft here. And it's like, what do I do with this?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I've
Need to at least go through it once. At least once.
I've
Yeah.
I kept thinking as we were kind of coming through these answers, I kept thinking about an outline critique that I did not too long ago, where I had most of the book and the last maybe 10 chapters or so were all outline. They just hadn't quite landed the plane.
But detail,
And so I was going through that outline. Of course, that's kind of an extreme example of you almost haven't gone over this a single time, but I was going over the outline trying to anticipate, based on what I knew about the way that they had written everything else, how they might address these things that are in their outline and what beats they might be pulling out and focusing on and how they might be doing that. And I don't think it was very helpful to them, because I can only tell you, I can only read your mind so much, and that's kind of not at all. So
Yeah.
so that's kind of an extreme example, but having gone over it many times and knowing that most of it is what you want to put out in the world, and then giving it to an editor is going to just get you so much more. It's going to get you so much closer to publishability than if you just have a first draft that you click save on your Word document and then you put it in an email to an editor. That's just not that's not going to get you what you need, I think, in general.
Yeah. You're going to be cursed. You're going to wake up tomorrow and have a notification pop up that's like, mind reader attained.
Right.
Yeah. I love this. I love this this idea that on one hand, it needs to have some, you need to review it and you need to go through it enough that you're catching all the like the basic stuff. But also, if you do it too much, then you get emotionally attached to your manuscript and you maybe become less teachable. Again, it's not one pendulum or the other. It's somewhere in the middle, right? So, yeah. All right. So, Brigitte, you get the next question. I want each one of you to give me a pet peeve as an editor, a manuscript pet peeve for yourself.
The use of the word sheer outside the context of cliffs or fabric. It's lazy. It's almost as lazy as the word very. The sheer power. You could use so many other words. The sheer danger, the sheer audacity. Like, it's stylish to a point. But it can be boiled down into further like overuse of maybe stylistic words that that could be swapped out with something else.
Yeah. All right, sheer, cross that out. KZ, how about you?
I'll continue with words, but more general pet peeve is when an author really falls in love with some like big word and then starts using it constantly. The beauty was alluring and the amount of gold allured him and he fainted alluring the orc to attack. And after a while, every repeat just like starts to feel like being stabbed a bit. At least it's easy one to fix. You can just tell them to Control F this and take them out.
The example I always give of that is, oops, sorry.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say the example I always give of that is J.K. Rowling, and I think it's book 3 of Harry Potter, discovers the word plinth for the first time, and I think she uses it 90 plus times in one book because she discovered it. And the previous book she uses it 0 times.
Yeah.
I talk to other authors. I'm like, we all think we have big vocabularies, and you don't realize how small your vocabulary is until you write 300,000 words, right? And it's like, oh yeah, all right. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, Josiah, what's your pet peeve?
I think we skipped Emily there.
Oh, Emily. Yeah, sorry, Emily. Yeah.
All good. I think that my like line editing pet peeve is like red colored or blue colored. If you are doing some kind of metaphorical description where it's like you're saying something is like sand colored or dust colored or something like that, where you're drawing on the color of something else to describe this thing, sure. If you give me a Roy G. Biv color and then hyphen colored, I'm going to take that out every single time. You can, you don't need it. You don't need it. But that's my big one. I am not judging you as a person, but I am taking that out.
Yeah, that's legit. Yeah.
I
did have a second one.
Oh,
sorry.
Go for it. Yeah.
If you introduce something and you spend a chapter on it or 3, keep using it. But example, I had an author spend a chapter or 2 with the main characters bonding with griffins. They then rode those griffins to the scene of a battle and never mentioned them again for the rest of the manuscript. What was the point of all that time spent?
Yeah. And that's maybe more on the dev edit side of, irritations. Yeah. So if you've got a dev edit side irritation, outside of line edits, let us know. But let's give Josiah a chance. What's your pet peeve?
So mine is, it's going to be really different from the others, but it's if you don't use a consistent font size throughout the whole manuscript. So it's totally fine if you use, stuff intentionally for system effects and whatnot. What I mean is that you type most of all of the book in 12-point or 13-point font, whatever. And so I'm pacing out my work. They're like, all right, I'm planning on this taking 10 days. I'm going to be doing 40 pages a day. And, I'm planning that out. And then I get to the final 80 pages and I realize that is 9-point font and not 12 points. So all of the pages have 70% more words than the rest of it. That is soul crushing to me. So please keep it all the same consistency.
That is wild. I've never, like, that's an editor problem, right?
Yep.
Like, I've
Yeah.
never
Very
thought
specific
about.
problem, but
Yeah.
and it depends on if you're grouping things by words. If you're doing a certain number of words per day, it doesn't matter. But if you're doing it by pages, then that absolutely matters because that can bring the number of words per page from 250 up to 500.
hmm Yeah. That's okay. Yeah.
Yep.
That would be irritating. Yeah. Anybody else have any other pet peeves that have come to mind that you want to share?
Telling me that the main character is very cool and competent and capable and never showing me
No, they're
how they got
actualizing that.
there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh.
It's it feels very cheap to set a person up as like the coolest guy ever, and then I'm all I see is him being a dweeb, you know.
hmm
It's it and the reverse of that, where it's like telling me that this person is like very peaceful and doesn't want violence, and then like I think there was something about like cutting people down like wheat. Like, if you tell me that someone is peaceful and then they do that, they need to reckon with the consequences of that for a
hmm
few chapters.
Hmm.
And if they don't, then I'm like, well, they're not really all that peaceful and cool, right? They just hadn't yet had the opportunity to do horrific violence.
Actually, secret serial murderer.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Secret sociopath.
Yep.
I
Yep.
absolutely wanted to play off of that. It- the expressed idea of what a character is meant to be. I had an author telling me that this character is meant to be employed as a leader of men, and in the battles he's individually crossing swords with a big bad, not paying attention to the forces he's meant to be leading. Like, if you want him to be the thing, make sure he's the thing and not just whatever you're writing.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 No, absolutely. And again, that this kind of falls on the dev edit side of it, like make promises that you are keeping about
Hmm.
your characters and about who they are and how they got there. Yeah. So, all right, we've got a few questions that popped up in chat that I want to make sure that we handle. So KZ, this first one's going to be for you. So and this one is a challenging question because it hits AI a little bit. What does the amateur starting writer with no publisher and no money do to approach an editing obstacle? Um, are there online or AI tools that are marginally okay alternative, or is it just better to put it under your pillow and hope for an editing fairy? Which
Hmm.
I mean, this is
Yeah.
tricky, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is like tricky in a way. Like editor talking about AI is like automatically like fraught.
hmm
Uh,
Yes.
but if you are comfortable with pasting your work into AI tools or large language model products, then they can help. Uh, they are this comes with a very like strict box inside which this is true. But you can make AI help you with line edits. Um, and that's about the thing it can do. But the thing about AIs is that they are unreliable, like super unreliable. They won't do what you ask of them and they won't do it properly the whole way through. They'll maybe do 30% of what you asked and confidently be extremely wrong about stuff. So you have to be like good yourself to be able to use AI safely. But there are ways to do it. And there are guides on doing it. And if you want to start like somewhere to do like blatant chill, I have written a self-editing guide that's linked here on the Discords that you can look at, that also handles like a bit of using AIs to self-edit yourself. So you can do a lot, and I think that self-editing is extremely important and educational for authors to do. So don't just wait for someone else to do it. Do it for yourself. Uh, and there are like guides on how to approach that.
Yeah. Emily, do you have anything you want to add on there?
Yeah, I think that it's important to understand that the way that those models work is predictive. They are only taking whatever they've been trained on and telling you what should come next in terms of the sequence of words that you've plugged into this machine. And I think that it is not a great idea to rely on it. It is not a great idea to defer to it over even your own kind of gut instincts, because you as a person know how people talk and a computer doesn't. Uh, in my own personal life, I do call it the lying plagiarism machine. So that is kind of generally how I feel about it. So take that for what you will. But I think that even like a writing friend is going to be able to give you more human centric advice on how your stuff reads versus a computer. I think a computer can probably tell you that you are using comma splices, and a computer could probably do proofreading where there is like an objective, this comma is in the wrong place. But I think that a human being is going to do a much better job, even just an amateur, somebody from writing group looking it over is going to be able to say like, hey, this sentence makes absolutely no sense,
This
and I
doesn't
don't know
feel
what you're
right.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that. Josiah, do you want to add in here?
Yeah, so the other two address the second part of the question, great, so I don't need to touch on that. So I just want to hit the first part on what is the amateur starting writer with no publisher and no money due to approach. So, like a couple options. Emily touched on it a little bit with, getting other people to look at it. Even just having other writing group is fine. Royal Road is a great spot to find out, just general typos and stuff. Readers will give some dev feedback. Someone in the comments earlier had addressed that as well, that like, the readers on Royal Road are great for addressing mistakes. They're not so great for addressing how to fix those mistakes. And so that's something just to keep in mind. And then also just, depending on how well you do there, going with the Patreon route, if you can get even just a few subscribers to then be able to save up for editing, that can help a lot. I have a number of authors that have done that sort of, approach. So yeah, there are ways to, get some feedback for free or, get some income from it. And like I said, not a sure thing, but just an option to slowly start to save if that's something you want to do.
Yeah. No, 100%. Brigitte, do you have anything you want to add to the conversation?
Yeah, the whole idea, we all know that the AI should not be used for creating, constructing, making the final product, but it can be great for brainstorming. If you lack other people to talk to, it makes a great rubber duck that talks back, but you have to decide whether you agree with the feedback or not. It's especially easy because it's not a person. You don't have to worry about hurting their feelings, but you have to decide, oh, okay, I didn't think of it that way. Or maybe I could try a different angle. Or no, I don't like that at all. I think that response is dumb. Uh, but it can be an additional point of view that for certainly, like Emily said, will predict what should come next. If you're trying to lean into cliches, perhaps AI is great for that. But at best, it's good for a rubber duck, for brainstorming, for deciding whether what you were thinking of was at all on the mark.
And I just want to add in that you got to be careful putting a manuscript in AI because the whole model training and the copyrightability of your manuscript after you put it in AI, and then also just the general landscape of if people will accept, like if it gets out that you've put your stuff into like a large language model, how that's going to be received from the public. So all of those asterisks on this conversation. It was a great question, and I'm glad we talked a little bit about AI. But yeah, just know before you make that decision, there's a bunch of other additional concerns that you should research before you make a decision like that.
Yeah, definitely. It's good for brainstorming low level stuff, but it should never ever touch your final manuscript.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And I think too, I mean, we've got a lot of our audience is on Royal Road, and you know, one of the nice things about the Royal Road audience is there's a little bit more of acceptance of less polished writing,
Yeah,
So
for sure.
I don't think many people are doing like a real like person edit before they post on Royal Road. And maybe tell me if I'm wrong in the comments. But
Some people do,
yeah.
but it's real rare.
Yeah. And if you are doing like Royal Road and you get picked up by a publisher, you generally don't have to pay for your edit. I mean, that would be maybe a red flag of a publisher if they're having you pay for all of this, all the services you have involved in that. So, this may be not a concern once you get to that point, if you can get to that point in a less polished version of your manuscript. So
Yeah, that was a major sin of a certain publisher last winter. Is that marketing, editing, publishing, all that came out of the writer's take.
yeah. So I mean, it just depends, right? But for the most part, publishers are going to pay for your edits, and they're going to pay for your cover. So, all right. So Emily, you're up. We've got about 10 minutes. So if you have any last burning questions, I've got 2, so we might be able to fit like one more in. But Emily, how often have you looked at a project and thought, nope, not dealing with this? Does that happen?
It happens rarely. I think, and Josiah can speak to this more because he does a little bit more of he does a lot more actually of the actual contact with authors generally between the two of us. But there are just sometimes that you look at something and you can mark it up and go, okay, I see what you're trying to do. This needs a lot of work. But if you take that and then go, okay, here's the sample, here's this type of work that this will probably involve, and the author just, you can tell, is just not about it, that's a sign to cut it off. That's a sign to go, you know what, I don't think we're right for each other as editor and author. Namaste, continue on your journey.
Yeah. How about you, Josiah?
Yeah, definitely a good perspective there, and I agree. So like, there's kind of 2 levels of the screening process for me, and that like, way earlier we had talked about doing samples for authors, and so samples are really important so that the author can see what the editor brings to the project. Flip side though, the sample at the kind of level that I'm at right now, the sample's mostly for me to see if I want to work on the project. And so there are quite a few projects that I'll take a look at. I'm like, no, that just isn't quite it. And like, if it's good but not quite in my specialty there, I might see if one of the other editors I have working for me wants to take a look at it. Or if it's one that I'm like, no, I'm not going to subject anyone to this, then I will decline the project. But then, like Emily said, I might do a sample, and then if the author pushes back in a rough way, it's like, man, like, if you don't take my suggestions or comments, like, that's fine, you're not going to offend me. I don't care. But like, if you feel the need to defend it and argue about just a sample edit, like, well, then you're not the sort of person that I want to work with. Like, I love what I do every single day. I love getting to do what I do here. And if something is going to impact that love that I have for my job, I'm gonna cut it out. Like, why subject myself to that? So yeah, I'm pretty picky on projects that I'll turn down and say I'm not interested in working on.
Yeah. It's a partnership. It's not a me versus you, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Brigitte, how about you?
I'm not too picky about the content that I'm editing, but just like Josiah said, the sample is important for establishing an author's reaction to your input. If they reject a lot of your suggestions, not just defend but reject, because they have a certain idea of how things should be, then perhaps you're not the personality that they should be working with. And it's better to not waste each other's time, your time in looking over the manuscript and putting in the suggestions, and their time for taking the time to go through and reject your suggestions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Time and money. It's just, yeah, it can pile up pretty quick. Yeah. KZ, do you have anything that you want to add to that discussion?
Not really, but the thing that has been said that it's a two-way street. Sometimes the like not going for a project is mutual. Like if I make 100 suggestions and 95 get declined, then we know that it's not fine and we can both walk up
Yeah.
own ways.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so this is going to be the last question, and then we'll head off. But a lot of times we stay a little bit. So if you've got more questions that we didn't get to or didn't catch, go ahead and put them back in the chat. But my question, Josiah, you're going to start us off. What is your advice to an author who's debating whether or not to reach out to an editor?
Man, that's a tough one because I really feel like it comes down to what is your goal. And one of the things that I'll say, a lot of times in real life discussions, online discussions, is what is your definition of success? So to some people, success is making the most they can on their book. And like, that's fine if that is your definition of success. Do you need an editor for that? Like, well, there's a lot of examples out there of people that published without an editor and did just fine. So like, you might not need an editor for that. If your goal from the start is to be the best writer you can and to put out the best product you possibly can, then you do need a expert to look at your project and see what they can bring to it. So really it just comes down to like what is your overall goal, what is your definition of success, and then figure out what steps do you need to accomplish in order to decide on that. So I even though I want to say, oh, everyone needs to work with an editor, like, you'll benefit from it, but there are people that succeed without it. So figure out what you need and figure out if that fits into what you need.
Yeah, no, I like that. Brigitte, do you have advice for somebody who's debating whether or not to engage with an editor?
Well, it's the whole idea that you can probably save a lot of time and energy by approaching an editor. The people that I know that can take a blank page and fill it with words and create this beautiful story often struggle with sitting down and reviewing that work and polishing it up themselves. An editor is someone who does that because they want to, not because they have to. And they can save you a lot of time looking over a document for its mistakes. A lot of us editors have trouble filling a blank page, but we love looking over other people's work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think sometimes authors will shame spiral over using that very or whatever that repetitive word is too many times, right? They just need that they just need that editor to knock it off. So if you're shame spiraling over your manuscript, stop and get an editor. I love that, Brigitte. KZ, what is your advice to an author?
Yeah, talking in a like a Royal Road context and being on all the like big discords, in the words of Senator Palpatine, do it. Editors are always delighted to chat about a book or writing, and that doesn't like yet commit you to anything. I don't think there are many good reasons not to reach out. Like even if you don't know about your budget, what you are comfortable investing, or what kind of editing you need, is it Devoline uh, or like how to make sure if the editor is the right one. That I think we had that question. If we still have time, let's do that one. But you can just say these questions out loud, and then the editor will talk to you about them, help you figure it out. If they are out of your price range, they can like give some other names. And I repeat that like talking to people doesn't obligate you to anything. And if someone claims something else, then you probably don't want to work with them anyway. In this space, editors are readily available. We are on all the Discords, and you can just DM us, and we'll be super happy about it. So don't think too much about it. Just like go ahead. Would be my suggestion.
Love it. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't cost you anything to talk. Yeah. Emily, anything that you would say to an author who's on the fence?
Yeah, I think that a good way to test the water in terms of figuring out if you are ready for an edit, if you are you know, if you're there, I guess, is things like writing groups and beta readers. If you can get people to look at it and the idea of someone looking at your work doesn't make you want to throw up, that I think that emotionally you might be ready for an editor, but getting that kind of those kind of baby steps of people who either in your kind of hobby professional context of other writers or other uh, friends and people who just read. Um, those people are even if they're not a professional editor, might have some helpful insights that you can kind of use as a jumping off point, and then take those and go, okay, now if I can put those into my next draft and figure out where those all fit in, and that might then give you an idea of what an editor can do for you and might get you a little bit closer to feeling fully ready to go to an editor.
Yeah, love that. Just baby steps, right, to that
Yeah.
to that end goal. Yeah. All right, let's do some sign-offs here. I want to know where, I'm a fan of Brigitte. Where can I find you? And yeah, maybe just a little last piece of advice for everybody. So Brigitte, why don't you start us off?
I spend a lot of time here on Discord. I bounce around and lurk a lot in the forum, in the Weaververse, in the Royal Road Writers Guild. I can be commissioned on Fiverr through the link in my bio.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Casey, how about yourself?
Well, but probably my main haunt is actually Royal Road. I'm also an author there, so check out my book. I'm mainly live on the Royal Road Writers Guild server, so I can be found there most days, most hours.
Awesome. Emily, how about you?
Josiah and I are kind of a package deal. You can always ask specifically for me, but on jdbookservices.com, that's where both of us are.
Okay. Josiah, how about yourself?
Yeah, so same thing, jdbookservices.com, email jdbookservices@gmail.com, or if you're going to be at Lit RPG Con in a couple weeks, I will be there, and I'm actually doing live edits with people. If you want, to book in 45 minutes to do a in-person edit with me, I would love to meet you and do that.
Love it. Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, thank you all. Really appreciate you taking your time out of getting your nose out of a manuscript and being real people in front of people. Really appreciate it. Numbers Going Up is continuing. Our next session is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's the community panel roulette. So there's just a bunch of folks involved. Join everybody. Gim is going to be the host, your lead. And we've got more panels all day. I am Rec. You can find me on Beyond Quest with Rec on YouTube. I interview authors, and I also do stuff with Pop Pop, and we interview Royal Road authors all the time. So if you're interested in that, you can DM me and we can talk about it and get you scheduled. And I've also just launched my next book, Stumbling Up 2, just came out on Friday. So go take a look at it as well. So thanks everybody for joining. We'll still be here. So if you've got some questions that we didn't get to in the chat, put them in here, and maybe we can stick around a little bit and answer some of those chat questions. But appreciate all of you. Thanks for coming, and yeah, editing panel out.
Thanks for moderating, Rick.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, everybody. Yep, like Rex said, we'll be back at 2 p.m. EDT for panel roulette. It's a fun little twist on a community panel where they're going to roll a die to see who gets to answer a question. So we're going to be on intermission until that starts for those on YouTube.
Do you want to let us know when the YouTube drops?
Okay, hello everyone. This is the second panel in the We Reverse for Numbers Go Up. Thank you for being here. I am Dreaming Bear, also known as Jimbrone. I will be the host for this panel. Why don't we start with a few introductions, just with whatever everybody's comfortable with. So, Kerberos, why don't we start with you?
I'm Kerberos, or at least the face of Kerberos. Kerberos is actually a little group of co-authors, me and a couple of friends who write books together. And we wrote A Summoner Awakens 1 and 2. And now I'm working on something personal, and we've got Summoner Awakens 3. We're starting actually Monday. We had a meeting over it this past week. So, anyway, that's who I am and what I write.
Nice. Okay. Corwin, how about yourself?
Hey, my name is Corwin. I'm mostly a Royal Road author. I'm currently number 4 on Rising Stars with Delver, and I'm a mentor in the Sarah Streams mentor program.
All right, ready?
All right, my name is John Morey. I've got some books up on Amazon that are making a surprising amount of sales for being really indie and not getting a huge viral imprint. So that's good. I've got one urban fantasy series, one Gaslamp fantasy trilogy I'm wrapping up, and things are going pretty good.
All right, so we have prepared 20 questions, and if you can see the roulette there, we're going to spin that. It's going to hit a question, and I'm going to pick, or I'm going to start in the same order as before. So first question will be Kerberos, Corwin, Riddy. We're going to repeat like that until all 20 questions are done. How it's going to work is that person will be the main one to answer the question, and then once they're done answering the question, everyone else can pitch in. Okay. So is everyone ready?
Ready to go.
All right. Let us spin the wheel. Question 2. Okay. Kerberos, in your opinion, what defines a living world from a static world?
It's one of my favorite questions too. And anything, as long as there's constantly motion in the background of the story. A lot of stories get stuck on the main character. If the main character does something, something happens in the world. But if the main character isn't directly involved, nothing else happens in the entire existence of the book, which is just absolutely insane to me. Um, so one of the big things I like to do, I did it too much with Summoner, and I'm trying to shy away from that. But now I've got a 3 arc structure for each book, and at the end of each arc, I'm going to be adding in an alternating point of view that isn't the main characters. That way, there's always something that's going to be going on in the background, but it isn't so many point of view switches that it scares away readers, or that readers are reading something they're not interested in. So just enough for world building. But politics, finances, or the economy. There's a lot of things that should be happening in the background, even while your main character's out on his adventures. Whenever he's at the guild hall or wherever, he should be purchasing a lunch for 5 silvers. He goes away, comes back several weeks later, it's suddenly 6 silvers. What the hell happened? Something changed in the economy, and that's just not something you see a lot. Just anything that gets rid of stagnation.
All right. Do our other panelists have anything to add to that?
I mean, yeah, exactly that. It should feel like a world that's happening beyond just the confines of the story. It doesn't have to be something you list out in a giant info dump, but like, is your medieval fantasy world completely stuck in 1125 technology for thousands of years? Do you want it to feel like there are people moving and growing and things are changing? You just need to make it feel like it's real, even though it's not real.
Yeah, what occurred to me there was that having a history as well that is shaping the actions of people, some kind of like, it's amazing to look at how different events that have happened will shape a culture or a people and how they act and think about things, and having that history in your brain when you're writing about those people helps keep it a living world.
Okay, fantastic. Well, if we're okay, I'll move on to the next question for you, Corwin. Question 20. Okay. Corwin, how do you maintain your writing? Or how do you build up momentum when you've hit a wall?
I heard some advice a while back of just kind of sometimes you do have to treat writing like a job, and even when you don't really feel like writing, you just got to get words on the page, and you can go from there. Because if you're not getting any words on the page, there's nothing's happening. But if you get something written down, you can go back and edit it, and you can even look at it later and be like, actually, you know what, this is kind of good. Um, Lately, I've been trying to maintain a daily practice, which has also really helped with keeping up because I have the story in my head all the time, and so I'm able to continue it from where I left off. That's what I got.
Okay.
Oh, guys, sorry I'm late. Okay, so I wasn't too late, right?
Oh, we're just starting. No, sorry, no worries.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so, should I introduce myself?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so hello, everybody. My name is Raleigh, kind of like the capital of North Carolina, but I just go by R, and I've been writing for, I think, about 4 or 5 years right now, and this is actually my first attempt into going into serialization. I published Angel Eater Empire, and that's just a little bit about me.
Okay, nice. Okay, so Kerberos or Riddy, do you have anything to say about question 20 that you want to add before we move on?
It's going to be echoing what he said. Like a few months ago, I was sick for a while, so my writing went. And what you have to do eventually is sit down and get to it. Even if it's like squeezing toothpaste out of an empty tube, at least you're doing something. You just got to do it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's one of the hardest things to learn is consistency. You know, you've got to really be dedicated to it. You know, it's getting sick. You know, I had surgery on my stomach right there toward the very end of Summoner 2, and it took a long time to get back. And by the time I was ready to get back, my co-author broke his leg, and he was in immense pain and couldn't, you know, he couldn't work. He had to, he was finishing university at the same time, so we ended up putting it back, and our schedules were finally aligned since I started writing other books. But so you know, our schedules were finally aligned, so we're able to get back to it. And you know, now that we're back to it, I'm trying to work every day or do a little bit every day, Monday through Friday. I do my best not to touch writing on the weekends because if I do that, you know, it's gonna get absorbed in it again, and I won't put much time toward my family, and I can't do that. So Monday through Friday, if I write 500 words a day or 5,000, it just is what it is. Just trying to keep it consistent. 20 days a month.
Okay.
I guess I'll answer next, unless if anyone else was going to go before that.
Go ahead.
Riddy is the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So we're just going in like order from who appears, right?
Indeed, we are.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for letting me know.
All right, and
We
feel
are
free
doing
to
a
like.
quick little thing on every question. So like this next one is Rudy's turn, and it'll roll, and he gets to answer first and be the primary answer, and then we can all just add a little comment if he left something out or if we have a slightly different way.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see.
I will spin the wheel now once more.
Spin that wheel.
Round she goes. When she stops, nobody knows.
Okay, question 16. Oh. Okay, Riddy. Are you a pantser or a plotter? And will you remain loyal in your future works, or are you a filthy traitor?
Well, about half of the stuff I've written up here is an urban fantasy where like a part of it is a mystery. So if I weren't a plotter, I don't think I'd get very far. But so yeah, I do outline, I do plot, but I do it more like have you ever seen a pro wrestling script? Like the actual script they follow for a match, where it'll have the important points, like you need this bump, want this thing here, and in between there's room if you need to improvise. Like if someone trips and falls, we can work that into it. If a throw goes wrong and a guy's hurt, we'll change things up a bit. You're getting where you need to be, and there's plenty of detail for the important things there. But in the meantime, so if I'm writing and something doesn't feel right, still a first draft, I can change it. I have no problem changing up my outline if I need to. I've got no. I'm working on the third book of a trilogy, and I was thinking in the first draft, this potential love interest isn't working. Hey, I have time to add a completely new character. No one will know, except you. But yeah, so pro wrestling plotter. That said, yeah, I'll probably stay the same way. I mean, it works. If it's like a short story, you bet I'm going to outline that thing because with your limited words, you have to look at it like like an episode of a TV show. Write it and then immediately crop it down to make sure it's in the wording. So, yeah, a little less of a pantser.
All right. Commentary.
I'm a complete pantser. Well, what I'll do is I'll kind of like set up the history of a world beforehand, have like my idea of the important like objects or people, and then I will just have a character and he'll interact with that world. And whatever he ends up doing is mostly a complete surprise to me. Occasionally I'll put like a far out objective to keep in mind that I kind of want to head this direction, but that's about it. Yeah, it's really about getting in the character's head and what they want, and then things travel from there.
I guess I'll go next. Anyway, I'd say I'm kind of a bit of both because a lot of times I have to have an outline. Otherwise, I'm not going to know what in Sam Houston I'm doing correctly. Like, the best way that I personally do action scenes is I actually write out the choreography. So that way I know exactly what's going to happen in that scene. Kind of like what I think Brandon Sanderson did something like this, where he kind of does a bit of an outline. It's been a while since I last saw his lectures, so I just bear with me about that. But at the same time, I also can come up with stuff that's kind of on the fly. Like, it's not uncommon for me to find a plot hole and then think, hey, this actually might be a good idea. Like, of course, I try to integrate it into the story. I don't just leave it there I don't give it like a fancy pot or anything like that. I try to like fix whatever I can. But if like a plot hole or like an inconsistency is actually critical to the story and I can actually integrate it somehow, then I'll probably just accept it. But this is not my way of saying I'm lazy. I just deal with plot holes and all that. And you get my point, I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Kerberos, what about you?
I used to be a pantser. That's all I did. I just sat down and wrote whatever came to my head that day. And over time I've kind of shifted to being a full-on plotter. I start from the series level, what I want the series to be about, and then I step down to the book level, however many books it's going to take for that series to reach its climax, and then I go down to the book level and I step to the arcs for each book. How many or what does each of these arcs needs to happen in these arcs for this book to accomplish its purpose? And then I step down from there and do the same thing with chapters for the arc's purpose. All 13 chapters per arc have to meet the arc's purpose. And then I go down to the scene level. What scenes need to be happen in this chapter for this chapter to meet its purpose? And then I just fill it out from there. There's a room for a little bit of play on the scene level, of course, or transitions between the scenes, but those three primary actions have to take place for the series to fall where it needs to by the end of the series.
Kerberos, I'm curious, being a co-writer, you kind of have to plot everything, right? Like, or
A little bit.
when, Yeah. Are you able to like
It
parent city on that?
So we talk about it as we're writing. We're on chat live just like this while we're getting our writing done. I'm not sure if you're familiar with web novel or web serials at all. A lot of those guys write crazy amounts of words per day or per year, several million words a year sometimes. Um, but I work with one of those guys. He writes really fast. We come up with the series together, the story together, and then we'll go through and we'll fill out our bullets for what needs to happen in all the scenes, chapters, books, et cetera, et cetera. And then he'll go through and he'll start working on the first draft. Then I'll go through and clean up the prose. I'll basically adapt it from a web serial into a novel. That's what I do. But we come up with an idea. I tend to create all of the systems myself, and I let my co-author. He's a Jacopo. He's amazing whenever it comes to putting in little subtle nuances and foreshadowing and stuff like that. I let him handle that, and we just work on that and make sure that happens in the scenes. But we're with each other every step of the way.
All right. Love it. Okay. I am going to move on to the next question. And also, this is my first time moderating, so if I'm doing a poor job, feel free to say so.
No, you're doing fine.
Okay,
Doing
on
great.
to the next question.
Just yell at us if we ramble.
RM Falcone's next.
Ooh. You are the one who's next, Cyclone. Question 14. So for your next series, are you planning to write it full before releasing, in chunks, or book by book?
That's a really good question. I plan to kind of pull off what Arcane Cadence did. Of course, I'm not really too familiar with the book, but I heard they did really well. But that stuff doesn't matter anyway. So what I'm probably going to do for my next series, actually, I'm kind of on the fence between making like this Avatar: The Last Airbender series or this series that's inspired by Mondaiji Tachi, Isekai, blah, 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 blah. I don't know the full name. It's really hard to pronounce. But what I plan to do is I'm probably just going to write the whole first book. So that way I've got a whole massive backlog. So I can kind of pull off what arcade cadence, sorry, arcane cadence did and released a whole bunch of backlog at once.
Okay. All right. Was that everything?
Yeah,
Monsieur?
that
All right. The Peanut Gallery. What do you guys think?
I'll let you go first. You're usually quicker witted than us.
Oh, sorry. Since I'm writing more like traditional rather than Royal Road, it would probably be book by book, but the urban fantasy stuff, the Lucy December series, I have kind of on pause because when you're writing the real world, but every myth is true, and the real world is in this constant crazy flux, it's a little hard to keep up. So I'm just seeing how things settle. I might serialize that. So if I do, it'll probably be chapter to chapter, then compiling the books, and then through a Patreon. For a future project, I have a couple in mind that would probably be by book again. That's what I think. But again, I'm actually doing a slightly different format than the Royal Road folks, so book by book.
All right. Corwin,
Normal pace.
Kerberos.
Yeah, well, as a Royal Road folk, I tend to just write the first 20 to 30 chapters, and then I start uploading to Royal Road, and from there it's a push to write more, honestly, because when I'm not doing daily uploads or weekly uploads to Royal Road, it can be hard to find the motivation sometimes, but when I have these people counting on me to continue writing, it'll push me to keep writing. Before I plan to release to Amazon, I'm hoping to get about 3 books done so that I have them ready to go.
Yeah, that tends
Feel
to be
that in
the
my
way
soul.
a lot of
What?
publishers like doing it. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do with Habitat 7. Summoner is going to be as we get books done, book by book, myself and my co-author. Habitat 7 is going to be 12 books or 4 trilogies. Each trilogy has a specific thing that has to happen in each trilogy for the series to work out. So I'm going to get the first trilogy done. I've already signed with Riverfolk Books. And we're going to go ahead and get the first 3 done. I'm going to try and turn them in between now and I think we decided on June of next year, have the first trilogy done. And they'll start trying to post them up every couple of months. So the first trilogy, 2 months, try and get the second one working during that time. And then sometime in the next 6 months to a year, the next 3, and then maybe book by book after the first trilogy's dropped. Not sure how we're going to continue after that yet.
All right, for the questions in the chat, I am going to mention them later, just so we get through these questions first, but I've starred the ones that we're gonna answer so I can go back to it later. So feel free to ask as many questions as you like. Okay, on to the next question.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Okay, Kerberos. Question 18. Okay, how do you interact with literature, and do you find it helpful to read outside your genre?
No. I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't actually read a lot. Not anymore. I used to. I used to read constantly. I mean, I've read tens of thousands of books, especially in my youth, because I didn't have anything better to do. I played some games, but I played the same 2 or 3 games. But I really, really enjoyed reading. It was my way to escape my childhood. Um, but anyway, I've done a lot of reading over the years, and then COVID happened, and I wasn't working all the time. Even whenever I was working, I was traveling a lot, so I was constantly listening to audiobooks. So I've listened to thousands of audiobooks as well. So whenever I started writing, truly just started writing based on what I was reading at the time. And I think I was reading web serials, and web serials were doing lit RPG as system novels before lit RPG really became a thing. So I started writing over on web novel, and that kind of led me into writing system books. And I already played video games a bit and enjoyed those. And then whenever I moved over to Royal Road, and lit RPG really started taking off and became its own genre instead of a word people just threw around. I just happened to be in it at a great time, and I've continued to listen and read lit RPG and progression since then. Side of progression, I don't really find much enjoyment in reading. The whole thing about lit RPG and progression as a whole for me is I really like seeing somebody start with nothing or start with very little and work their way up into a better life. That's just one of the things that I enjoy most about the genre. Why I like writing it.
Nice. Okay, and for the peanut gallery, I'm going to try something new. Riddy, would you like to answer the short version first, or?
A lot of reading, and I do try to get outside my genre. Like, I went through school for a history degree, so the amount of and literature minor, so a lot of books, but for a while I've kind of switched more to ebooks, even things. So when I was trying to stack some books on the shelf, I'm like, great, my physical books are in a box under other boxes. I can't just stack a phone on there because you see me doing this, I might be reading, but it does help to read even outside your genre, just especially if you're starting out, just so you understand how stories are put together, and after you've already started. Like, lit RPG became a thing after I started writing, so I need to read more of that to understand how it works and how progression fantasy works. But there are things that otherwise, like, there's an entire genre of books based on living in California in the 1930s was awful and shallow. They're not fun to read, but you read a few of them and you get such an idea of how to build characters, how to manage misery so it's not the end of the world for the reader. And Day of the Locust has a character named Homer Simpson, which is really funny. And in the movie, he was played by Donald Sutherland, which is really funny. And at the end of the movie, he stomps on a child and the crowd tears him apart. And if you share that with somebody, they'll just stare at you.
What?
Yeah, the name, it just happens to be his name. It's just a complete coincidence. So yeah, I remember Homer Simpson. Donald Sutherland played him. Remember when he stomped on a child and the crowd, the people just go. But you read Day of the Locust, and you actually get a picture of life in a completely, almost 90 years ago. an existential shallowness and despair that maybe you won't necessarily use in your writing, or maybe use a little bit of it, but you've widened your perspective a bit.
Mhm.
Multiple
Okay.
sentences I never expected to hear.
You're gonna have to send me that after this.
Matt Groening has been asked about that, and he's given a jokey, "Oh yeah, but no, it's a coincidence. It is an
Okay.
absolute coincidence."
So Cyclone, you're next for the small question.
Yeah, I changed my Reddit from my Reddit name to my Royal Road name. For some reason, it just didn't change. I don't know what.
Okay.
All right, let's have a go. Hope it doesn't land on bankrupt.
Oh no. I mean like the peanut gallery question. Sorry, I need to specify.
Oh, okay. All right, so while I do try to read when I can, I have a pretty big job that requires me to be busy, so I won't really have that much time to read. And I say that it does sound a little hypocritical considering the fact that I say that you kind of need to read in order to understand the writing style, but the thing is, I'm actually like trying to read and understand other people's work, but even if I don't have like the complete time, I try to read whenever I can. So I just wanted to address that. So yeah, I do have to say that reading is critical, especially outside of your genre if you kind of want to, you know, add multiple different types of genres like grimdark, romance, etc., etc.
Okay. And do you have anything to add, Corwin? Are you ready for your next question?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find time to read sometimes. When you're writing and you have a full-time job on top of that, it especially gets really rough. I just read on Royal Road. I try and follow like what the top stories are and read their stuff.
Yeah, that's what I do.
All right. Yeah, I've been having trouble with my time management lately. So, Corwin, next question. You got to answer it.
Is this removing already answered questions as we go?
Yes, the remove button is right here. Yeah. Um, question 8. How do you keep your story, themes, magic systems, and character arcs consistent throughout a story?
Lots of notes. Like, I have a whole separate like document that's just notes, and it's separated into all these different little things, and it's pages and pages upon notes, especially because I'm a discovery writer, so I kind of have to keep track of the little hints that I've thrown in there, and the places and people that I've just added randomly. I really have to keep track of them and make sure that they're not meaningless in any way. Yeah, it's impossible to keep track of it all in your head. You got to have some notes and just lots of notes.
Spreadsheets, file folders, all of it.
Yeah.
Notebooks where I draw out my system and stuff like that. And the camera can even pick all that up. The size of each little tile in the world, how each thing, power systems are branched together, different grids and maps. Try to keep it all organized as I go. So I make changes and whatnot.
Actual notebooks are nice.
Ideally, yeah. And for me, I love notebooks over a computer. Personally, I've got
notes.
I think I'm up to 16 or 17 notebooks for 26 file folders with different writing ideas, different story ideas.
Notes. Notes.
Yeah, that's actually a really good strategy.
Text files, notes on the phone. I would write more by hand, but my handwriting looks like someone's bad magic system. So,
you know what I wish I did when I started writing? Notes. Okay.
Especially, Even just things like, note, this book takes place 5 years after the previous one. Don't write 3. Even little things like that, if I don't keep that down. Or name spellings for normal names. This is if I don't keep track of it, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Okay, ready. Next question for you.
All right, big money, big money. No, kidding.
Question 1. I guess that's the biggest you can get. How do you? Oh, this is a fun one. How do you feel about your books as you've grown in your writing?
Well, as I'm writing or over time looking back at them?
Over time looking back at them.
I feel better looking back at them. Because there's a part of, it's probably common to writers, where your two states of mind at the exact same time when you write are, to soften the language a bit, man, I'm hot crap. I am hot crap. But as I look back, even things that are not as well written, I don't look back and go, oh, I sucked. It's like, okay, I was learning things. Okay, I can see I can do this better now. Maybe I can edit it again. But as I can see the progression, as I can see things that improve over time, that's actually encouraging, because it says that now, if I feel I'm having a hard time, well, maybe I can get better. Some really old stuff, some old fan fiction that's never going to see the light of day. It's not that kind of fan fiction. But it's like, yeah, I didn't have a story structure. Yeah. Oh boy, this dialogue was awful, but hey, you learn. And that, it feels good to say that. With all writing, it's okay. You're just getting better.
Yeah.
Tell that to my self-conscious.
But there's sometimes when I look back and I'm like, oh crap, I did this plot thing. I have to keep accounting for it in the future. Okay.
Okay.
I guess I'll answer next. All right, so you know that one moment in SpongeBob where Squidward yells, "Holy fish paste, what is that?" when Mr. Krabs put a whole bunch of garbage onto a stove and he called it the appetizer? Squidward's reaction is my reaction to the really bad crap that I made when I was first writing. But
that is an extremely
again,
specific reference.
yeah, but once again, like, I'm not like that ashamed about it. I mean, yeah, like what the previous guy said, he said that, well, it was kind of like a stepping stone, sort of. Like, yeah, you do have to kind of, yeah, well, the previous work isn't going to be as good as your current work right now. You still have to keep in mind that you're at a completely different level compared to what you started out as. So, but mostly, if I joke about my previous work and I say it's really bad, it's mostly just me trying to be silly. Like, I don't view it like that bad, but. And also, I personally believe that being able to laugh at your previous mistakes is one of the best qualities you can have as a writer, because it shows that you're confident in your abilities and you can kind of take a little bit of heat.
I look at my web serials and cringe. That's what I do. I mean, I look at them as a necessary stepping stone. Something I also don't really want to be reminded of very often. So glad I did it because it got me here. But it can stay where it's at.
Yeah.
All right.
But then you look back and you see one scene that you did really well, even when you were just struggling. One line that stands out, one fight scene. And that's the most encouraging thing going.
I actually have a
like,
lot of
yeah.
moments looking back.
Yeah.
Where I just like, I'll read a scene and I'm like, oh man, this is so cool. I want more of this. Where'd it go?
Yeah. I'll stop and go, hey, I could do that then when I was struggling with everything else. Okay, I'm going to keep working. I got this. It's a good feeling.
All right.
It keeps us from, falling in the dumpster.
I'm always in the dumpster. But next question. Falcon, you get to answer question.
It's pronounced
9.
Falcone, but you're close. Anyway.
I'm gonna cry after this, but thank you.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Okay, so if you need clarification with this question, then I will give it, but I'm not going to just for right now to see what your answer is. Do you embrace or avoid the Dragon Ball effect?
I definitely say I try to avoid it because in order to create like really good in order to create really good overpowered protagonists, you don't just have the numbers going up, kind of like what it's kind of a common misconception. You have to instead change the way the character fights. Like, one of the best examples of overpowered protagonists that everyone really likes is the characters in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, because Hirohiko Araki always makes the fights a puzzle, kind of. Like, one stand user can control a stand that's made out of smoke. How do they get rid of it? They just inhale it. Or when there's a stand that controls water abilities, how do they figure out the beast? Or how do they get rid of the monster? They trap it in a glove, just as the water beast was about to enter the main character's throat and kill them. So you make it more of like a puzzle that needs to be solved rather than just people exchanging fists. So what I do in order to avoid the Dragon Ball effect is I make my environments kind of a puzzle, like, or add like some kind of stake that has to be met. Like, maybe the characters have to keep these hostages from being killed. Maybe they have to protect a sacred grimoire, and or maybe they just have to leave with as few casualties as possible. There has to be like something that can make things a lot more challenging and stop things from being people just fighting each other, numbers going up, blah blah blah, all that.
Mhm. Yes, and for the chat, the Dragon Ball effect is power creep. So,
I impose limits as soon as I start writing my series. The very first thing I do before I start writing a series, or even whenever I'm creating a new file folder for a new series on my desktop, is I create the system first. And all of my systems have limits. They have upper limits. They have a max level they can reach, or spells can only reach a certain point of damage that they could do, or they're one of my systems is a little 5x5 block where these row can only interact with this row, can only interact with this row, et cetera, when deciding how a spell can be combined with other words of power or however you decide to do your spell work. And there's a limit. You can only have 2 words or 3 words attached, so you can't just create random off the wall spells and have 7,000 different spells you got to keep up with or abilities.
mhm.
So just limits. I really like limits. I like characters who are able to utilize those limits and min max the best that they can, and that's why I like to write my characters the way that they do, or the way that I do.
Alright. Funny is I'm going to be referencing 2 different things here. So the urban fantasy stuff. That one, I try to keep it even power, but there's definitely a little bit of creep. Like a comment of, man, remember when one ghoul was, took all of us, and now we're just sitting here tossing them, knocking them over? But no one is, explicitly, I have more powerful magic than you, Kakarot. But there is a bit like, this is a tougher challenge, but it might take more thinking to get out of. It might take quicker reactions. It might take something different. There's a one that I need to finish editing and eventually put out where this group of Solomon's demons are summoning Baal. The ceremony is going on, and what the main character is stuck having to do isn't take them down and overpower, but start making some really rude dick jokes to distract the main demon so he gets too flustered and screws it up. But then over in Card Snake, there's the main character for that is explicitly not really much of a fighter. Like, she can throw a punch, but it's a matter of wit, quick thinking, dialogue, and then there's a side character who's kind of like a walking fist of the North Star reference. But I'm making sure that's not just gaining in chi. It's like you need to vary your technique more, not be rigid. You need to learn more. You need to be a more balanced person. So there's a little bit of, but it's not quite as much as it's just learning and getting better at your actual trade. And I try to make sure nothing's too over the top. Nothing's too bonkers. Because if I have to top it next sequel, we're throwing fireballs now? No.
Love it. Just a light reminder. We are working on the 3 different server rules, so please avoid cussing.
Okay.
That is my being mean for the day.
Gotcha.
So, all right,
Terrifying.
Corwin. I know I'm a Okay, Corwin. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, this is something I'm still learning, honestly. I feel like sometimes I let power creep get a little too bad. When I do know that, like, when it comes to OP characters, like when you're creating the Archmage archetype, it's all about character. It's not even about like the power levels anymore. It's about how they deal with the situation, and like that's why so many OPMCs have unique characteristics to them that really stand out. Um, Eminence in Shadow is a great one where he just wants to be completely unknown. If anybody gets that reference, he wants to be the nobody guy, and then he wants to be really cool when he does something cool.
Or One Punch Man, which, sorry.
Yeah, One Punch Man is another great example, right? Like it's that show is not about the bad guy versus One Punch Man. It's about One Punch Man coming to versus himself, like how does he deal with the fact that he's the most powerful person in the world?
Except for season 3, we don't talk about that.
Nobody talks about that.
There is no
Okay.
season 3 One Punch Man in Bossing Say.
All right, Kerberos, are you ready for the next question? Kerberos?
You not hear me?
Oh, there we go. There we go. All right.
You hear me?
I can hear you now, yes. Next question. Spin the wheel. Question 13. All right. So this is a question for future works. So are future works that you're planning to write, is the cast going to parallel your past series, or do you plan to make the cast entirely different in personality and all that jazz?
The only thing that ever tends to be parallel is the vibe and the setting. I believe they are similar. I write grimdark, and it's probably never going to change. I do kind of want to write something sunshiny one day. But as far as my characters go, it's going to be whatever character best fits the setting. Whatever character is going to be most entertaining to myself to write and to the reader to read in the setting or with the particular power system that I've developed for that series. The characters are always going to be for have Summoner Awakens. We have an old guy who is looking, looking up. His body was decrepit. He was hardly able to walk, couldn't really get around, but he always tried to look at positive things in life. And whenever he got reborn as a young man again, he essentially took that positivity and is trying to help others survive what he knows is coming in the future. Habitat 7 is completely different because for the series and what it is, it's more of an arc. If anybody's played Ark Survival Evolved or Ascended, where people are just constantly beating the mess out of each other and trying to take other people's stuff, that's what I wanted to write for this guy. So this guy is fresh out of prison, getting isekai'd onto this particular world, ring world that he's on now. And it's just fun to write a bad guy for this because he's willing and open to go and raid other people to get their materials. I just thought that would be what was the most entertaining for the story, and that's how I'll continue, throughout. They might be similar in some ways. They're all going to be competent. They're all going to be able to look at things in a different way or look at patterns and solve issues because I don't like writing incompetent MCs or reading them. So that is something that will probably reflect on all my characters, or well, at least all of my primary characters. Other than that, though, it's just going to be whatever's best for the series.
Okay. Would anyone like to add? I
Cast
can't hear
depends on
you,
the story.
Corwin.
Rudy,
Yeah,
go first.
that's true.
Because it's like the cast
Okay.
depends on the story, so probably different unless I decide to go in the same genre, but even then different.
Mhm. That's very fair.
Yeah, I don't
Falcon,
think I've
Corwin?
ever done a similar cast. Maybe I've taken character like styles from one character to another, but never like the whole cast. And I try and keep my main characters as different as I can with unique personalities. I don't know how well I do that, but I try.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I do, what Prince said, where I have like similar elements, but I don't just make it kind of like what a lot of isekai anime do, where the characters just look like copies of Kirito from Sword Art Online. Like, I don't do that with my stories. I make sure to give them similar personalities, but still unique enough in order to be considered different characters. Yeah, you could say that.
Right. Corwin, are you ready for the hot seat?
All right, let's go.
Okay. Ooh, Question 6. Oh boy. I have no idea what this one is, so I don't know why I said oh boy to that, but you know.
It's gonna be a good one.
Oh, this one's pretty nice actually. How do you feel about your opening scenes, and what would you change now that you've grown as an author?
Being a discovery writer, kind of my opening scenes are usually my most important, or like the central idea of what I'm trying to write. Um, so I'm pretty happy with them. With Delver, it is him beginning his dive into a dungeon of sorts, and it's always something that really exemplifies the story as much as I can. Like older stuff's not as good, but that's always how it's going to be.
Okay. Okay.
My opening scenes are something I hammer down, beat myself bloody over in editing even before I move forward. So I usually feel pretty happy with the end result, even compared to other things I write. I try to make sure it's a good example of what you're going to see in the story. Usually it's not going to be immediate jump into the whole overarching plot, maybe something that you know is going to lead into it, but not totally cut off. Not a complete Batman cold open where he beats up some bad guy who's unrelated. Card Snake opens with our character who's a card hustler and a snake. Hey, main character is a non-human fantasy monster race. That's the whole thing. Dealing cards, playing this thing, you get to see the wording, you get to see banter with the guardsman, you get to see her at what she's good at before things happen that she's not good at, and you get a little hint of stuff that's coming. Opening to Casino Snake shows you exactly how things have changed in the last 5 years, gives you some of the leftover guilt from the ending of the previous. I really want to. First paragraph, I try to make it almost poetic in the wording because I will never write an opening line as good as C.S. Lewis from the Third Narnia. His line was, "There once was a boy named Eustace Clarence Scrubb, and he almost deserved it, but I'm going to try." But yeah, I put insane amount of work into that opening, even while doing the first draft, just to make sure I can set the tone. Because your very beginning of a book is like the ad for the rest of the book. Someone will read that and decide if they want to keep reading.
Yeah, I totally agree with them. In fact, I actually rewrote my opening scene 7 times. And to be fair, I'm honestly proud with what came out. I have an immediate hook, which is the wanted poster that is the very first sentence in the story. I establish what the goal of the characters are and the conflict, find their parents who vanished, and find an angel heart to consume in order to gain magic and fight back against their sworn enemy. I established the personality of each character, Drake being a calculated and determined leader, Rainer being cautious and a little bit focused around proper manners, and Axel just being a smart but spunky goofball. I show the conflict. An angel with a heart is rumored to be in the area while the villains are after it. And I end with a cliffhanger, which is what a story should do in the opening scene. But would I change any of it? Aside from the language, I'd say no.
Okay. All right. I believe it is Riddy's turn.
Oh boy. Here we go.
We're actually very long questions right now. We might be
Welcome
able
back,
to answer
Nathan.
some, yeah, might be able to answer some community ones.
Hey, that's good.
Kind of time.
All right.
Question 5. Question 5, okay. What strategies do you use to keep a scene dynamic and maintain tension? This doesn't have to be a fight scene. Just pick a scene that you like to write.
I reread it. I ask myself, is it dragging? I ask myself, is the tension good? I ask myself, is it too short? Is it too short? Is it too long? Too wordy? Not wordy enough? Do I need more? What purpose does it serve? Should I move the scene? Should the scene not be here? And I'll be a little ruthless sometimes. If I have occasionally taken out subplots and I realize this subplot is just sitting here in isolation. It doesn't need to be here. That was just me thinking, here's a cool thing in the world. But other times I think, this scene needs to be expanded. Or I need a new scene here with a character to explain this. So I just really give it a critical eye and try to think, would I enjoy this if I didn't write it? If I'm reading someone else's work that they threw at me, and I don't even know this author before, would I like this?
Right. All right, all right, all right. Would anyone like to add to that? Lovely answer.
I'll pretty much Sorry, hold on.
You can go ahead. I'll go next.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we're not, well, mostly it's just my concern. I don't want to be that kind of guy that interrupts people. Anyway, I'd probably say that I'll pretty much answer in the exact same way that I answered the power creep question, where I make each scene that's like an action scene like a puzzle. Where the character has to figure out how to defeat an enemy while making sure that they don't violate a certain condition.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking less like on action, but in dialogue, I like to include actions that match the tone of the dialogue. One of my favorite scenes I've written is from Risha, and it's where the she's talking with like a political leader who they've just made allies with, and she takes the political leader on a hunt and kills a white rabbit in the snow, talking about how she doesn't deal with tyrants. And it's the matching of the action with the dialogue creates like a whole set of undertone and subtext that I think improves the scene and keeps it more dynamic. Even when people are like sitting at a table, I like to have like tea, and when they drink their tea, make it matter, or like whether they don't drink their tea at all, like have that be an important decision for the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Okay.
For me, I write for audio from the first sentence, so it has to remain fluid and dynamic, or else it's going to get lost in the audio. Immersion is just going to be completely lost whenever it's narrated. So I either read it out loud to myself, have my phone read it to me, or we do little things every week here in Weaververse, and I think Writers Guild does it as well, where we post chapters up and we'll have some narrators cold read them. and people can give advice or just listen and enjoy it. And listening to your own work out loud really helps you decide whether or not it's gonna keep somebody immersed throughout it. Because if it's you're the right author and you're hearing somebody read your work and you're kind of starting to look around and not really pay attention, you know you messed up somewhere.
All right. And for the astute among you, here to improve is another panel later on in the day. So you'll get to see exactly what Kerberos was talking about. Okay.
6 o'clock.
All right. Falcone, you get question 12. All right. Do you, and how do you, if you do, plan to change your style or strategy for future works?
Let me. All right, so my major strategy change is once again trying to do what Arcane Cadence did with the backlog. As for my writing style, I'm pretty happy with what I have. Like, maybe I could use a few more larger words, or maybe or maybe slow down on repeated phrases, but my main strategy is to mostly just keep doing what I'm doing so far. Of course, adding a few edits every now and then towards my strategy.
Right. Would anyone like to add?
I can, I suppose. So whenever I first started writing, like I said, we answered a question earlier. I look back and I cringe at my older stuff, and that's because I was writing long form web serials. It was what I was doing. I was just pumping out 2,000 a day as quick as I could every single day. Um, and then whenever I decided to start writing novels, that web serial work wasn't good enough, so I had to read more novels again, which I put off for a long time. I used to read a lot of machine translations before that. And then I started writing novels, and then I went through Josiah Davis. He was in the last panel for the editors. I went through him and had him edit Summoner Awakens, and through his comments, I learned so much from the dude. He teaches instead of you actually have to make your own edits. He doesn't do the editing work for you. He leaves comments on the side and teaches you what he would, what should be done throughout, or what is typically done. But I learned so much. It was like sitting through a class that I actually enjoyed being a part of. So I changed my writing style then. And then they say that after 1 million words, you really find your voice. And I'm close to 2 million words now. And I'd say for the past 800,000 words or so, I've really been satisfied with Habitat 7, Chapter 1. It's the first chapter I've ever gone back and looked at and read it and not feel like making a change. And I think I'm finally to that point where I know what I'm going to write and it's where I want to be.
Nice.
It took a long time to get there.
Yeah. Well, got 2 series back here. The Lucy December stuff is first person, limited, very noirish, very sarcastic. You're in the character's head. If the main character doesn't see it, it's got to be explained later. Card Snake, third person, multiple POV characters, thoughts in italics, POV switches and scene to mega chapters with mini scenes in them. So, yeah, whatever serves the story. I do a lot of short stories, and those can be very different depending on what I'm going for. So, yeah, I'll try new styles. If I can do it, good. I don't think I'm ever going to do second person. That is weird. But seriously, I've got first and third person up there, so yeah, those are very different styles, very different ways to organize it.
I like doing different things. I don't know if I'll ever do anything that's super out there. Like I'm not interested in second person, but I like switching things up, trying different worlds, different POVs, different tenses. I think it adds to your writing ability to try different things.
Yeah, second person, I don't think I've ever read anything in second person, I can't lie. I have no idea how that functions story-wise. But Corwin, you got one of these lovely questions.
Ooh.
If they're actually lovely, well, we'll find out soon. Question 11. Oh, okay. What do you want to write next?
Delver, I kind of just started very recently, so it's been on my mind the most. But I do want to try my hand at OP main character, like Archmage style. I think it's fun to dive into those kinds of characters and give them really strange quirks that affect how they interact with things. So I'm probably going to do that next.
All right.
I guess I'll go next. I was just seeing if other people wanted to join first, but anyway, so I've got two series that I'm really excited to get into. My first is an Avatar The Last Airbender / Full Metal Alchemist inspired story with an Okami Mimi protagonist, which is pretty much the best way to say is that she possesses wolf ears and a tail while maintaining human characteristics everywhere else. And my second project is going to be, like I said, a Mandaiji inspired series that is dedicated to leveling up through games. So the way that this world is going to work is the main society consists of clans or factions that have people with superpowers. In this anime series that I got into, these superpowers are known as gifts. And in order to solve conflicts, there are special competitions known as gift games where contestants have to wager something and compete in a challenge. So that's pretty much a very similar premise to my story. Like, think of it if Survivor involved superpowers and if immunity challenges determined whether or not a country won a war or not. Except instead of it being like just obstacle course challenges, picture if it had like D&D style things like competing in obstacle challenges while running from a kraken, good old-fashioned fights to the death, and dungeon crawling competitions. And picture if we just threw in elements of Deadpool and had the protagonist be demons fighting against a corrupt church of an evil god. To put things simply, I'm really freaking excited for it. And not to mention, I've got the Symphogear inspired series, which I'm also really excited to do. So let's just say I'm going to be pretty busy.
I really want to do a dungeon core or a shop series in a store. I don't know. I think that's what I'll do next. I mean, I've got a lot of shit to do, or a lot of stuff to do before I can do anything else. But I'd really like to do some sort of semi-cozy in a dark, grim world. But dungeon core with some sort of shop where they're creating items to sell to travelers and stuff like that.
Got a couple things sort of percolating way down in the pipeline that will take a while to bubble up. Hilariously, from old role-playing experiences, but they wouldn't be lit RPG. There was one where for a while in this one campaign, I played this dark elf character who was an utter trash person, who organically became a better person in a way that served like a decent narrative and was good, but I need to be better at writing to write an utter trash person actually genuinely getting better as a person. But story is interesting for that, so that's in the back of my head. And and there's another one where I had an old D&D game, a Gorgon Medusa character who went from being, half feral, like a puppy covered in snakes, to like holding the. It could be a cozy fantasy story. And I'm like, I haven't done cozy fantasy before. I want to dip into cozy fantasy. Why not make a Medusa a fashion designer? But those are things that are going to percolate for a long time as I work out what would the actual narrative be, plot structure, characters, make this work as a story, not just a concept. So we're talking years. But I like monsters, so you know.
uh, All right. Next question is for Riddy. Congratulations. My condolences. Question 3. Okay. How do you balance tone?
Ooh, that's a good one. So, I mean, part of it is I look at this and I say, how's this work? It's too much. With Card Snake, there is a sarcastic tone in it, but it's not wacky. So I had to watch myself if I started slipping into Terry Pratchett to stop and say, okay, is this joke here too silly? I can cut it. Is this scene here getting so serious it's maudlin? I can dial it back a little bit. The constant sarcasm in Lucy December is on purpose, so there's more irony in that. And it'll be called out by the main character being like, yeah, I made that really stupid joke. But over with Card Snake, I want to make it more sincere at times, so I have to be careful. Like, I've been asking people, what do I name this god now that I have to actually mention it in the narration? And someone went, hey, call it Bob. That would be funny. I went, actually, no, because that's not the tone I'm going for. So I just keep in mind, like, do I want to do silly? Do I want to do a little sarcastic? Do I need the emotion to hit in the scene? Don't undercut it like you would in, say, a bad Marvel movie. Something serious is happening that cuts the rock guy making fart noise. Don't do that. I just got to make sure I keep the tone.
Yeah. Okay. Would anyone like to add to that?
Yeah, I'd actually like to add. So the best way that I balance tone is I do it through my characters. Like Axel in Angel Eater Empire is this as I said earlier, she's kind of like this spunky, spirited, always in a good mood kind of goofball person, but she only does it like when she's like in a good mood. Like if other people are in like a terrible mood or if like something's genuinely wrong, she just goes into absolute serious mode. However, she also has like a bit of a sensitive side to her. She's got a trope that is what we call the sad clown trope, which is someone that acts happy and cheerful and funny on the outside, but is secretly having some kind of secret that makes them really depressed. And I won't go into too much detail, but there's going to be a massive reveal pretty soon about said dark secret with Axel, but I won't say what it is. And another way that I deal with balancing tone is I put two contrasting emotional scenes together. Like, my favorite way of doing this is to put a heartbreaking scene before a heartwarming scene. So that way it makes the two areas kind of stick out on their own without being too much of a whiplash.
Yeah.
My answer for this would be the same
Okay.
for going for audio. As long as you listen to it, you can tell whether the tone's going to break or not if you're listening to it out loud. And I also like to vie for realism. And sometimes you have some moron making fart noises in the background in a very serious situation. It happens, and you can have them do that, and then have another character turn around, dude, seriously, is this really the time for that? And it's a way to break it up and keep it real. And I'm a big fan of realism
I
in my fantasy.
sorry. Yeah. I really like using the setting and the way I'm describing surroundings to set tone, as opposed to the characters. But I've been really experimenting with this with my latest novel because they're doing a lot of traveling, and having the world like feel dangerous and really kind of sets the tone for the party as they're going as well. And then their sparks of laughter feel more important inside that dangerous world. Yeah. And the way you describe it as well can really affect that.
I'm actually kind of interested on expanding on that. So, do you set the tone through descriptions of what your character interprets the world as, or do you set it as the world itself?
A little of both. I mean, I'm writing first person right now, so it is through his experience, but he's like an experienced explorer and traveler, so he is very aware of the dangers. And I try just to include those dangers and like the beauty of it in the quiet of like when you're in a dangerous situation, there's kind of a quiet that settles over the scenery. And I try and make it so that he sees that as well as the word choice that creates a sinking, dangerous feeling.
Nice, very nice. Okay, Falcone, are you ready?
Yep.
Question 7. Ooh, are there any side characters that you or the audience unexpectedly grew attached to? Or the opposite?
Okay, so I just want to say right off the bat that, okay, so I'm kind of talking about Axel a lot in my story, but the thing is, when I first started writing her, she was just kind of there, and she didn't really, like, she did have, like, some important stuff, but she didn't really quite stick out. But when I started thinking of, like, a bunch of scrapped characters that had really good premises, I thought, why don't I just put the premises of those scrapped characters that I really like but just won't fit in, and I put them inside Axel. And once again, I won't say what I've done with her or much about like all this stuff, but I will say that she definitely surprised me from being just an ordinary normal character that's just there into probably one of my favorite characters that I've actually written.
I'm slightly terrified about what the secret is now. Okay. All right. Kerberos, you ready?
Sure. Oh, this is. Sorry. I had one for the last one that was crazy character-wise. But...
Question 10. What did you do at the end of your first book in a series to build up the second? Or what do you do? Doesn't have to be for one specific series.
Final chapter, final scene, or whatever. I split apart multiple points to allude to some of the questions that were still unanswered, or some of the people that we hadn't met yet that would be integral to the next book or to a future book in the series. Just something away from my first person point of view, third person view for different characters who, like I said, we're going to get introduced. And that's really pretty much it. Just some world building and setup for the next book. That's all. Nothing complex.
All right.
Yeah, I try to make the.
Rudy, you got it. Go for it.
Sorry. Yeah, I try to make the first book self-contained, but clearly more could come. And then once it's a series, yeah, then we can do to be continued. But you find this in almost every series or trilogy. Funny with the previous question. I have a character in Cardsnake who didn't exist in the first couple drafts of the book, who I later went, well, this character needs someone to talk to, and just who's become such a favorite, I could start posting fan pictures of this character. The most recent Goodreads review was like, Daphne's a queen, and literally didn't exist at first. Then existed and was like, well, I should develop this person. Oh, this character needs a couple POV scenes. Oh, they're telling me in the draft that the ending needs to have some resolution for this character. Second book, this character's married to one of the main characters. It's like second to the main character in importance. So, oh yeah. So, yeah. It happens. Embrace it when it does.
Okay. Corwin, are you? Oh, you get one of 4 questions. How does
Oh
that
boy,
feel?
scary.
I think we might have hit all the scary questions already, but we'll see. I like a good
Yeah.
surprise. Question 15. Oh, okay. Are you aiming to be a full-time author? Why or why not?
Absolutely. I mean, like, I love writing. It's something that even when it's hard, I still enjoy, and the hard parts of it don't take away from that enjoyment. So, if I could just spend all my time writing, I would do that, because there's nothing quite like making a world and seeing through the eyes of a character, and just I love it. So if I can make it happen, I'm gonna.
All right.
Corin's answer, 100%. Can't phrase it any better than that.
It's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, don't dive into it too much if you ever do get to that position, because you absolutely can burn out. If you're hitting 10-hour days every day for 2 or 3 months straight, it's really, really easy to burn out. So try and keep it into 1 or 2 hour blocks several times a day, if you ever do get to that point, and you'll save yourself a lot of heartache.
Yes, I'd say 100% that. While I do want to have like a stable income that I can get from a story, well, like story writing, but I still know that a lot of that it's very easy to burn out, just like what Christian said. And and that's actually one of the main reasons why I recommend you don't go for like a full-time job in writing, unless if you get to like Arcane Cadence's level. But and the reason why I say this is because money burns out a lot faster than you might think. And it takes a while to earn a lot of money, but you can just burn through that just as quickly. Which is why I'm probably going to continue writing, but I'm still going to have like a full-time job on the side. Of course, this doesn't mean that I'm not going to care about writing. I'm going to care intensely about my writing, but I just don't expect it to be like a full-time job anytime soon.
You have to be very, very careful about your future and the way you plan it, which is similar for any sort of self startup or any sort of business that's on you, where you don't have retirement funds or any sort of insurance or anything like that. There's a lot more on you that you have to think of, so it can be a lot more stressful.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Okay. Ready? Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, is this the question I think it is?
Uh-oh.
It is the question I think it is. Oh,
Yep.
fantastic. Okay, ready. I would love to know, do you touch grass?
Mm-hmm. I try to make sure I'm around people. I try to make sure I still have relationships with people. I go outside and breathe the air when possible. I walk downtown and get a coffee. An hour before this panel, I was driving home from church because, again, it's community, it's people. And it's important to keep that perspective in absolutely everything, not just writing circles. I mean, not to touch on too much real life stuff, but I have loved ones, family, and friends all over, like even the political spectrum, and it's good to keep people around so you can talk to them and see them as human beings. And that also keeps you from falling down into the writing dumpster where you feel miserable. But yeah, you got to keep a balanced life.
Yeah.
It's really easy
You
to let those things go. Like it's way too easy to just get caught up in like work and writing and your own head. So you gotta put active effort into maintaining those things.
You bet your baloney I go out and do things. I'm not just I'm not entirely focused on writing. Like, if there's a good anime or game convention or any kind of good Comic Con, expect me to be there.
RPG Con?
Mostly, I prefer anime conventions. Like, I live in a city that's pretty big. Like, it's no New York City, but it's like decent sized. And I regular at both like this local anime convention and also at a much larger convention that attends like I think about 60,000 people, whereas the more local one has about 10,000 people.
I don't spend a lot of time with people, but I do like to work on projects. I do a lot of projects. Got a lot of wood and
Nice.
stuff over there. Built that thing, this week is for storage.
Nice.
I like doing a lot of projects, so it's not all writing, but I do try and stay busy and not sitting still all the
Damn.
time.
I guess I'm the only one without a life then. Okay, Falcone.
That's me.
Here we go.
You get question 17. Wow. What the fuck is... Oh, wait, oh, sorry. I, like, got a
He's
little
a
loose there.
hypocrite.
My apologies,
Oh
my
no.
apologies. That is very bad of me. I
You
am
said
not
the
supposed
best
to do
thing.
that. I've been, uh, I will go cry in a corner later, okay? I'll send you a
I heard
video
a
of it
naughty
too, just to...
word.
Okay, question 17 is about RPG elements. What do you do to integrate them in your work in a way that doesn't feel tacky or forced?
Make sure they blend in with the character's growth and make them have explanations as to why they need to upgrade certain levels at certain points and to just pace it overall.
Mhm. Okay. Would anyone like to add, or do we move on to the last question?
That's similar to the way that I start off any of my series. The first thing I start off with is the system. I build whatever power system I'm interested in writing about. And then I step down from that and I build whatever setting matches that power system so that so that they integrate well. And, the setting and the power system, whenever the characters get introduced into the setting, it becomes natural, and it becomes a part of the economy. It becomes a part of the politics. It should all be, similar to whenever we were asking, how do you keep your world dynamic? It should all work together.
All
Give
right.
him a
Moment.
treat.
I'm gonna go find my dog. 1 second.
Okay.
The dog wants to be part of the lit RPG.
Who doesn't, you know?
Every
She's
main
over on my
character needs
bed cuddling my cat, so I don't know what she was barking about.
All right.
So you've
Last
got your
question.
apocalypse companions whenever the time comes.
What could this next question be? I'm really
Yeah.
really
I'm
curious.
actually very curious on whether I can still roll this wheel after I click remove. Wait, can I? I can!
Gee, I wonder
Wow.
what's going to be chosen.
Yeah. Wild.
That's amazing. I love that. Okay, question 4. In your opinion, how have you maintained readers across books and or series?
Went last Falcon. Yeah, so it's me. Shoot. I haven't. Or I have, I guess. I really, really wish that I could say that it was consistency, but it has not been consistency for me. I've been so off and on the past couple of years. Um, for me, I think it would be quality, and a lot of that has come from learning and being willing to change and learn from my editor. and trying to get better and reading books where I know the prose is better than my own and trying to just constantly improve. And that improvement, was reflected in my work. And it's one of the reasons that a lot of people have stuck around despite my, being all over the place and not maintaining consistency with my writing. Little thing where hey, they're going to get a book 3. It's just going to be a year and a half late. 2.
Yeah.
Well,
Hope the writing is good, and add to that I can act like an excited child. Come on, it's our main character. And then they don't realize I'm this like weird middle-aged guy.
okay. If you guys are comfortable, we do have a few questions in the Discord chat. If you would like to answer them.
Let's do it. Go for it.
All
Yeah.
right. So the first one is from the Silver Traveler, and he asked way back when at 1220, did you guys publish on Scribble Hub at the same time as Royal Road for a double launch?
Nope.
I did
I can
Summoner
take that.
Awakens first came out. But I stopped using Scribble Hub because it was mostly for romance or smut, or at least
Yeah.
I felt that way, and I didn't get we got a
Indeed.
decent amount of views, but it wasn't worth staying there. Just one
Yeah.
extra thing on your plate to have to post in a whole nother location.
I tried it on a couple stories. It was always like it would never take off as much as the Royal Road version, and it was a lot of work to keep track of making sure that I was posting there at the same time. So it just wasn't worth it in the end.
I've just done Amazon, so I got nothing.
Yeah. I also don't think the conversion to Patreon was as good, from what I remember, but it's hard to say because the numbers just weren't as high.
Okay, and the next question is from Lo. Okay, so they're asking if you ever divide up your writing tasks between books. Okay, let me just read this again. Sorry. Do you ever divide up your writing tasks or between books to shuffle depending on your mood/motivation? One day,
I'll
do
do
you
your
just
writing
edit?
so it's-
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay.
Usually if I have a project in mind, my brain is kind of on that project entirely. So it's hard. And I also don't mix editing with writing. Like I just write and then I get it all out there and then I wait a while before going back and editing it. So it's yeah, not too much.
I jump back and forth between whatever my primary projects are at the time. But before I post anything, I will go. When readers read my stuff, it's usually a second draft, or I write my first draft real quick in a sprint, and then I'll go through and reread it and make some minor edits. But that's what I've been trying to allow myself to do, and then I go on to the next. If I'm really, really feeling another series story or don't I could give my all to the current story, I'll try and wait and do another little project around the house before I do it.
Usually I'm laser focused on one project because I'm trying to get a book out. But sometimes maybe I'll find a short story prompt or a contest or something and do that. Or if like there's an anthology with a call out, I'll switch to that. But generally speaking, because I outlined, call back. If there's a scene that I feel I'm really kind of grinding my gears at not getting anywhere, I can let that scene sit right now, go a few scenes forward and work on another one. Now that later scene might get changed dramatically when I come back to it later, but it keeps me doing something and it can give me a clear head. So I might change up within a project. Or if something comes up like Midwest Writing Center does the Iron Pen Challenge every year where they give you a short story prompt, you have 24 hours, go have fun. Yeah, when that comes up, I'm dropping everything else and just having a blast for 2,500 words. But that's different. That's an opportunity issue.
All right. Oh, Falcone, are you going to say something?
I think I said something. Wait, hold on. The question was what now?
I don't
I
want
think
to
you do
scroll
the break
back
of
up.
your right tracking, so you
Ah, forget it.
Do you juggle between
Thank you.
projects?
Oh, wait.
Thank you,
Nope,
Gabriel.
I already answered that question. That's my bad. I'd say,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry.
So those are the two that were sent, and I did not notice any others. So unless I am blind, feel free to put them in the chat or any other questions. Otherwise,
There were a couple. Let me. Um, oh, there was a question relating to power creep. How do you cross the line between meaningful stakes and plot armor? Do you have a spot test to see if you cross the line one way or the other? Thanks, Lo. It was questioned by Lo. And that's a pretty good one because we've all seen something where we know the monster's not going to kill the main character. Oh, look, it knocks everyone out immediately, but holds the main character and goes, rah. I try to make sure that it's not obvious plot armor. Like, if this monster is just pouncing people left and right, then my main character has to find a solution within that time frame, within the second or two. It can't be, and now the monster's slow. I try to make sure that the main character isn't just spotless, armored, and immune from consequences for everything. There has to be a reason. And consequences are good to kind of have fall on their head. It reminds readers there are stakes.
Mhm. I also just like to think of it as like, my character will survive this, but how will they survive this is the question.
Exactly.
Hard Snake ends with the main character actually killing someone. Most of Casino Snake is this character going, I murdered somebody. A really horrible person who just killed somebody, but I what am I? And dealing with that person's grown son who's actually not a bad human being. And you got tension of, ooh, this person doesn't know what I did. That was a human with a life I ended. So, yeah.
I'd say just this, for that particular question, just the limits that I put in place when I built the system from the ground up, and they keep the power creep from happening because if the character is not a certain level, if the world's not reached a certain stage, if they haven't accessed a certain point of the system, they literally cannot do anything to go above their current maximum. So I don't really ever have to worry about power creep that much because there is a maximum limit that can be reached, and I already know it from before I even start writing the first word.
I'll say, wait. Oh, as a writer, you have a lot more time to come up with a solution than an actual person in this situation would. I don't think you ever need to pull a Deus Ex Machina to get a character out of a situation, because you have the time, and you should have given your character the resources to figure something out. Even if it's just delaying by talking, right? Like, I know it's kind of a trope, but it works, right? Because if you just form it in the right way. And there's always a solution if you just think about it, I think, as long as you've like designed things up to a good point.
Stall no jutsu.
Yeah, exactly. The ultimate power.
I think that's one of the things that I really cringe about a lot whenever I look back at my web serials when I was writing a web novel. There was no time to go back and edit or to look at scenes or former parts of the book and make sure that, what you're currently writing makes sense. So it left a lot of room for mistakes because you had to get those chapters out every single day or you were missing out on money, you were missing out on sales, you were missing out on being able to pay your bills. And there's still some of that when writing books because you do have deadlines that you should meet. Uh, but it does give you time to go back and make changes to a chapter because you're not posting it every single day, and it makes a big difference in the quality in the end.
Let's see. I had one of the Lucy December short stories where there's a scene in this where the werewolf mafia has her like actually handcuffed and captured, and they're going to do the stupid thing and summon this hellhound lord of murder who has appeared before and very much wants revenge, but they say one thing is disrespectful, so he just rips through them And I sat there and I went, okay, I want to make this look like it's not, haha, the character has plot armor. I got stuff out. I was like, okay, acting out his rampage, she has about 7 seconds to solve this. What can she do in 7 seconds? Well, what's an actual weakness of this character? Whenever he's committing to bite something and tear it down, he commits to it. Whatever you throw something in front of him, he'll bite on that instead. So in that 7 seconds, I counted. Yeah, she runs, tumbles, grabs the brasser and used to summon him. When he leaps for her next, he bites down on that, breaks it, and goes away. Okay, now it feels like an actual tense scene where you're thinking the main character might die in this tiny short story between books, as opposed to, yeah, whatever. You're just gonna be there. So that was like one specific one, and it kept the threat from the demon Kakrina loss, so he doesn't feel like he's a wuss. You know, next time he shows up, he might have learned for this, but he's gonna be extra mad.
Jack asked a question. Tea or coffee?
Both, either. Today was
A lot of
coffee.
coffee.
Sometimes it's tea. Yeah.
Today's water for me, but to pick between those, probably be tea. I'm trying to
I haven't
force
had
myself to get into coffee. Never liked it.
I haven't
Coffee.
had tea in a long time, and coffee's just gross.
I've gotten in the habit of having a cup of coffee before I write, and it helps. So helps me focus and
Should
just keep writing.
should do what
I
I
do
do
the
and just
super
chug
healthy
5
thing
energy
and make
drinks.
myself yeah, that's what I do. I do the super healthy thing and I make myself a pre-workout before I
nice.
start writing.
Tea is good to relax into writing. Coffee is good to kind of wake up to write. Either way, it's good to have something nice and aromatic next to me when I'm beginning to set sort of an atmosphere or a mood. Energy drinks just make me feel sick,
I mean, they make me feel sick too. I just,
which is
hate myself.
good. It could have been hyperactive. I mean, one time I tried a Cuban coffee. Have you ever had those? It's
Nope.
very concentrated and very high on caffeine. They don't tell you. They give you like a small shot glass. I didn't know this. So I was like, that's a nice coffee. I'll take another one. By the third one, I could see through time.
Are you sure that was coffee?
I was just like this so much. I was about to clip through the floor like it is a video game. Yeah, Cuban coffee.
Would have ended up in the back room.
It's like, oh no, Super Mario Minus World. Great. Yeah. I feel like we're still early, so we got.
I mean, the time slot was between 1 hour and 2 hours, so we could end it here, or we could just chill.
Oh yeah, we got some other questions up here.
I think we'll go another 5 minutes, guys, and then we'll wind her down.
All right.
Sounds good.
Right.
Ready to get some deep.
I think the Silver Traveler asked me, did I post hourly for the first few days to get onto Rising Stars? I followed like a pretty standard launch plan of posting the first 6 to 8 chapters on the first day every hour. And then from there, it was just 1 chapter a day continuously until I got on. And then once I was on, I continued that way. Yesterday was the first day I've missed, actually.
I'd say that was my exact same strategy.
Yeah.
Oh, how did we come up with our pin names? I remember you asking that now. For me, it was just a matter of, like I say, Kerberos, we decided to write a book together, and we all wanted to be part of it, but we're also aware that having multiple pen names on a cover is not great for sales. So we just decided to come up with a pen name, and we found Cerberus, and then Kerberos is or Kerberos, however, I'm not actually sure how to pronounce it. We just pronounce it our own way, but it's basically based off the Cerberus that has multiple heads, just because there are multiple authors writing under that pen name.
Yeah. I write under my real name, and there was actually like a distinct reason for that. Ask me in chat sometime. I'll get into it. The screen name you're seeing here, at least that I use everywhere, Riddy, is a shortened version of. In about 1998, when the internet was new, and you never didn't use your real name for any handle, I sat down, closed my eyes, went in the keyboard, went, and it said Ritter Ryu, and I'm like, that looks like a name. It looks almost Japanese. Okay, screen name. And I just stuck with that, even though it now feels a little cringy, but it doesn't mean anything. But then people online were shortening it to Riddy. I'm like, sure. So it's a good screen name in different places, and there are folks who hear, your name is John? I'm like, I know you face to face. I see you at Panera on Wednesdays. How did you forget my name? What's going on? But, yeah.
My real name's Corwin. My dad was a real big fantasy nerd, and it's from Roger Zelazny's Princes of Amber. And I thought it was a real cool name, so I just decided to keep it for my writing.
All right.
I have no idea
Welcome.
what made me come up with this. I just thought the name sounded cool.
My name has a story that's too long to recite. So instead, why don't we talk about where everyone here can find you guys' works?
You can find
Kerberos,
mine. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, you can find mine on Royal Road under the name I have now, RM Falcone. Just look up Angel Eater Empire, and you should be able to find it pretty well.
Right.
Right.
My website, johnmoreyauthor.com. So JOHNMOREY author. You got that? I need to vary my social media use a bit. Like, I have an author page on Facebook and my personal one. Twitter is where I just vomit out any political bile I feel, so it's nowhere else. So I don't know if we want to use that because that's not completely me. But in general, yeah, you can find me on the website there. It's got links to the books, a whole ton of short stories, art. I want to put some more up there soon. You can, hey, I'm in this server here. You can find me on Discord. And yeah, I need to post more on other places. I need to actually post on Instagram for once.
Yeah, you can also find me on Discord. Not to interrupt or anything, but I'm just saying that I should have added that.
I'm on Royal Road's Rising Star list right now, the fiction delver. And you can also find me at Corwin, Corwin Benedict, BENEDICT.com. And I've also written under CF Benedict.
Okay.
Did you say
Kerberos?
Kerberos?
Just on Amazon, I suppose. A Summoner Awakens books 1 and 2 are available now on Amazon. Book 3 should start releasing chapters on Patreon. Right now, we're aiming for the end of July, 1st of August, and then Habitat 7 Book 1. I'm working on revising the first 13 to 16 chapters of it, and then I'll be starting to repost on Patreon for a while, and I might take that back to Royal Road. I'm not sure yet. Haven't made a decision.
Okay. Well, it was lovely having all of you guys and the audience as well. I think this is where we might call it here. Unless, actually, Costa mentioned something very, very pertinent. Do you guys have any merch you'd like to, you know?
I wish I did, but I don't.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I wish.
Yeah.
I wish I did. And eventually, someone suggested I do Card Snake themed playing cards. It's just a matter of, how much is that going to cost to produce?
I'd buy that. That
Yeah.
sounds cool.
It has its own little set of their own set of suits in story. So
Oh, awesome.
yeah. So yeah, hopefully, but maybe someday. I finally got I recently redesigned my site. There's a new logo together, so maybe I'll do something with it. I keep running into owls and snakes in everything I do. So when I start a Discord server, that might be the name of it, Owl Snakes.
Nice. All right, guys. I think we're gonna wrap her up here. We actually need to switch who's streaming, so we're gonna actually shut this stage down so we can do that real quick. But hey, I appreciate you all coming out.
And thank you
I
for
appreciate the opportunity.
and
Thank
thank
you.
you
Have a good
all
one, guys.
for attending.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
everybody.
You too. Thank you.
All right,
Have
Thank
a
you guys for
great
running
day.
this.
back up in.
Thank you.
Let's see. Our next event is at 4:30 EDT.
All right, here we go. Awesome. Have a
Awesome.
great day, y'all. Thanks again.
Yeah, we are live.
Hey, everyone. Welcome to the Community Tools panel here on Numbers Go Up. I'm Jay Savin, essentially just an author like everyone else here, but I've been tapped to MC this wonderful panel of our Community Tools, community members. Essentially, we're going to let them show their tools to you, essentially show, what they've done for the community, what can potentially they can do for you. And I don't know, I'm gonna let OC Wanderer start. We're going to do very limited introductions before each person, and take it away.
Awesome, thank you. First, are we broadcasting on YouTube? Is this live?
Yes.
Awesome, thanks. So OC Wanderer, I have a story up on Royal Road, Destiny Among the Stars, just kind of shilling that real quick. I am the creator of Royal Road's Writers Guild website, rrwritersguild.com, which started as a suite of tools to help authors that are trying to get out there on Royal Road, get access to additional readers. The very specific problem that I set out to address, and I think I may have been the first one, was to create a shout-outs calendar, right? Where you are an author, you have a story, you want to share it, and you are trying to negotiate with other authors on swapping, shout-outs, specifically ads, right? So with that in mind, specifically for me, because I am a mess, I am a disaster in regards to organizing myself, and I absolutely hate Google Sheets. I said, you know what? There's got to be better ways to do that. So let me go ahead and share my screen real quick, show you what Royal Roads Writers Guild website looks like. Like I said, this is
Hold on.
This is now.
1 second. Let's make sure it shows up.
Oh.
Okay.
It works.
Yep.
Awesome. Like I said, this is a suite of tools for writers, right? The original intention of making the website was a website that did not collect anybody's personal information. It didn't collect anyone's emails. There's no way to monetize it. There's no ads. There's no Patreon attached to it. There's absolutely nothing. There are emails, and emails are collected, but then they are deleted after a while. The reason for that was just because I wanted to make a website for the community, by the community, right? Obviously, a lot of these are mine, but I've had some people throw me their tools and host them in here. So the first one I wanted to share specifically was the shoutouts calendar, right? When you land in here, it asks you to log in, and you do need to log in. And I created specifically a Discord login because that's the easiest. It allows me to not collect your information. I only get the information that's exposed to you through the Discord API, which is essentially your email. The email, nobody sees your actual email, but emails do go out from here. And basically what this is a tool that it allows you to expose the dates where you are available, right? So say you have a chapter going out on the 22nd, 23rd, 25th, and 26th next week, or even further out, right? You go ahead and you mark them available. And then all you really need to do is you share your calendar link. I'm going to share a different screen, and I'm not even sure if it's going to work. I don't know if you can see it. No, you can't. Let me share my entire screen. Give me a second, guys. There we go. And let me go ahead and share my entire screen. You should be able to see Destiny Among the Stars right now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is an incognito window, right? And so if you're not logged in and you're sharing your link up here with any other author, they'll basically land on your calendar. Once they're here, they'll see the days that you are available. They'll go ahead and click on those, and all they need to do is fill in their information, their author, their email, story link, right? And their shout out code. The idea here is to make it easy, right? As a guest, setting yourself up on somebody's calendar should be easy. All we need is your shout out code, essentially your link and your email. Then you will get an email back saying, "Hey, you've been requested," right? Once that happens, then you as the calendar owner can go into your requests window, see your pending requests, accept and reject them. It's as simple as it gets, right? The idea is like, hey, all you need to share from now on is a calendar link. You share the calendar link, you can now ask people to book themselves into your calendar. And then besides that, you have your copy list where you have all your previous. I don't have any because they get deleted after a while, like I said. But the idea here is that you keep a little bit of a history as to the codes that have been shared with you and all that. So this is the first tool that I wanted to share. This is what's most used on the website. There's a whole bunch of other tools. I don't have time to go through them all, but I will share with you a couple that I find particularly interesting, specifically social media. One of the things that everybody loves to do is their tier list. Like, hey, you know, these are the books that I enjoy reading. And so what it is, I created.
Loves this one.
Yep, exactly. So this one, it's very fun. These are not Amazon links; these are Royal Road links, right? You go to a lot of the progression, fantasy, or whatever on Reddit. Those are all books basically on Amazon. I wanted to do one based on Royal Road. So you insert the link here, picks up the cover, right? And you can go ahead and set them up. Basically drag and drop, right? It allows you to organize them. The cool thing here is that you can also add story notes, right? Hey, you really like this one, you're on chapter whatever, blah, blah, blah. You write all that, it gets saved automatically for you. Again, this tool I feel is very convenient, but also it allows you to export the image. Export the image, it exports as a WEBP, which means that it's very light. And then you can go ahead and share it directly on Reddit, right? Go ahead and upload the list. It gives us a little bit of little bit of advertising, but it also allows you to share, you know, what your top picks are. The cool thing here is that you do not need to log into Discord at all if you don't want to log in. This basically saves to browser, right? Like a lot of these additional tools. And lastly, just because of the sake of time, I want to show you the tool that I most highly recommend, which is the Writer's Quest. The Writer's Quest, let me log in here. Did I log in? Yeah, I think, what happened here? I don't think I'm logged in.
The curse of the live demo.
There we go, sign in. There we go. So this is a specific tool that I made as a particular help for myself. But this is really cool, right? So you have a lot of habit apps that you can download for your phone, and these are simple things, right? Like, hey, take a walk, call your mom, right? Hey, I took a walk today, Sunday. I also called mom, right? Hey, I'm at 100% progress. That's great. These are your daily habits, right? The idea here is a little bit of gamification, like helping you kind of accomplish the goals that you have, but this specifically around writing, right? And so there's a lot of different quests that you can add. Power words, flash fiction, right? 5 senses. Describe a place using all 5 senses, right? 100 words per sense. So you can go ahead and grab that quest and work on it. You can also add tasks for what you're working on today. But specifically, what's really cool here, besides the activity, the achievements, and all that fun stuff, and you're gaining XP, is the sprinting tool. The sprinting tool is where you are locking yourself in. You need to write. You're forcing yourself to write. Like, hey, you know what? What am I going to do? And you're basically picking 15, 25 minutes, 60 minutes, or custom, right? Depending on how long you like to sprint. And you're just, you know, going to the grind like, hey, I'm working, right? Leave me alone, 15 minutes, I'm down, I'm gonna go ahead and type. There's also some silly music here as well that comes on and off. But the idea here is that we're giving you a focused space to write, to measure yourself, to go ahead and build positive habits, right? And lastly, I know I'm over my time real quick, so I'll just share. There's a lot of things like, you know, ad performance and all that fun stuff. The last tool that we're getting about 200 hits a day is grammar analysis, where you can go ahead and tape and paste in your chapter. In this case, it's 1,200 words, and you go ahead and hit analyze. What this does is it looks at, there's no AI involved, right? But it looks at your work, your prose, what you've written, and it gives you an analysis. Like, hey, this is your flash score, right? It's easy to read. Grade level is 5.3. That's not good. You know, we really want to aim higher, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade. It doesn't matter, right? The idea is that it gives you an analysis of your work. Who are you writing for? And what that looks like, right? We look at passive voice, intensifiers, most used words, sentence length, etc. And then there's additional tools here that you can use, regardless, and then fragments and all that fun stuff. The idea here is that Writers Guild, like I said, is a free tool for the community. There are no ads, there are no emails beyond the ones that are necessary for the shout out piece. There are basically a lot of good utilities. I invite you to use them if you want to. There's a lot of fun stuff here. I invite you to go ahead and explore. And like I said, these are tools that I made for myself because I needed them, and I figured, you know what, let's share them with the community. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing, and I'll let someone else jump in. That's all I wanted to share.
All right. Yeah, Silver Traveler is already linked to your grammar tool specifically, which I think is great, and I've used myself a number of times.
Awesome.
So, but who would like to go next? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Tier, I think you're up. I'm going to choose you.
All right. I'm a Pokemon. So, let me start screen sharing and share screen. No, share entire screen. There we go. Right, so some words. First of all, I am Tier, and I am the developer of Snowing Pine Stories. This website is I'm not sure really the best way to describe it, because every way that I have tried to describe it has not exactly found the right mark. So the simplest way would be to show you. Essentially, this the railroad reading experience, at least from when I was a reader, and still am a reader, back a year ago when this idea was first made, it was not good. The font was always tiny. You couldn't change it. The app basically was the only place where you could read. So the idea behind Snowing Pine was that as a reader, to be able to have the ability to change the chapter text, change the distance between paragraphs, the paragraph size, whether you wanted it thinner or bigger. And the end result of that was the reader side of Snowing Pine, which was originally for only a select amount of authors as a private thing. Essentially, what you could do as a reader was here. Let me find this story, for example, and you could simply it saved reading positions, first of all, and secondly, there was the chapter settings window, which allows you to do some basic things like change the way your chapter looks, the standard stuff, basically very similar to Railroad. What is important for authors here is specifically also the ability to leave reactions, etc. But the main reason this exists is so that authors can gate chapters here in the same way they can on Patreon. And the way it does it is in the author dashboard, which I will show later. It allows you to set the amount of chapters which are in early access, so to speak, in the same way that you would on Patreon. And then here you can tell people which Patreon tier they have to join in order to read the chapter. So, for example, if I click join tier here, it's going to instantly redirect me to the Patreon's page, to the monthly subscription, and ready to pay. Same for all the other ones. And it shows you how many chapters for this fiction you get access to. Another example here, which hasn't had all the tiers on the same thing. So here, for example, you have this fiction that has only about 20 tiers available. And here you can see that the last tier has all of them available, but as you go higher up, you need to have a certain tier before you can read the chapter. And all of this is set in the author dashboard, which let me open
and
it up now.
This is tied directly into your Patreon?
Yes, which I'm going to show now. I just need to go through the admin menu first, and I cannot share that user data. So let's go to user management real quick. And go to the authors. And IT. All right. So in the author dashboard of AT Valentine, you can see the there's some basic stuff here that it does improve over time. And the most important one, of course, the ability to link your Patreon. What this does is essentially it uses the creator's access token to grab your all your memberships, so all your active members, and your tiers that are set up on Patreon, as well as the tier descriptions, the tier pricing, and the first snapshot of members. Afterwards, it directs you to set up a webhook using the Patreon clients and API keys page in order to get a live feed of when someone subscribes, unsubscribes, etc. So that all that info is updated live. So as soon as someone clicks on the join tier button, pays the money, the database receives the information within about a minute or so, depending on Patreon, of course. And then the author can go to Patreon tier settings here, and they can set the amount of chapters that each tier gets. So Healing Self, for example, gets 3 chapters, Basic Antidote gets 6, and then the top 2 tiers get 16 chapters. And you can see this as well visualized in the chapters menu here, where it shows you which tier has access to which. Now, for example, say we want to make it so that only 10 chapters or so are available to the highest tier. So we change this, both of these, to 10 and save and apply. And then if we go to the chapters menu, instantly we can see that only the top 10 chapters have been gated, and it smartly gates the first three chapters to be available for the lowest tiers, and then it cascades upwards. Additionally, you can also do the usual thing of being able to change a fiction cover, and you can also choose to send a notification to readers with an email notification. So anyone that is following the fiction and paying the Patreon, or a free member if they aren't paying, they can receive either a notification in their email when a new chapter is out, or they can receive the full chapter in their email and read it there. You can also export your chapters into a Word document, which I don't have Word installed, but essentially it's very simple. It just does what it says on the pin. Now, the part that I am somewhat proud of in Snowing Pine is the ability to create a schedule. This posting schedule does not only post to Snowing Pine itself, which, for example, you can set a bunch of drafts to have like 15, 20 drafts. You can just paste the drafts in, not have to worry about scheduling each chapter by themselves, since that it can be a pain and you can always make a mistake when scheduling. Instead, you can just throw all the drafts in, and then you can say that you want to post every Monday and Friday, for example, at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, sorry. And then you can choose whether it should post a chapter to lower tiers if you do not have backlog available. So, for example, if your top tier has reached the end of the book, but your other tiers still haven't reached there yet, obviously. So you can just click on this button and it will just continue posting a chapter every day until your book has been fully free. And it can also post the free chapter to Royal Road automatically. The way it does this is through a browser automation where it calculates the next free chapter. So, for example, if the automation was running right now, the next free chapter would be chapter 190. It would automatically calculate this and insert chapter 190 into the posting schedule to be posted once it is done. And you set up Railroad simply by filling out these 2 credentials. Everything is very safely stored, encrypted, and not even I can see those credentials. You can also set a default pre- and post-chapter note that will appear on every chapter that you post using this automation. So you can have like a patreon.com link here, and it will all show up normally. Additionally,
Does that schedule as a draft?
No, it puts it directly in. Though you can schedule it as a draft if you do it from the new chapter window. So here you can set it to schedule, and you can also set it to schedule on Railroad. It's slightly different from the automation system. This is if you want to schedule if draft manually. You can do those. But if your schedule is active, then you will not be able to use a scheduler since the two will conflict. And there is, of course, a rich text editor here, which you can create tables exactly in the same fashion as Railroad. This is, in fact, the same editor that Railroad uses, which I chose specifically to make it easier to use and understand as an author. Additionally, there is a little automation running. For example, if you are writing your chapters on Notion or something, and you want to have tables, the way this works is that if you have a little plus, this signal at the start of your table and this signal at the end of your table, anything in here will get turned into a table if your content is large enough. Now, because this is such a small content, I don't think it's gonna properly, it's not gonna properly convert it. But if you paste like 500 characters with, and in there is this, it will automatically properly convert it. It will also remove any stray asterisks that Notion has a habit of making. A API is currently in the works so that you can just post a chapter to StoringPine via the API, which can either go directly to the draft section or the or get posted directly. And via that API, you can also directly post to Railroad. Currently, it's only Railroad that you can post to, but I am very close to finishing the integration with being able to post a chapter to Patreon instead of just having a webhook that reads when you post a chapter to Patreon, that it posts on Railroad. Now, this, to finish up, essentially, and let me see if there's anything else I have forgotten. So, yeah, obviously there's feedback, and we have some themes here in case someone does not like the default dark theme. There's also a very nice sepia theme that I personally like a lot. It makes it possible to read your chapters nicely. And as an author, you can see how many subscribers from Patreon are registered on the site as well. And as a reader, there is also a continue reading button for where you left off, which is something Patreon still does not have. You can also, of course, leave a reaction on a chapter, and you can say, you can leave a comment on the chapter. For authors, there are author tools here as well to make sure that an author that has been has full access over the comments under their fiction. They can mute or ban a commenter from being able to comment for there, or be able to just delete an entire comment thread. That information gets shown to you on the fiction dashboard, where you can see how many people have read each chapter, and your recent comments here, as well as a reading log, so you can see which person has, which user has read the chapter, the most recent chapter, etc. Finally, the website is completely free for everyone, but I am working on the ability to donate $7 or more, depending on how much you want to. This will be completely optional, and will in no way affect the experience negatively on the site. This is just so that I can keep the lights running. And I'm not, since I don't have enough time to show this, I'm just gonna show a link. This is also the StoringPine shoutout creator, which allows you to create shoutouts and then share them as a link, which you can then send to someone, and they can just copy the shoutout code. So all they need to do is they need to just send the share link, and a person will get information on where and how to copy the shoutout code, as well as a preview of that shoutout code. And you can create your own. This requires no accounts. It's all saved in the browser and is created extremely simply. And that is it, basically. You can edit it live, and you get a share link with a password to give to people. The password is for editing. All right. Thank you very much for listening to my rambling. And yeah.
Thank you very much, dear. All right. Who would like to go next? Can I see a show of hands?
I can go.
Nicholas, I saw your hands move. Oh. It's you.
I didn't budge in, but yeah,
You
sure, I'll go. Thank you. Yeah, so I got Fictionite, which is something I've been working on for a little while. So I wrote a book about 15 years back, The Truth of Things Unseen. Kind of had a vision in my head of this book, and it came, and then it came out slowly, and learned how to read, and went through the whole process of going on Reddit. And I think if anyone's tried learning to write on Reddit, it's kind of tricky, I think, because it's a very mixed bag of quality, isn't it? And then when I found Discord, it's like, wow, Discord's amazing. But having written it, I went out to try and publish that thing. I couldn't publish it. I sort of thought it would be Destiny or something, and of course it wasn't. So I went on to Royal Road, and a bunch of people read the book, Truth of Things Unseen, and there it was. But while I was on Royal Road, I got to thinking, this could be better. We could have a better Royal Road. I'm not saying Royal Road's bad. I love Royal Road. I love it, love it, love it. It's absolutely fantastic, and it's why I am where I am today. But I saw things that I would change and that I would do differently. So I got to thinking about what we could do differently, and now we have Fictionite. It's 50 days old, 51 days old today, quite new still, so still growing, relatively fresh out of the box, as it were. I'll share the screen. So we've done a few things here. We've taken a fairly, yeah, can you see that? That's Royal Road.
Yep.
We've taken a fairly disciplined approach to AI, I suppose, out of the box. So I'm not going to tell anyone how to write, people can use whatever tools they want to use. But we've made a decision out of the gate to only include human written fiction, and that includes human covers as well, which again is difficult for some people, but I think it's the right choice. So what we've done to support that is we brought a load of authors and artists and also narrators onto the Discord. So on the Discord, we have a marketplace that's coming along as well. Marketplace isn't quite ready for prime time yet. It's nearly there, where you can sort of hook up with people. But the idea is that what you can do with this is you can hook up with other creative people who are working in the same sector. Because previously we sort of think, I suppose we think, when I was writing my book, I just didn't have any money. I had no money at all. I was like, well, I'll just use AI for a cover. And, actually, that's kind of wrong. It's kind of mean of me, I think, looking back. Because, of course, there are people out there that would happily work as part of a team. So the idea of Fictionite is it supports creative teams. It supports teams of creative people working together. And by that, I mean the whole gamut. So the author, probably in the middle. But then you've also got artists. You've got narrators. The thing supports audio as well. So you can actually upload audio for chapters. You can narrate your own audio if you want. There's a whole narration studio that's built into the thing. We've also got publishers involved, Weaververse involved at some levels, and we have editors, community organizers, people with Discords. It brings everyone together is the idea, that we can bring together groups of people to create something that's bigger than the sum of things. So you can post on here, you can post a fiction. I was good at my fiction. My fiction is no longer on the homepage, which is actually really good. It's gratifying. But yeah, we can go to it. So the reading experience is quite nice. You can scroll around. You can set your content warnings. Here we are. You can scroll around here. We have this interaction, which is called MacGuffins. So you can drop different MacGuffins on different pages. You can leave feedback on individual paragraphs. So everything is paragraph based. You can you can record audio for a paragraph. You can suggest edits for a paragraph. You click OK, the edit goes in straight away. The editor is based on Google Docs, which means it works not only on your laptop, but on your phone as well. And if you're editing on your phone and your laptop, you'll see the changes live. And you can also have multiple editors working on a document at the same time as well. And we've got infinite undo in the document, so you can see all the previous versions of everything. We've got comments. They're all tied into the particular chapters. So if you're on a chapter, you can see that. And you see there's also infinite scroll. It's actually loading as we go. We've got shout outs built in, so you don't have to like give someone your codes. You just tell someone the name of your book and they can schedule you. And there's like a whole scheduler thing here. So if I come through the dashboard, this is an author's dashboard here. There are other dashboards. There are dashboards for narrators and publishers, and everyone sees a different thing. But see, we've got a bunch of stuff. So you can see your upcoming chapters here. You can see chapters that are scheduled. You can see, you can actually auto-schedule chapters as well. So we have, if you've uploaded content, and in fact, you can import content from a Markdown document. I typically use, I use Obsidian for this, but you can import it as well from Google Docs and from Word as well. And then you can just auto-schedule the thing and pick when you want things to go live, and then and there you go. Days or weeks, the usual one. I won't do that because it's already scheduled. Yeah, you got the narration dashboard. We've got a closed beta feature, so you can mark your book as closed beta. You can just share it with the people you want to share it to. They're the only people that will see it, and they'll see a notification that you've got it. It's quite, it's relatively fully featured, this thing. I've kind of tried to go all out. I'm a software engineer. That's my job. So, and also I have a degree in AI as well. So we've used some models. They're not actually hooked up yet. We're still checking everything for AI by hand, but we do actually have a detector. The detector isn't, it's witch hunts. I hate all that stuff. It's all very, very peaceful. The idea is that everyone is known, and we just talk to people. We just have a chat. We just everyone that's publishing on the platform is known to everybody else because it's it's part of a community. I don't know how long we can keep it that way, but right now it's very friendly. It's really nice. A few missing images here. I actually need to fix that. New, but yeah, this is what we have. I'm hoping maybe people will use it as well as Royal Road. It's not obviously not exclusive, or whatever. I've noticed that things like Royal Road, they have a very particular meta. So if you're writing lit RPG, you're going to do well. But maybe if you're writing romance, you might not do so well. And ideally with this, we have different communities as well. In fact, we do actually have different community homepages on here where you can make a home for whatever you want. You can make a home for Launchapalooza or for your own Discord or your own group. And if you do that, you get CMS level control over that page. So you can set it up, add competitions to it. You can add short stories. You're treating short stories as first-class objects here. So shorts become, rather than becoming a whole separate thing as they are on RR. Shorts never do well on RR. I love shorts. We've separated those out so they can be presented separately. Yeah, and that's it. I guess I'll hand back at this point, but you'd be very welcome. Come on over. If you do come over, click on the community Discord button here. It'll take you to the Discord. And then if you want to write, you can request an invite. It's not free to write on, well, it's free in terms of money, but you can't just sign up and write. You request an invite. You become part of the community, which is growing quite large now. It's a few hundred people. And then you can start posting. Anyway.
Well, thank you very much. And feel free to add any questions into the chat, and we'll hit them later. And also, as a side note, we'll be having as many people here who are the panelists who are willing to hang out and sit in channel afterwards, potentially help you sign up. So we'll just pop you into some channels afterwards. All right, Incon, are you ready?
Oh boy, okay. I better sit up. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Okay. I kind of screwed up the dates on when this was happening, so I put this together super fast, and hopefully it comes in under the 15-minute allotment, but we'll see. I am Incon, and I am paranoid about live demos, so I've put together a PowerPoint presentation. Enjoy. Everyone loves PowerPoint. So let's get started. I would like to tell you very quickly about my background super fast, and I'll tell you why. I've been a software engineer for about 15 years, and I built this fun little tool for the Royal Road community. And the reason that I'm telling you this is not to brag about my accomplishments, but because I know I have a reputation of being very silly and very sarcastic online with everyone I talk to. But when it comes to my work, I'm very serious. And that seriousness extends into projects like this. So, yes, and I'm Canadian. Yeah. So let's get right into it. Before I show you the site, like I said, I'm not doing a live demo because I've done enough of these presentations to know that it's rarely a good idea, even though it did work out for everyone else. Yeah, so before we get into that, I'd like to show you guys a couple of clips really quick so you have an idea about who I am. Just prepared a couple clips.
And that was InCon, everybody.
Okay, so moving on. So we're here to talk about tools. So let's talk about my tool, LitRPG Toolkit. This is geared towards authors, 100%. This presentation, I mean. So I'm going to do a really quick run through about what the readers can see before we jump into the author dashboard. I know all of us are also readers, but again, this is focused on authors. So I want to point out, first of all, very quickly, that the entire tool is completely free. There's no paywall whatsoever. Everything I'm going to show you is free for everyone to use. So as far as the readers, I've actually attracted way more readers than I expected I was going to have on this site. I have, when you first sign in, you choose whether you're going to be a reader or an author. And I was expecting maybe about like 10% readers, and it's actually closer to around 40%, which is surprising. So to that end, we started out the site. If some of you guys may have known, the previous site was our Royal Road Watch. I forgot what I named it before. It doesn't matter. But I've been collecting Royal Road historical data for about, since 2024. Yeah, so quite a while. So the idea with this site now, as far as readers are concerned, is that I'm pulling in Royal Road data, I'm pulling in Amazon data, and compiling all that to show people books they might like that are related to what they're currently reading. I've started posting interviews with authors, data dump articles that kind of dive into the data a little bit more and analyze what's going on with Royal Road trends and statistics. And then I started putting together like some curated bookshelves, new releases, pre-orders, stuff like that. That's going to kind of be attractive to readers more so than just authors. And on that, anybody who wants to contribute any guides or articles or lists, there are contribute buttons on most of the pages like that, so people can contribute their own articles or lists. They get approved by me, so I'm not going to allow anything that's like obviously bashing people or rude or offensive. But opinion pieces, absolutely. More than welcome to put stuff like that on. Oh, and guides. There's a lot of guides too. So writing guides, I'll talk about that a little bit later, but there's guides on how to do a launch, how to do grammar properly, and everybody can contribute to those. So let's get into the author stuff. So right away, the first thing that most people are going to see once they link their Railroad account to the site, which is a very super simple process. To link your account, all you have to do is log into Royal Road, add a little code to the bottom of your bio, and 30 seconds later, you're linked and it's done. You can delete the code out of your bio. It doesn't have to stay there. So you can see here on the side, this is a very big, long dashboard. This is actually only about half of the dashboard. As you scroll down, there's a whole bunch of tools and information here for authors. So let's take a closer look. So at the top here, I try to keep stats simple and easy to understand. One of my main key points in building this whole thing is that I don't like statistics that are difficult to understand. A part of my day job is turning complicated statistics and stuff like this into things that are easy for laymen to understand. And that's how I live my life. So I try to make this easy. It's a lot of complicated data, but I do try to make it a bit easier for people. So right away here, you're seeing, if you were on Rising Stars, main, this is what you would see. You can see your follower rate before you were on RS. So you can kind of get an idea of how awesome you're doing. I believe this screenshot is from Fid's story, Lazy Loops. I don't remember when I took the screenshot. Recent? Oh, very recent, the 20th, yesterday. I don't know why I forgot that. Anyway, yeah, so then you also get your pace during the run. So you can see, how many chapters you've posted per day, how many words per day, and then comparisons to what you're doing before and after. At the bottom here is your engagement funnel. So this is conversions of viewers into followers and also followers into ratings. I don't know why this is blank. There was probably something not right there. There's always bugs to fix. And you can see post-RS retention. So obviously he's still on Rising Stars main, so this is empty. But once that's finished, he'll get a full comparison of what his stats looked like while he was on RS, what he was like, what it was like before he was on it, and what it was like after. The next section, as we would scroll down the page, would be peer benchmarking. So we're organizing cohorts of peers into follower count and similar genres and tags. And then defaulting to a follower account as a base if necessary. So you can see here how you're comparing to other people. I get a lot of messages from people saying, I'm an F and that can't be right. And I'm very sorry for your loss. I consider an F as motivation. It is not a bad score, it's just motivation. I mean, you were on Rising Stars main. It's never a failure, right? But yeah, so the idea here is we're comparing against how many followers you gained during your run, how many you gained per day, like cadence, velocity, the peak position that you get to. Obviously here, Fid got up to number 1, so he's 100%. He's up in the top. It's going to be lower. If you get into main and you fall off after reaching 45 or something, it's going to be lower. Next section here is follower conversion. So this chart I find is really interesting because each of those bars that you see there is when a chapter was released. It's not a day, it's a chapter release. So if you're releasing every day, there's a bar for every day. If you release every 3 days, there's a bar for every 3rd day. And this is showing you your surges and followers. So you can see on any particular chapter release, if it was really good and you had a really high conversion, you can go back, check out what happened on that date. And then you can write more stuff like that. That's the goal, right? And underneath that, this is a new feature. This is just launched a few days ago, so it's there might be some bugs that come up. If anybody finds a bug, please let me know and I'll fix it. But this is very similar to your follower conversion. So per chapter, you're seeing how many patrons you're gaining on your Patreon. I want to call this out really quickly because it's very super simple to, I just saw the chat. It's very super simple to connect your Patreon to the site. All you have to do is click one button and then click yes, and you're done. Assuming you're already logged into your Patreon. And also I will mention, of course, that all of this is very secret. I know a lot of people don't want to share how much money they're making or how many followers, subscribers they have on Patreon. I understand that totally. It's entirely private to you. No one else can see it. I could see it if I were to log into the database and look for you because I'm storing the data, but I will never share it with anyone. It is private, 100%. It's all your information. This is my chart, so any Patreon information you see here is mine. It is not anybody else's. I'm only sharing my own. I would never share anyone else's data. I don't know why I made this slide a full screen, but I did because I just felt like it, I guess. But this is the master chart. So when you scroll down, you're going to see this is your big, large master chart. So once again, this is my Patreon data that I've put in here. So you can see I'm only getting 9 patrons. So everybody please go and sign up and subscribe to my Patreon and give me some more money because I'm poor and sad. We are allowed to shill, right?
Yes.
You heard the man.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, those are just jokes. I'm just kidding. But anyway, yeah, so this is the main master graph. So you can see here your follower increase, your views, and how many patrons you're getting, all in the same chart. It's got that little mouse over here, so you can see the exact dollar amount, how many chapters and words had been posted at that time. And when you're looking at this, I've made this just chapter numbers rather than like saying chapter 13, because as we all know, right, sometimes it'll be like chapter 13 is actually your 15th posted chapter because people have stupidly posted 3 prologues or something like that. So I'm always counting exactly how many rather than, yeah, anyway, you get the idea. That's it for this slide. Next up, what are we looking at? Oh yeah, all the graphs. So we've got all these graphs. Once we scroll down here, there's more graphs than this, as you saw in that big, long, super long screenshot that you couldn't read. But you're tracking chapters per day, ratings, new followers per day, views per day. There's graphs for everything. When it's overlaid like this, again, this is Fid's story again. So you can see here on the mouse over, you can see how many followers he gained on that day, on the 29th. And his Rising Star's position on main. So you can see very sadly that as he started to lose ranking on Rising Stars, his followers per day dropped off, which is very sad. But that's how it works. Most of the time, you guys are already going to have this information when you're looking at stuff in Royal Road, but it's better to have more graphs. I think I'm going to be over my time, so I'm going to zoom through the rest.
I don't think we have Stefan, so as long as nobody else is
all right, I'm almost at the end anyway. Yeah, so as we scroll down, this story here is from the last, the Hive Mind story that we're doing, because it has fun, lots of pretty colors on the graphs. Good to look at. So there's historical data. So this is something I've been collecting, like I said, since 2024. So if you've ever released a story and you were on Rising Stars any time between late 2024 and now, your data is probably in my database, barring a couple of exceptions where there were like a few days or a few weeks that things went kind of buggy. But for the most part, we're going to have it all. So there's a big chart at the top here that shows you the top 8 lists that you are on. Obviously, the Hive Mind never made it to my main, but it did get on a few other lists. And you can see like throughout the days what position you were on all the way throughout history. So you can set these graphs up to be a 1 day, 7 day, 30 day, or 1 year, or all time. So you can look way back all the way as far back as it goes. And below that, I've listed out every list you've ever been on and every time you dropped off and on the list. So you can see at the bottom, Cyberpunk, we got to number 17 was the highest, total duration of 21 days. But under that, you can see we dropped off and on the list. So we were on for a day, then we were on for 23 hours, then we were on for 6 days, and then we held for 13 days.
I mean, I see Magical Girl number 9, and that's really, I mean, honestly, that's all that matters.
That's all, and 30 days. Hey, we're still on it. Next up, there's the others also liked list. This is also a new feature. It's only been running for, well, I had to tweak it a bit. So it's been running for, I think about 4 weeks now, but it's only in the last probably 4 or 5 days that it's really started to ramp up and collect more data. So the May is pretty empty, but the June should start filling up again. So now I know Stefan's tool is way better at this than mine. So if you want accurate, others only, or sorry, others also liked, go look at his tool for now. Mine will be better probably in another month, and then I assume that we'll have parity. But until then, definitely use his. It's got a lot more data than mine. And then the last thing is the shout out calendar, which I did blatantly steal this idea from OC. So thank you for that idea. So the way
this was on principle. This was on principle why I refused to sign up to your site, but I have just
That's fair. That's fair. Hey, rising tide sinks all ships. So the idea here is similar to what, I mean, everybody knows how shout swaps work. So my idea here was to be able to let people come in and search and filter to find shouts rather than shouting into the void or cold DMing people. So the idea here is that you sign up, you click a button that says, yes, I want my calendar to be available for other people to see. Then you come into here and you can see a list. So right now you can see, it's probably too small to read, but at the top it says there's 14 stories matching your filters. So I filtered this down to only show me stories with certain genres, minimum follower count, that kind of stuff. And you can see we've got some good choices here. If I wanted to find somebody with lower follower count, similar genres, I can click on one of these, and then the system will send them an email saying, I want to swap with you, and then you can accept it or deny. Once you have this, there's a thing where a lot of people will forget who they've swapped with, and in the past, we've all done this on spreadsheets. So I've created this little calendar here. So you can book external swaps on here as well if you want to. So if you book it with somebody on Discord and they don't want to use the site, you can take their shout out code, find their story on the site, click it into here, and it'll show up on your calendar. Each date on the calendar shows you when you are supposed to post somebody's shout out code and when they will post it. And when you click on one of these, like I've clicked on the 13th here, it's a you and them. So if this was your calendar, you would be posting this story on your story on June 13th, and somebody else would be posting about your stories. Like, it doesn't have to always be the same day. You can switch it up, swap whatever you want. There's buttons here to copy the shout code very easily. Yeah, so there's no spreadsheets necessary here. It's very simple to use. And there's guest booking as well as pretty standard and mandatory. People can come in here without making an account, and they can book a spot on your calendar, and it'll all show up.
Quick question. Is it possible to add support for the shoutout at Stirring Pine links as well, so that someone can just add a Stirring Pine shoutout link to that calendar and have it show up as well?
Not right now, because everything in here goes through Royal Road's story links. So that I could probably do something like that, yeah, but it wouldn't work right now because it has to be linked.
I'm hearing a new API feature request for the
Yes.
Royal Road community.
Yeah.
You all must now build support for that.
We're all going to link to each other.
Yeah,
the other
I mean, I'd
thing-
love to
oh,
link
there's-
to Fiction Night as well, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Two other things just to quickly mention about the shout codes is one is that the tool will, if somebody has booked a spot on your calendar and you've swapped with somebody, the tool will go and check their story on that date and make sure that they posted it. And if they didn't, it will not yell at them, but it will let you know that they did not post it. It'll check for, I believe I've set it to check 2 days in a row, just in case there's a time zone discrepancy. So they'll have 2 days to post it. And if they don't post it, you get alerted. So then you can go and track that person down and give them a piece of your mind.
And beat them up.
We need the
Incon, I did
shame.
notice.
What
I did notice your shout
This is my
code,
time.
so you have a hard limit of 8,000 characters on your shout codes for some reason. Just
On
wanted
the
to let you know
input
that's a
box to paste
limitation.
it in?
Yeah, that's a limitation on your website. Just wanted to give you an FYI.
Oh, thanks. You're just plugging yourself during my
Not that Mike has a.
Okay.
You know that Mike.
Both of them just writing down the features of
I will fix that.
Mike doesn't work on your side. Just want to give you a heads up.
Right. And the last thing here, just quick then, is that I also have a shout code generator, but I like it. If other people probably don't, I know I've heard everybody has their own preferences. So you're more than welcome to use other people's shout codes. It's just an input box. So if you generate a shout code somewhere else, you just paste it in and it's saved forever. And then when you book shouts, it just automatically, both of your shout codes get swapped with each other. You don't have to keep entering it all the time. Okay. And then I believe that we're getting towards the end here. Yeah, almost.
Yeah,
so
we've got
the
5
next thing
minutes.
for... Sorry, what was that?
We just have 5 minutes on the stream. So
Okay, I'll be quick. I think I got 3 slides left. Yeah, so anyway, so this one, this is a huge one. I won't go into big detail because this could be its own entire presentation probably, but this is a launch guide that I've put together, a launch planner. Go take a look at it. It's in the nav menu, launch planner. It's very detailed. Basically what I've done here as a quick overview is I've tried to collect every launch guide that I could find across all of the internet and compile them into one big mega launch planner. So there's everything in here from coordinating shoutouts to how to figure out how to make your cover, to launching on Amazon later on down the road after your second book comes out. Everything like that is in here. Something like this obviously is no substitute for something like Sarah's Stream's course or getting advice directly from people one-on-one. Absolutely do that if you can. This was meant to be more as like a starting point for anybody who doesn't really know. And this answers pretty much every question that we get on the Discord every day, all the time, constantly from new people. So check it out, especially if you're new and you're very confused. There's all your questions are answered there. Next, I'm going to talk much faster. Next is, oh, actually, this is the second last slide. I've added an ARC feature to the site. So anybody who wants to do ARCs, you can come and post your ARC on here. Originally, I was just pulling in ARCs from like, what is it, BookBub and Leaf, whatever, all those sites. So they're in here. Only the lit RPG and progression fantasy and cultivation type stuff. So I'm filtering and I'm only pulling those ones in. But if you have an ARC coming up, you can post your ARC on the site. You can either link to one of those outside external sites if that's what you're using, or you can directly upload your EPUB or your PDF. You can gate it for a limited run. You can say how long you want it, how many people you want it. You can do everything directly just through here for now, or you can do an external one, whatever you want. I built this because those ARC services are stupid expensive, and I think that we need a better option for the genre. So yeah, so it exists. And that's it. That's my presentation. So for that little segue, go sign up, try it out. You can track your stats, you can upload ARCs, you can submit guides, and get more eyes on your own book. Oh, one last thing. You can claim your books. So when you log in, if you're the author, tie your account to Royal Road, and then you can claim your book. And that way, if you ever want to change anything on it, you can do that. And that's how you activate all those trackers and all those stats and stuff. That's it.
Amazing. That list, I'm going to be recommending that to people. I've been looking for something like that.
I actually, I noticed there were a couple of things missing from that list. I didn't see sign up for fictionite.com or what I think it's snowandpines.com. They should probably be on that.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't see a login button. I can't help you there. Anyway, well, thank you very much, guys. Very, very, I mean, everybody, on YouTube later, I hope you all, take a look at all of these sites. What we are going to do here, and by the way, Tyr, I love the cat. I'm just FYI, just have to say. But what we are going to do here is we're going to ask the various tools people to go ahead and hop into a channel. Unfortunately, we can't do it in the stage. It's kind of awkward, but there's a lobby attached with the Digicon group, so just join that if you want to hassle these guys, and you can either pair up. We could create more voice channels if you need, and get signed up for various sites. And then Yak, if you want to do the outro on this, and we'll call it for this stream. Not necessarily the outro, but the next here to improve pitch.
Am I allowed? Okay. Yes, so we will be back at 6 o'clock p.m. EDT for Here to Improve. An ensemble cast will read several stories from members of our community, and then they will give live feedback on that. And it's going to be really awesome, so don't miss that one. And bring your friends. So now we are going to switch off the stream for now, and we'll be back at 6 p.m.
Perfect.
Everybody who's going to be reading, please pop up on stage. Z,
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is our version of Here to Improve, the event where we narrate live parts of stories. We will read a chapter from each story submitted, and once finished, we will give feedback on what we felt was done well and what needed work. Okay, so today we have 6 stories that will be read, and possibly a bonus chapter if we have the time. But before we begin, let's meet our readers. Tonight we will have J.S. Avon, Code Sunrise, Sylvie, Erebus, Hack, and Hadrian reading for us. Each one of our participants has been assigned a role in one or more stories, which will be announced as the story comes up. For our first story, we will be doing 6 Shooter System by Erebus. Before we get started, would you like to give us a quick description and context for your story, Erebus, and where we are in it?
Certainly. So this started out as your classic Adventure Guild story, and when I was my wife actually had offered to make me a cover for it, and as we were kind of like talking it through, she had come up with this very Western style cover for it, and then she showed it to me, and she said, "Will this work? Is it like kind of a Western story?" And I said, "It is now." So I wrote this. This is still a work in progress. It's kind of a side project, but it is a fantasy Western as opposed to a Western fantasy, and it is an Adventure Guild story, and we will be starting off right at the very beginning with kind of the hook, the why can't they stay in their old life, and personally, I think it's one of the best chapters one of the best opening chapters that I've ever written, but we will see what everybody else thinks about it. There's 4 major characters. There's Jack, the main character, who's also the POV character in first person. And then there's his family. He's got his wife, his young daughter, and then his mother who lives with him.
Okay, perfect. All right, we will have our readers, which would be J.S. Avon as the narrator, Code Sunrise as Maria, Sylvie as both Ma and Annie. And we are ready to go whenever they are.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Lovely. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. If everybody else is ready.
If we have everyone on stage, we do, right?
All right. 6 Shooter System by Erebus Esprit. Chapter 1. Fire is the great cleanser. Death, consumption, and regrowth. Fire tests man and nature alike. It is wild and destructive, yet it is not evil. It destroys life and renews it in equal turn. Life without death is unbalanced. Creation without destruction will run out of room. From the ashes, new life, new creation arises. Instruction for the Apprentice Wizard. Pyromancy by S. Silastro. The Flame of Gaden. I loaded the rifle with shaking hands. Behind me, Maria held my weeping mother, whispering soft words of comfort as she stared at me with worried blue eyes. Early dawn light filtered through the window and the open back door.
I only had my back to her for a moment,
Ma said, eyes red with tears. I slotted the last bullet into place and locked eyes with my wife.
Go get our daughter back.
Maria said, fear and grit in her voice.
You promised me, Jack.
I promise. Stay inside. I pushed out the back door and stepped out into the grass. Our farm wasn't huge, but we had enough tall crops in early autumn for a 5-year-old to get lost in. 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been a problem. But then the seam opened. I took off at a run, listening for any sign of little Annie, but all I heard were insects and the braying of seam beasts. Storm stags had encroached on our crops for the past 2 seasons, great brutish deer that shot lightning from their antlers. Safest thing to do when they came to calling was to stay indoors and pray they left some crop behind when a slinger came to deal with them. I thought about that as I shoved my way through the budding cornfields. Annie! I hissed as loud as I dared. She could be anywhere. I kept pushing, hugging the rifle to my body. We told her to stay inside, but at that age, everything was a game, and the more we told her no, the more she wanted to do it. If one of the storm stags had... No, I couldn't follow that train of thought. Annie!
Papa?
I broke through the corn and came to a stop. Annie sat in a mud puddle, staring up at me with big blue eyes beneath a mop of her mother's red hair and a wide-brimmed hat. In the next field over, not 30 yards away, stood two storm stags. They looked up at our noise. They couldn't see Annie, blocked by the shrubs growing around a fence post, but they sure as hell could see me. One stamped the ground, electricity arcing between the prongs of its antlers. Annie, listen to Papa, okay? You need to run along home now. My heart pounded in my throat.
I want to pet the dogs.
Annie protested. Annie, baby, go home now. You can pet the dogs later. Mama's worried about you. I didn't move towards her, not yet. Storm stags were territorial assholes. If I did anything they perceived as a threat, they'd strike. I'd seen it before. Annie screwed up her face and started crying, but she stood up from the puddle. She stomped her foot angrily as she waddled towards the house. The noise startled the deer. One let out a bray, electricity building in its topmost prongs. Annie, run! I raised the rifle and fired. The bullet slammed into the deer's neck for all the good it did. Might as well been a bee sting. I dove to the ground, working the lever to eject the cartridge and load a new one. Lightning split the air above, raising the skin on my arms. Annie screamed. I fired a second shot through the fence, swinging the deer's leg. It brayed, more in anger than anything else. Then both deer charged. I scrambled to my feet, scooped up the sobbing Annie, and disappeared into the cornfield. Leaves and thick stalks slapped our faces as I sprinted back towards the house. Behind me, I heard the deer trampling as much as they could, searching for us. I didn't know how good their senses were, but I prayed it was poor. Most deer couldn't see worth a damn, but then most deer couldn't shoot goddamn's lightning from their antlers neither. The house appeared in front of me as I broke through the cornfield. I crossed the 24 steps between the field and the back door and slammed it shut behind me, breath raging in my chest. Annie wriggled free from my grasp and ran to Maria, who scooped her up. A few bounces and some soft words calmed Annie in a way I could never quite replicate.
Did they?
Maria stopped when she saw me put a finger to my lips. I peeked out the window, sliding back the curtain just a hair. A full herd of deer stood not 40 feet away, trampling our crops. I let the curtain fall back into place and nodded at Maria that it was safe to speak. Used to be, in years past, you'd see 1 or 2 storm stags in a group of regular deer. This whole herd was comprised of the assholes, at least a dozen. Life had gone from hard to bad ever since the damned seam opened up, 100 miles distant and still causing problems. Monsters of all sorts trickled through and ran wild over the plains. Deer that shot lightning from their antlers, foxes that set wheat ablaze with their tails, shifting trees that would set themselves up in the tobacco fields and go insane. It was more than any farmer should have to put up with. More than once in years past, I'd taken up my rifle and resolved to do something about it, but each time Maria calmed me down.
Don't you dare, Jonathan Bacon.
She'd say to me, always a bad sign when she brought out my full name. They're eating half the farm, Maria, I'd say back, though I wasn't fool enough to try using her full name. We're not going to make it through the winter if there isn't a harvest to sell.
Surviving is enough. The crops can regrow. You won't.
And that was that. I'd put down my gun, not that it did much against the seam beasts anyway, and we'd wait for the guild to send out a slinger to drive the monsters away. The guild was good at culling the local monster population, but their focus was on the seam. I saw more than one brilliant slinger get cooked inside his own breastplate by those deer, no matter how many times I told them to take the damn thing off. The age of knights long passed us by. Now the only steel that matters is the kind that goes boom. It seemed everything from the seam to frogweed wanted to take a bite out of my farm, and not a single damn thing was willing to pay for it. It had gotten to the point that a whiff of monster had us activating the guild alarm, not that it did us much good these days. It glowed from its place on the mantel, some enchanted rock carved with pretty symbols that, when certain runes were pressed, would send a message that we needed help. Help that took longer and longer to get here as the years dragged on. I looked out the window at the whole pack of assholes who'd moved on from the corn and started ripping my potatoes out of the ground. My teeth ached from gnashing, but there was nothing I could do. Maria had seen the flash of lightning almost 3 full days ago and called me back in, activating the alarm. The deer had grown bold enough to completely bypass my fences and makeshift traps and started running amok in my rutabagas. Maria bounced Annie, our daughter, behind me, making soft cooing noises to reassure her. Annie wasn't quite old enough to understand what was going on, but just old enough to share her opinion.
Why did the deer eat our food?
She asked, peering out from under her wide-brimmed hat.
'Cause they're hungry.
Maria said, enough exhaustion in her voice for the both of us.
'Cause they're assholes.
Ma called from across the room. She didn't even look up for her knitting. Ma, please, I admonished softly. She waved me off the most acknowledgement I'd get of wrongdoing and refocused on her task, shifting in her rocking chair. Her scarf was coming along, almost 2 feet long and made from red thread. We'd tried to convince her to move into the frogweed when Pa passed, somewhere that would be a little more comfortable for her, but she'd cussed us out, planted herself in Pa's old rocking chair, and said we might as well chain her up and burn the farm down. There was no arguing with her after that.
What's an asshole?
Annie asked, looking at us with her big blue eyes.
Ask your father.
Maria said. I lifted Annie's hat and bent over to kiss her red mop. She may have gotten her hair and eyes from her mother, but she had my mouth on her, courtesy of my own mother. Not a trace of my brown hair or green peepers, but listened to her chatter for 5 minutes, and there was no doubt she was my daughter. Neither of us ever seemed to be able to keep a lid on our mouths for long.
Papa, what's an asshole?
Annie called out as I moved away. It's a slinger when they take 3 days to respond to a cry for help. Maria looked over my shoulder, peering out the windows.
Still there?
Still there. I grabbed a wooden chair from the dining table and plopped into it, rubbing my face. We're going to lose half the harvest at this rate. Never seen anything eat like those monsters do. The farm was really all we had. All of our furniture was handmade from wood or clay, and Maria spun most of our clothes from sheep's wool, back when we had sheep. A different pack of assholes, same kind of fox thing, slaughtered our whole flock. Now, getting new clothes involved the sordid affair of going into town if Maria couldn't cut up enough old sheets or curtains to make do. Buying clothes wasn't cheap, and we didn't do it often. Town wasn't terribly far, but it took the better part of a day to get there on foot and followed a winding path that wasn't always safe.
They don't normally come this close to the house,
Maria said, looking over at me. She had a hard set to her mouth that meant she was worrying.
Should we go to the cellar?
I took another peek out the window. The deer had strayed near, 10 yards or so away, closer than they'd ever been. They'd calmed down from chasing us, seeming content to chew through our livelihood, but the proximity was still uncomfortable. The sight set my stomach on edge. Yeah, I wiped my face. I don't like them being that close. One of them must have seen the movement through the window because it stiffened, lifting its head up high. I froze as I made eye contact with it. The other asshole stopped foraging and stood straight as well. Maria, get Annie into the cellar, I said, struggling to keep my voice calm. Ma, go with him. Maria, bless her, didn't fight me on it. She tightened her grip on Annie and moved towards the cellar doors of our kitchen. My mother was a different story.
I'm good right here, child.
Ma, get in the cellar now. I hated raising my voice at her, hated the way she cringed when I did, but the herd outside took few steps closer. Steam huffed the air with every breath as they investigated. Lightning crackled between the spikes of their antlers. I knew more than I'd like to about this brand of asshole, and nothing good was about to come of it. The cellar door opened behind me, and I heard Maria and Ma creak down the stairs. The underground storage was packed with hardened earth and wood timbers to keep our winter rations and canned goods cool. A thick slab of solid oak served as the door. It could be locked from the inside in case a tornado tried to rip away the house. That had only happened once when I was Annie's age, and it hadn't been entirely successful. I'd prayed every season since to whatever gods would hear that we didn't suffer another windstorm like that. Turns out storms aren't the only thing that can ruin your life. The herd charged the house. I turned and dashed for the cellar, but slipped on one of Annie's toys that hadn't been put away. One of the stags tore through the window and a moment later shattered the wood frame. Annie screamed and my heart seized. I scrabbled on all fours towards the cellar, but felt the crackle of electricity fill the air behind me. I raised my rifle and fired, clearing the round with a practiced hand. The stag reared and the lightning discharged into the ceiling, igniting the wood in a mushroom bloom of flame. I dove back as the heat washed over me, reddening my skin, then turned and fired again. 2 bullets sat in the front of the stag's chest, and it didn't even slow down. I rolled to the side as it charged, bearing its antlers into the wooden wall instead of into my legs. The stag jerked, trying to pull free. The wood crackled and burst apart into flaming splinters. I primed the lever, fired a third shot, then dove for the open cellar. Lightning cracked the air behind me, and my hair stood on end. My hand grew hot, and I dropped the rifle on instinct. It hit the floor and burst into flames, black streaks burning through the wood. I cursed, and my hand went to my hip, but my revolver was upstairs by my bed. Annie had nightmares, and I'd been so tired after calming her down, I'd forgotten to belt it on this morning. I fell into the cellar, sliding down a few steps before I turned and closed the wooden slab behind me. Weight crashed against it a moment later, but it held. The oak was solid and well treated despite its age. Maria appeared next to me a moment later, sliding a metal bar through the latches. Once we'd used a physical lock, but Annie was so inquisitive that both of us were afraid she'd find a way to trap herself in. With the cellar door fastened, we backed away. Annie blubbered in Ma's lap, her big, beautiful eyes full of tears. Maria took my hand and held it tight. I gripped hers right back, putting myself between the cellar door and the rest of them as it bulged over and over again. A gap along the top revealed a flash of blue-white light. The scent of smoke filled the air, but none of it piled into the cellar. Pa had long ago put in pipes to pump fresh air in. We'd always thought he was just paranoid after the war, but now I was grateful for his foresight. I tried not to think about my home on fire above us. Annie was safe, Maria was safe, Ma was safe. That was all that mattered, but damn it, this was my home. A man had a responsibility to protect his home, didn't he? My hand shook and Maria held on all the tighter.
It's okay,
She said.
We made it. We'll survive.
I met her eyes, mine full of impotent anger, hers full of fearful regret. Pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm so sorry. She didn't say anything, but she held me tighter. An eruption of noise made us both flinch. Something fell on the cellar door and it sagged, pressing hard against the frame and the bar. Smoke started seeping in through the cracks. Annie continued to cry as Ma rocked her back and forth. Ma didn't look much better than the rest of us, truth told, but she kept a stiff upper lip. She was doing her level best to distract Annie, which I appreciated. I had no doubt it was also an effort to distract herself. She'd lived in this old house much longer than I had. None of us, save Annie, had illusions as to what happened above. Life was hard on a farm. You had to fight for every crop, disease, wildlife, a hard freeze. These hardships had shaped our lives. Maria hadn't been born into this, but she hadn't once complained. Taken to it better than I had at times. I held her as everything we had crumbled above our heads, my eyes shut tight to hold back the tears. A loud hiss of air from above made me look. The cellar door sagged even more, and a belch of black air slipped in, rippling over the ceiling. I pulled Maria down until we sat on the floor. Smoke filled the space, clogging the pipes pumping air down to us. I forced myself to stay calm. Deep, slow breaths. I let Maria go and turned. We had some cheese stored from back when we'd had cows, wrapped in a big burlap and bound tight to keep its shape. I undid the knots with trembling fingers, trying not to curse when they slipped. After a few moments, Maria joined me, her clever fingers doing what mine couldn't. She didn't even ask me what I was doing. I pulled the fabric free and looped the rope over my shoulder. Then I approached the cellar doors, fabric held up in front of me. The wood groaned, and more smoke spilled through the gaps. I tucked the fabric, plugging the openings as best I could before using the rope to tie the fabric to the bar. Sweat slicked my skin, and the smoke tried to crawl down my throat, making me cough and gag as I worked, but I didn't back away until it was secure. The smoke filtered more slowly now, but it still rolled across the ceiling. Annie started to cry more loudly, her little voice full of stress and fear. Ma tried rocking her, but it didn't help. Maria stroked Annie's head, and I went to them, placing my daughter's lap, and as I sat next to Ma. "It's all right, baby girl," I whispered, pointing her towards me so she wouldn't see the smoke still filtering through the trap door. Tears filled Annie's eyes as she stared up to me. 5 years old, such a smart little girl. Always asking questions, I forced a smile onto my face, ignoring the creaks of groaning timbers. "Hush, little darling. Don't say a word," I sang quietly, trying to keep the choke out of my voice. "Papa's gonna buy you lyre bird."
And if that lyre bird don't sing,
Maria followed, placing her forehead against mine.
Mama's gonna buy you an emerald ring.
The bar broke, the doors crashed to the ground, and fire flooded the cellar.
All right. That was excellent. Thank you to all of our readers. Now let's move into the feedback portion of this session. If there's anyone who'd like to begin.
Yeah,
Yeah, son, that was tense.
Go ahead, Sylvie.
It was tense. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time.
It was really good. I liked it. This might be a me thing and not a writing thing. I thought Annie was 10 years old at the start.
I thought I had mentioned that she was 5. I don't think I said any.
Was it the
10.
scene that was 10 years ago?
Yes, but we had enough tall crops in early autumn for a 5-year-old to get lost in. 10 years ago,
that's
that
me
wouldn't have been
then.
a problem, but then the seam opened. Maybe that's too close for 2 periods of time.
That might be me, but yeah, I thought it was good. The only thing I would say is that there was a little bit too much, like, I don't want to say it's navel gazing. He's not navel gazing, but he's thinking a lot about the past in the middle of this action. I feel like you could cut it down a little bit.
Okay. I personally found it very good. There were some parts like here near the end where they were talking about what was going on in the cellar. You have some big paragraphs. You could insert a couple of smaller paragraphs, maybe cut some of them up so that you've got a bit of a difference in speed there. Other than that, I don't think I had any real other feedback for you. This was very good.
Yeah, it definitely makes me want to read on to find out what
appreciate that.
happens. So,
Thanks.
yeah.
All right. Anyone else
I
have
like the-
anything they'd like to? Okay.
Yeah, I really he's fun to read. I like the voice of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, was looking at the chat. All right.
By the way, if people in chat want to say anything, you can feel free to give notes. We may or may not call them out though.
Right. Just give it a second here because it looks like a couple of. Sorry, Yak is making me laugh. Blame him.
Here, actually, I'm gonna. While we've got some dead, what did you think of the read, Erebus? I know this is your story, and you're a narrator, so no pressure for me.
No, it was good. I enjoyed that a lot. It's always one thing to like write a joke in. It's always another to hear it out loud. I just get like that much more joy out of it hearing somebody else perform something that I've worked on and spent a lot of time on. So this was, as always, a very surreal instance for me.
That's here to improve, guys. We're
We love it.
surreal.
Surreal.
I think they were
yeah.
inside when the house got destroyed. They didn't. We're not
Yes.
outside when the house got destroyed. They were inside.
I think the problem was that the herd was all around the house, so they had nowhere
Yeah.
to run to.
Yes. Right. We do have a bunch of stories. Do we want to move on?
Yep. Let's move on. Thank you, Erebus, and all of our narrators. Our next story.
If you're not reading
will-
a part, drop off stage, please. I'm going to do the same.
Please. Thank you. Let's see. Our next story is And Sold Below, Chapter 2 by, sorry.
By me.
Yes,
Code.
by Code Sunrise. Our speakers today are Erebus, who will be narrating, Sylvie, who will be reading Ruia, and Hack, who will be Typhon. All right, whenever you are ready.
Do you want
Oh,
me
wait.
to give a little?
I do want you to give a
introduction?
little intro. I'm sorry, I had a moment there. Please do give us a little intro.
So this is my novella that I have on Kickstarter right now. I'm really excited for it. The first chapter has absolutely no dialogue, so I really wanted you guys to jump into the story where it starts to pick up. Ruya is a very religious, sheltered girl who's just turned 18 and attended the funeral of her mother, and has found herself completely alone, having to walk back up the floating mountain of Osiris. And she sees a guy with spell tattoos on his chest and blue eyes looking at her, and he looks like a heretic to her and crosses the street to talk to her. So that's where we open.
Okay. And Erebus, whenever you're ready.
Ensouled Below, Volume 1, Tears of Ash, Chapter 2. Ruia's heart started to pound as the man stepped up to her. This was a familiar situation, though it had been some time. But this stranger didn't match the way other kidnappers had tried to approach her. They would try to appear harmless, friendly, or try to lure her away. She wasn't sure what to expect from him, but the world clicked back into place. The chill of the air was like a knife. The weight of her breath through the veil was too thin. Her shoes pinched on her small toes because she hadn't worn them in yet. Even the sounds of carts and people that passed by suddenly seemed louder. Scars decorated the right side of the man's shaved head and the back of one of his hands. The night wind pulled at the robes that held onto his waist with a single tight sash. The inscription tattooed onto his chest shimmered in a way she recognized. That was a real spell. Stite was embedded in his skin. What kind of man would sew monsters to his flesh? It was profane. Ruia clutched the spell silk tighter. She braced for anything as his lips parted to speak to her.
You have eyes that see?
His voice was smooth and low as he quoted scripture at her. A pallor of confusion washed through her. He desecrated himself and quoted the writ. Ruia couldn't turn away. The wind chilled her face when she removed the veil to speak clearly to him.
And is that here?
The boldness of her tone surprised her. Those eyes cut into her as he tilted his head to the side with a smile. He was pleased she was playing his game.
But not a mind to feel.
Her brows pulled together, trying to think of the reference he was making. The silence between them drew out until he quirked a smile.
But not a mind to feel the leaves underfoot from letters on a page, not the sense to smell the autumn rotting about me as I pen.
She had never heard those words before, though they sounded similar to scripture.
What?
Ruia asked.
That's not right.
Why am I even talking to him? She should just go home, but her feet and pinched toes felt nailed to the stone beneath her feet. She was frozen, pinned down by eyes like ice and winds that hungered for warmth. The stranger stepped closer, too close. His body came between her and the dark wind. He smelled like warmth and grass that juxtaposed his comment about decay. Ruia's chest felt like a tangle of threads that tried to unknot themselves in time to figure out what they were supposed to feel like.
Are you sure?
He mocked her.
Look at your fine clothes. You live in the upper district and you don't know the scriptures?
You shouldn't blaspheme by making up words that aren't in the writ of gods.
Ruia said sharply, because she did know her scriptures. There wasn't anything in the writ about rotting leaves.
Souls.
The flat answer was a correction. Ruia's nose crinkled as she failed to piece together his meaning.
The writ of souls. That is the true translation. I am Tithan Nadaria, and I do not blaspheme.
His declaration ended with contemptuous force. Ruia shouldn't have spoken to him. Her mind was like a lightning storm. The electric feeling was intoxicating. She had to pull away from those eyes. Ruia stood her ground.
I do not know an Adaria family,
She said. In the upper district, she knew the names and faces of the families of the Tenths, even most of the members of the upper district and merchants. Typhon didn't look anything like them, even the ones that traveled for trade. But Typhon's robes were not ratty and full of holes, so he couldn't be from the lower district. Unease prickled at the back of her head. Ruia was in the lower district. No one wore anything that screamed poor beggar. People were bundled tightly in thick materials. Ruia had a fur-lined hood and the filigree stitched on her funeral wear, but the same Masonic patterns were crafted into the people around her. Fishbone, basket weave, layered brick. Some were knitted instead of quilted with embroidery, but still in the patterns that imitated the stonework they revered. Ruia had always imagined the lower district to be full of starving, rakish men and women who weren't holy enough to climb the mountain. Her impression from childhood, while it hadn't been reinforced often, had never been dismantled until that moment. Typhon reveled in her confusion.
You know all the families on the mountain?
He mocked.
No.
She said, her cheeks starting to feel hot, which made them sting in the wind as her nose started to go numb with cold. Ruia's words wanted to bite with a rebuttal that she didn't have.
Am I expected to know you? Who are you?
Typhon asked her. His voice was like the sable of her veil. If he had mocked her, she might have left, but there was a deep well of curiosity in his tone. He hungered to know. He stood too close. Or had she leaned in? Ruia fought the disorientation with the truth.
Ruia tithe,
She said, gesturing to the gold patterns down the front of her cloak that spoke of her father's high station, but not which tenth she was. She took a small sidestep closer to the nearest hanging lantern so he could better see the stitches. It couldn't be that hard to see.
Ruia tithe.
Typhon echoed slowly, tasting her name like a foreign food. His expression became amused.
Should I know you?
What?
She asked.
My father is a tenth.
Understanding did not pass his face, but his eyes glittered with unwholesome interest.
Forgive me. A man's heart is frail in the heat of summer's gaze, and his limbs weak with a thirst for water he cannot reach.
This time, he said true scripture, as his gaze wandered down Ruia's figure. It was a blasphemous misuse of holy words to hit on her. When he shifted his posture, his robe shifted open and dragged her attention back to those stite spell symbols over muscle that seemed more solid than the mountain beneath her feet.
Scribe's right, potter's turn, and tailor's sew, but our bodies should remain uncrafted.
Ruia said. She hated the embarrassment in her voice when she meant to scorn him. He was so undressed. Her father didn't even walk around the house so uncovered. Tython glanced down at his half-open robe while brimming with mischief.
There is nothing more pure than embracing our nature,
Tython said slyly, as a hand traced the hem of his robe from shoulder to sash. His fingers pulled the robe open more to show off his body, and revealed a second sight spell that crawled down his chest into the sash around his waist.
There's nothing natural about a spell in your skin.
Ruia said. He snorted at that.
Come here and I'll show you natural. Tell me, sweet summer, what kind of spell have you put me under?
You're out of your mind.
Ruia said. The nickname startled her. She couldn't hold his eye contact any longer. A sense of danger overtook her, and the indecency alone made her take a step back. But she couldn't stop looking. This wild man, Tython Nadaria, grabbed her hand. Bare skin against gloves, but she felt a sting of fear and something she couldn't name. No one in her life that could grab her and get away from it unscathed. No one had ever brazenly flirted with her.
Lucian.
Tell me, Ruia.
Tython said. His voice seemed to scrape into her senses. He gripped her wrist so hard she couldn't pull away.
What kind of magic can keep a mountain from being a mountain and instead a cloud?
His attempt to pull her into more conversation to disarm her was obvious, but the hunger for information seemed genuine. Ruia still answered. She pulled on the truths she knew since birth.
This is a miracle of the gods.
What gods?
Tython asked with anger that punched through the night and made her jump. His words grew with intensity.
There are no gods, sweet summer. Only humans could invent such unnatural things like gods. Look at this place. There is nothing miraculous about it.
Ruia followed his gesture at the crowds that looked back at them. She tried to see what Tython saw, and found nothing that should spurn his hateful reaction. She was so confused. What kind of kidnapper was he? More people looked their way. Each set of eyes made her stomach twist. Kidnappers, at least, tried to be quiet. Tython seemed unaware, uncaring. He wasn't here for Ruia at all. He truly believed what he was saying. That was worse.
You're just a madman. Heretic.
Heretic?
Let go of me.
She pulled her hand away. Tython let go without trying to fight her. That saved his life. A flash of glowing blue scales whipped between them. The head of her monstrous viper slug spread as tall as her arms were wide in a harsh hiss. Tython flinched back. Lucian's fangs glistened and were illuminated by the bright blue inside his glowing mouth. Ruia lifted her chin as the massive coils came around her like a short wall. The smell of old paper, musk, and damp vegetation wrapped her in safety. Tython's eyes were wide, but he soon narrowed them. Lucian only incensed him rather than drive him away. His voice dripped with fury.
The miracles of nature do not defy themselves. You live with false doctrines. I smell rot in Ocarus Tithe. I will burn it out.
The writ of the gods guides us.
Ruia said. She let go of her spell script and ran a hand over Lucian's ash-white scales.
The gods protect us.
Tython's grimace grew darker. He had the look of barely contained violence. Ruia took another half step away from him instinctively.
Wash down truth to control little minds like yours.
He bellowed at her. Ruia couldn't be here. She spent too much time talking to him. A raving heretic drew all eyes. With Lucian beside him, Ruia had signaled who she was with the viper slug. This would reflect on her father.
Stay away!
Ruia shouted. Lucian moved with her, fangs still out towards Tython as the snake uncoiled to let her pass. Tython's words followed her.
I'll burn it out. You'll burn too if you're not careful, Tithe.
He shouted after her. There were a lot of people that looked in her direction as she bolted up the spiral, her fur-lined shoes smacking against the stone. The whole way, she felt chased, And it wasn't until she was in the high shopping district that she was forced to slow down from burning legs and her toes that felt bruised from shoes that were too tight. Ruia expected Typhon to follow her, but he did not. Those eyes and words ran through Ruia's mind as she looked downward. There was another pyre, the next body of the night blazing between drakes. She wanted to cover her cold face, but would get a mouthful of her veil because her breaths came in fast and heavy. She needed her best friend. The large head of the viper rose up. A dark blue tongue flicked through the air as he slid around Ruia in a circle to protect her from any danger. He would follow her last command to protect her forever until she said otherwise. She put her hands on his scales, his head level with hers, as the large face turned towards her. His long tongue flicked out again and made her laugh as it fluttered against her skin. She hugged him around the heat-sensing pits. The slime of his slug-like underbelly got on her sleeves, but she didn't care. Blue was her favorite color because of Lucian. Ruia took some deep breaths and let go of the monstrous viper slug. He put her at ease as she wiped slime off her arms. He was as still as a stone, obedient and holy.
All right. It was another wonderful run there. Would anyone like to start us off?
That was such a great read, guys, by the way. I loved that.
All right, then. I only have one little thing, and it's a bit of a nitpick, because really this was very good already. So nitpicks are about all I have. Up here, where was it? I think I've gone too far.
Yeah, I think I said
No.
something like feet twice in one sentence is one thing that I saw that I had.
You might have. What I'm talking about is this line here. Why am I even talking to him? Was that supposed to be her internal thoughts, or?
Yeah. So pasting it over from Scrivener to Google Docs, I missed it. It was supposed to be
Okay.
italicized and highlighted. Yeah.
All right, that was really the only thing I had. Other than that, this was very good. I would definitely read more of it. Let's see. Is there anything in the comments? Weaver says that it was a good introduction. He could feel the glowering.
It's a good dialogue between them. It's like not too overwritten, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's like a good amount. It's quick, but
It
it still
was-
shows
yeah.
a lot. You know, I like the dynamic. It sets it up well.
Thank you, guys. The Kickstarter's up now, and soon it'll be on Amazon, and I'm sure you guys will hear about it from me some more.
All right.
And if you don't want to tell me how you really feel, my DMs are open.
All right. Thank you to our readers. The next story will be Revenant Slaves by
Z?
Z. Yes, by Z. Who we will be wanting up on the stage here. Thank you for joining us, Z. Can you give us a little introduction to your story? Maybe tell us where we are and give us a little background? Z?
Hello, can you guys not hear me?
We can now.
We can now.
Okay, so hi, I'm Z. I'm the author of Revenant Slaves. Basically, Revenant Slaves is a space opera inspired by the older stories, the classics like Dune and Wheel of Time and the classic Star Wars. What I really wanted to do with the story was I've always been fascinated with how technology can advance, and especially those stories that try to be a little realistic in their sci-fi themes. But I was like, I want a story where where the technological advancements and the power fantasy system both can coexist, and that is what I tried to create over here. So if you love Warhammer, if you love Dune, and stories like that. And if you love the power fantasy systems like in the Wheel of Time or Shadow Slave, if anyone has read it, it has those elements. I've been struggling with this idea for about 10 years, and I've written my first volume is about to be completed, and it has taken me a year to do that. And it's a bit ambitious, but I have 10 more stories planned. So where we're jumping in with this chapter this is chapter 56. I know it's a very big leap into the story, but it is a pivotal reveal chapter, which readers know the reveal from the first chapter, but our characters in the story, they are experiencing this for the first time. So that was what I wanted to showcase. I know it's a bit untoward to just start in with the last chapter of the second arc, but here you go.
Okay.
I hope you guys like it.
Thank you for that introduction. Today we will have Hack, Code, Erebus, and Sylvie reading for us. Hack will be the narrator, Code will be Luna, Erebus will be Avram, and Sylvie will be Madam High Inquisitor Azaria. You guys can start whenever you're ready.
Cool. Revenant Slaves, Chapter 56, Luna and the Burden of Change. Avraham entered the room, and as Luna stared at her master, fear and apprehension began building inside her. This man had raised her. He had loyally protected her when she had been heir to the universe, and had taken her in after she had nothing left to her name. He had been the father that she desperately needed when her own had all but abandoned her. She might have loved him. She probably respected him, and she definitely feared him. She was already dreading this conversation they had put off for far too long. For a fraction of a second, she thought she saw the same fear reflected on his face. It vanished so quickly that she could not tell whether she had imagined it. By the time he stepped fully inside, Avraham's expressions had already settled back into its normal, stoic calm. But this calm was different. Luna did not like it. Despite everything, she had always thought of Avraham as human. She had always been able to sense something in him, some emotion in his eyes or in the set of his mouth, even when he hid it well. But the stillness on his face now was too complete. It was not composure. It was emptiness. Looking at him felt almost like looking at a porcelain doll.
You wish to speak.
Yes, master.
Luna replied. She almost lost her nerve then. The questions had been pressing on her for days, but now that he stood in front of her, she suddenly feared the answers more than the uncertainty. Still, she had come too far to turn back.
Who are you, Abraham?
She asked quietly.
What are you?
I am Abraham Darkflame. I am an inquisitor of the Emperor and your master. What more do you wish to know?
His face remained devoid of emotion. She hated the dead calm, hated the thought that this might be the truest version of him she had ever seen.
Did you start this war?
She asked, shaking her head.
Why do the people have the videos of my father almost killing me? Why do the rebels?
Her eyes darted to the uniform he wore.
You controlled every aspect of my life. You were responsible for turning me into this symbol for the masses.
She inhaled sharply, her face tightening.
Then you should have known what releasing the footage would do. You should have known the harm it would cause.
Her lip quivered as she glared at the ground. For a brief moment, she closed her eyes. Then, her gaze snapped back to his impassive face.
Are you saying you weren't smart enough to understand the consequences of your own actions?
She nearly hissed.
Was Lady Azaria right about you? Are you just a hound trained to do whatever your current master demands?
She paused in exhale, looking hard at Abraham for any sign of a reaction, any trace of human emotion.
Who's your current master? Who demanded this of you?
Abraham simply looked at her. Was this what had always been buried beneath the lessons, the discipline, the cruelty, the strange moments of care? Was he this empty?
I released that footage of my own volition,
Abraham said at last,
knowing it would start this war.
What end?
Luna asked, and despite herself, her voice was almost pleading.
To your end, Luna. For you. It has always been for you. Luna Lunaris White Rock.
She recoiled from him as if he had spat venom in her face. He had not used her real name since she had escaped her family's clutches. Hearing it now felt wrong. Intimate in the worst possible way, like he was stripping something from her simply by saying it aloud.
Ask your questions, Luna,
he said.
You do not have much time. We are having this discussion only because I have cut the room off from the eyes and ears of our High Inquisitor. She will not leave us in peace for long.
Luna stared at him, then forced out the question that had been growing in her mind for days.
You taught me the soul craft, something forbidden by the Emperor. You let everyone believe my mother was responsible for the leaked footage. For my disappearance, she might die because of your treachery.
She will,
he said flatly. Luna paused, taken aback. There would be time for tears later.
Are you the one responsible for the plague that killed 3 star systems? Are you Abraham?
Yes.
The answer came so quickly and so simply that Luna almost failed to understand it. When she did, the room seemed to turn cold around her. Luna stumbled. She had suspected, but this was too much. She could no longer look at him. Her legs had started shaking.
What do you want?
She pleaded.
To change the Empire.
All of this for me.
She demanded.
Why am I a part of this? Why did you do this to me?
Abraham's emotionless voice changed. His expression hardened into one of pride and reverence.
Because of your potential for greatness, your capacity for kindness, and your undeniable heritage. In you is the ultimate hope for change. It has taken centuries to place you exactly where you are, to have taught you exactly what you know. Countless lives have been sacrificed just for the concept of you.
As quickly as the emotions had come, they faded away from Abraham's face. Luna took another step back, her heart pounding.
I never asked for this. How dare you stand there, having killed billions in your mad fight against the Empire? Try to say it was all for me, for change? Because I have potential greatness? Kindness? What kind of mad scale is that to balance the lives of the entire universe on?
Luna was panting now. She had raised her voice without knowing it, and she didn't care how far it carried, because this situation was absurd. No, it was madness.
Who are you to decide what's best for the people of the universe? The Empire doesn't mindlessly kill people. All I've heard in the meetings is how High Inquisitor Zaria wants to avoid bloodshed as much as she can of both the citizens and rebels alike. You stand here claiming to have the moral high ground because of what? You groomed a child who was all but useless in the eyes of their family to be kind?
Haven't you wondered what the fatality index is, child?
Of course, I have, but you've never answered when I ask.
That is right, and I will still not reveal it to you, because that would be too easy. You have to earn that knowledge. You have to earn your hate of the Empire. For that, you need to see its foundations laid bare before you.
I've had enough of you and your cryptic messages, old man. I have had enough of the schemes and the lies. I refuse to be a party to this any longer, Master Abraham. No, Ibrahim, I will play no part in spreading your plague. For you don't have the capacity to bring change. The only thing you can do is break.
Luna had stepped back so far that her back was now against the wall, with nowhere to run. She realized how precarious her situation was. Ibrahim could easily kill her. What was one more dead girl to whatever he was building, with billions already buried beneath its foundations?
You are correct. I do not have the capacity to bring forth change in any meaningful way, which is why I needed you three.
3?
But Abraham didn't give Luna enough time to ponder the implication of the word. Abraham's face was still emotionless as he spoke.
If you refuse, I will find another to take your place. You aren't the first, and you won't be the last. Because this next step, it needs to be voluntary.
And you will let me walk away after revealing your name to me? Most notorious killer in the galaxy. Why don't you stop pretending and get it over with already?
His expression twisted again. Not by much, but enough. The emptiness left his face, and in its place came something worse. Hurt. It was deep, tired, and unmistakably real. Looking at him then felt like looking into a mirror that reflected all her own fear and confusion back to her.
How can he have that look?
I don't have to kill you.
He said quietly.
Because you will never reveal what I said here to anyone else. You won't be able to.
A terrible premonition hit Luna. In front of this man, the extent of whose power she couldn't even fathom, she felt like death would have been easier than what was about to happen. Luna felt the strain of her soul essence being diverted from her core, the same way Abraham used to do when he first forced her to understand weaving. But this was not the savage, tearing sensation she remembered from those lessons. This was smoother, precise. Threads of her own soul essence wrapped around her arms, her legs, her spine, and before she understood what was happening, she was walking forward like a puppet, the strings that controlled her coming from her own soul. She had no control over her body. None. She could not stop. She could not even clench her own hand. She was trapped behind her own eyes in a body that no longer belonged to her. Luna walked to the rack of training weapons, picked up a shock lance, and hurled it at Abraham. He caught it easily. Then, her body picked up another one and settled into a fighting posture, her fingers adjusting around the grip, her knees lowering into stance, every movement perfect but alien because none of it was hers.
This is why you will never betray me. You will be free to live your life as you wish, but never at the expense of us.
Abraham said.
Us?
Luna wanted to say, but her mouth wouldn't move either. His face changed again. Now, there was disgust in it, and horror, too, and Luna recognized both at once because they were the same emotions crashing through her. She fought with everything she had to retake control of her body, but nothing happened. Her limbs remained his. Then she turned inward. If she could not fight him physically, then she would fight him for control of her soul essence instead. There, at least, the struggle felt different. Not easier, but possible, in a way resisting physically was not. Trying to reclaim her body felt like clawing into a dark void with nothing to seize. Fighting for control over her soul essence felt more like facing a mountain whose peak she could at least see, even if she had no hope of reaching it. So, Luna turned all of her will inward and threw herself against the mountain with everything she had. She still failed. A tear broke free in her struggle with her own body and slid down from her eye, slowly flowing down her cheek. Her body stiffened, and she stood up straighter, and then,
all at once, she was in control again. She looked warily at Abraham, and he had a tear flowing down his cheek, mirroring hers.
How dare,
Luna paused as she realized she could speak again.
how dare you shed tears now, you hypocrite? I trusted you. My mother trusted you.
But it seemed their conversation was at an end, because the door to the training room opened, and at its entrance stood Lady Azaria, her brow taut, her mouth curved into a neat smile. Luna's chest exploded in a world of pain as Abraham hit her with his lance, toppling her to the ground.
That won't do, Yelena. Never get distracted in the middle of a fight.
Luna was bleeding from her chest. Abraham hadn't held back.
Yelena.
She had forgotten that was her name now.
Looks like it hurt, child. I thought better of you when you fought Zuri. This display has me doubting whether it was pure luck you defeated her.
Azaria mocked, although her eyes were wandering around the room, searching for something.
I'm sorry you had to see that. Lady Azaria, would it be okay for Zuri to take Yelena to the medical center? Meanwhile, we can discuss whatever brought you here. I feel ashamed. What kind of hosts does that make us, that our guests must seek us out?
Lady Azaria smiled weakly at Abraham.
It is good to stretch my legs a little, and I own all the Inquisitors under my command, so I'm not a guest on your ship, Abraham. I am its owner. But yes, it seems we have much to discuss. Zuri, take Abraham's apprentice. You are free for a few hours. Use them productively.
Zuri stepped into the room, like she had been waiting to be summoned. She silently walked over to Luna and helped her stand up. Before they were both out of the room, Luna stopped, causing Zuri to stumble and look at her quizzically. Luna turned back to stare at Abraham. His expression was that of a tight smile, mirroring the one that Lady Azaria had on earlier.
Go ahead, Yelena, and dwell over the lesson this day has taught you.
Abraham said.
Yes, master.
Luna said with a pained bow. It wasn't her bowing, and it wasn't her saying those low words. Abraham had taken control of her body one final time to make sure the lesson was learned. And that's all.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Sorry, I was muted there for a second. Didn't turn back on. That was an excellent reading. Is there anyone who'd like to get the ball rolling?
Yeah, I can give a quick one. I think the story is super interesting. Like all the plot stuff is great. I'm like super hooked. I mean, I'm a big sci-fi fan, but I'm like I like the intrigue. They're clearly close. I think my one note in this section is I assume that Abraham and Luna are pretty close at this point. It seems like a mentor-mentee relationship, and their dialogue, it seems pretty even so formal for that kind of relationship. It doesn't seem like they're super familiar with each other at times, and it feels like sometimes it gets a bit explainy versus them just talking. But I really enjoyed it. It was really cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kind of agree with that, but it also feels like to me that it fits the genre and tone that you're going for. I don't know. I'm going through a weird crisis where when I read it originally, and I wasn't going to say this, I didn't like it that much, but after like doing the read through, I was like, this is dope. I kind of really like it.
It sounds really good aloud, yeah.
Yeah, it was very excellent. I don't think I had anything that I wanted to go over.
I think one nitpick that I have would be Abraham's small paragraph of dialogue to Lady Azaria at the end. Some of the word decisions seemed like they wouldn't be made between a relatively emotionless Inquisitor to the High Inquisitor directly. Like, Lady Azaria, would it be okay for Zuri to take Yelena? Would it be okay sounds a little teenager-ish. It didn't quite fit the vibe of the character or the context of the power dynamic between the two.
Yeah.
That was an excellent catch.
Something
I'll
like,
go
would
with
I be able to borrow your apprentice would sound very much more woo-ha-ha-ha.
Yeah, like,
okay.
Lady Azaria, would you allow Zuri to take Elena to the medical center? Something like that would be like the formality of the situation. Would it be okay? Sounds just like a little too much. Teenager asking to take out the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
It's a really fun
Thank
read.
you for.
Yeah.
Thank you to all of
Yeah, it
our
was.
readers. Thank you to Z for giving us this story. We should now be moving on to the next one. Let's see. That would be an OP guide on how to build a wizard tower by Stale Crow, I believe. Yes.
Yeah.
So if we could get Crow on the stage with us, if you're not going to be reading or you're not the author, if you would please leave the stage. It looks like our readers today are Code, who will be narrating, Hadrian, who will be Fibriel, Sylvie, who will be Valara, and Hack, who will be Baldwin.
As a quick note, Hadrian could not be here right now, so I will be filling in for him.
Okay. And sorry, Stale, if you would like to give us a little quick introduction to your story.
Yep. This is chapter 1, so I'm hoping a lot of it will come through again in that. The general setting is like a kind of post-apocalyptic. Humanity has, been driven to one corner of a continent, but thanks to Fibril, who is a high mage and very powerful, they've basically like doubled their effective area. Emotionally, like from character to character, the idea is that these two, Fibril and Valara, have known each other their entire lives. They have crossed like every like moral boundary for each other. They have like been thick as thieves. They are each other's like number one supporters, but also there's just some like so much that has driven them apart in terms of like their stance and morality and like what lines like what is their final like straws. For Fibril, that was Valara, social climbing, taking outs, not like staying exactly true to what they wanted as kids. And for Fibril, that's because he can't get anything fucking done ever because he's kind of useless besides like in a straight fight. And he's kind of given up and is kind of just like drinking his days away. Doing good, being helpful, but ultimately not accomplishing anything else.
Thank you. It looks like there's been a small change. Hack will be doing Fibril. Wait, did I say
No,
that already?
I'm doing Baldwin. No, it's just confirming
Sorry,
you're good.
Baldwin. Sorry, you're right. No, I was gonna say Baldwin, and then I was reading Fibril, and that's just what came out. Don't worry about that. Okay. When you guys are ready, let's get started.
An OP guide on how to build a wizard tower. Chapter 1. Fibril downed another flagon of ale, slammed it on the table, and let out a cheer.
And that makes 12.
The alcohol haze hit him with full force. He could feel his vision turn one way and his body the other. His hand shot out and he threw a spell at the nearest table, splitting his focus between the worn piece of furniture and a wooden ring on his finger. It took panicked finagling, but he managed to match the resonance on both wood types, which caused a minor telekinetic effect. The issue was that even Fibril's minor effects were often volatile. The table shot forward, a smoking scuff mark left in its wake.
Ah, motherfuck.
Fibril cursed as he caught himself on the table, jamming his finger in the process. He steadied himself further, looking around at the expectant faces staring back at him in the tavern. Slowly, he raised up his now empty ale tankard.
Another round on me, boys.
A A raucous cheer that could be heard down the street deafened all the other noise in the tavern. Stumbling his way to the bar, Fibro crashed into the stool and immediately set his head on the table, raising a hand for the barkeep.
I think
He started.
that I would really like some water, please.
Sure thing, Phoebe.
Baldwin, the owner of the bar, laughed. With his bald head and over-muscled frame, he honestly looked like he belonged in a forge rather than behind a bar. Although Fibril wasn't in any position to comment on what job anyone should be doing. Fibril held great envy for those who could build muscle. He had tried his whole life to do so, but no matter how much he ate to bulk up, he never managed a particularly impressive physique. He was so lost in thought that he hardly noticed when the water cup was set down, and he certainly didn't notice when someone took the spot beside him.
Hey, love.
A sultry female voice preened beside him, and he stilled. There was a subtle twang to the voice, too, making it ever so slightly imperfect. If it were any other voice saying those words to him, he'd be halfway to buying them a drink. But despite his ludicrous levels of intoxication, for a moment, he felt sober.
Laura?
He said, tone friendly, but he also made a conscious effort to look anywhere that wasn't the woman.
Oh, come on now. Won't even properly greet an old friend?
Sighing, he caught Baldwin's eyes.
Get her a pint of ale, please.
A gruff was all the response he got in turn.
Not even gonna ask what I want?
Valera teased.
Nope, I'm paying. If you don't drink it, I will.
Having raised his head and facing forward, he saw the scowl on her lips at that. The drink was set down, and Valera reluctantly took the olive branch for what it was.
How have you been?
He asked, entirely willing to put off the real reason she had come here. He had no clue what it was, but unless Valera needed something, she wouldn't be caught dead slumming it with commoners.
How easy you forget. We were both down here once upon a time.
The thought was just melancholic now, holding none of the bite it had in his youth.
I've been busy. With everything going on with the Western Reclamation, the guild meetings, my God, the guild meetings. The other day, I had to sit in a room for 5 hours to talk about raiding rights of a dungeon we don't even know exists yet.
Real?
I'm not even exaggerating. Ugh, I miss the days when no one cared who raided what because we were so understaffed.
No, you don't. Come on. The meeting couldn't have been that bad.
You remember Tikimo? Big fat bug eyes, smells horrid, squeaky voice, looks like a monster burnt his hair?
April broke down laughing at the blatant character assassination of a top-ranked delver, almost choking on his water in the process.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
Well, he has a son. Now, imagine Tikimo. Are you doing that?
He played along and imagined.
Sure, yeah.
Now, find a way to worm in the word righteous into every other sentence. That's his brat.
Fibril let out a hiss.
Yeah, maybe skip that next meeting.
They talked like that for quite some time. Hours passed as they reminisced about their old adventuring days, talked about their jobs, and explained what they were working toward. It was almost enough to make it feel like before, and almost enough to stop Valera from doing what she had come to do. But not quite. It took her a bit to come out and say it. She circled it a few times, talking about education, its importance, and how the Western expansion could use talented mages. Eventually, she just came right out and said it.
Granted me some land out there, and a large amount of funding to build an academy. I want you to teach there.
He turned to look at his oldest friend in the world, finally looking at her fully for the first time that night.
I'm sorry, but my answer is no. I left academia and the wizard circles for a reason. I won't contribute to the things I despise.
It'll be different this time. I'll be in charge, and we can make those changes we've always talked about.
Valera started gesturing wildly, visibly excited and frustrated at the same time. She was beautiful, long red hair that curled in just the right way, fair skin and deep emerald eyes. He did not love her like a woman. They had tried that sort of relationship, and it hadn't worked out, but he did love her.
And who exactly is funding this academy?
That killed all of Valera's excitement.
House Morel and House Canberra are the main benefactors, with a large donation from the Crown.
Then it won't be different. I'm sorry, but the answer is no.
Fib, listen to me. This is everything we've worked for. I don't want to do this without you, but I will. All those things we've hated, the favoritism, the bullying, the fact that we had an evil professor for 3 years that everyone knew was evil, but no one did anything about. We can make new rules. The houses will be too busy divvying up the reconquered West to care about our school.
She rapidly began listing out anything and everything she could think of, coming shy of desperation.
I've already got a charter and scholarships. Half of our school will be Commonwealth. The West has so much usable farmland that can feed people. Growth is your favourite resonance. Come on, you want this. I know you do.
I do want that.
He admitted.
But we won't get that. We'll get complaint after complaint. You'll get hit with audits, and they'll be searching for any small infraction after they see how you're running the place. Then you'll capitulate, like you always do, and it'll be just another magic academy.
He returned to not looking at Valera, if only to avoid the hurt that would surely be on her face. Their section of the bar went quiet for a long moment, and Valera let out a long, pained sigh.
I lied when I said I'd do it without you.
A pang of regret hit him, but he dug in his heels and stayed firm in his decision.
You should still try. Trying is worth it.
Valera laughed, sliding her seat back.
No, you misunderstand. I'm not doing it without you, but I'll still be doing it. Fibril Harris, by order of the Crown, you are under arrest on multiple counts of trafficking magic items, distributing forbidden knowledge, and unlawful use of magic.
Fibril stared at Valera dumbly, mouth agape.
You're messing with me, right?
She produced a scroll. The parchment unraveled, hit the floor, rolled through the table legs, crossed the tavern, and made it all the way outside before coming to a stop. It was a list of every crime he had ever committed since he was 5, written in tiny font. His pulse quickened and his eyes widened. He scrambled to the door, collapsing to his knees as he read the signature at the bottom.
You got the fucking king to sign this?
He roared, both angry and impressed.
I've been planning this for a very long time,
Valera said evenly.
For your crimes, you'll be working off your debt to society at a location of the King's choice. I have negotiated on your behalf. For every student that graduates under your tutelage with excellent marks, a year will be taken off your contract.
Promising, Fibril looked over the entire list of crimes, heart sinking.
How much time is that?
35 consecutive life sentences?
You did half of these with me. I'll drag you down too.
He joked, searching for a way out.
Already been pardoned.
You can't beat me in a fight.
He laughed, enjoying the cat and mouse.
I have 10 holy knights on standby to deal with you.
That made him pause.
Real? Isn't that, like, all of them?
Yes,
she declared. He began humming.
I don't think that's enough.
He said as if declaring a win.
Maybe if you were sober,
she countered.
Damn.
He clicked his tongue, thinking of another argument.
I won't teach.
Then I'll have you brewing in the basement of the college. I know how much you love brewing.
Valara.
Sorry.
Valara.
He said, casting a minor stasis spell to temporarily sober up. His tone became serious, losing all humor.
Yes?
She asked.
We both know you can't enforce this. You're not strong enough, even with 10 holy nights.
I know. So let this be an excuse.
Went unsaid. He sighed.
Valara,
Yeah?
you suck.
She laughed, and the tension between them vanished. Fibril let his intoxication come back, certain it wasn't going to descend into anything more serious. Pacing, Fibril started thinking. He spun up several spells at once to balance the elements around him to create a null zone. His casual creation of such a zone would have sent the entire bar into an uproar if they were literate enough to understand what it was, and Valera had seen him do it so much that it got no reaction out of her. Null zones were a wizard's dream since there'd be no additional resonances introduced, and the wizard had complete control over which elements to activate and how. So he was understandably disgruntled when he didn't get what he felt should be the appropriate amount of awe. The brief thought of getting fancier crossed his mind, and then he remembered he was still drunk, and accidentally leveling a city block wasn't something he was interested in. With perfectly balanced elements, the area he defined became a partial sensory deprivation chamber. Wind didn't brush up against his skin. There was no heat transfer, and despite moving in the zone, the light around him stayed in its original position. He closed his eyes, and they weren't useful, and grabbed onto sections of space, separating the different elements and shifting their positions. Grabbing air could be tricky, but the easiest way was to start with the base of wood resonant with life, stoked into movement with fire resonant with sunlight. Feeding the ethereal freedom of the wind, he found the correct wavelength and began molding the air into the academy that they designed as college students. Once it was exactly how he remembered it, he encapsulated the air and forced its element to stone, creating a marble statue on the ground.
It has to look like this. Also, it's me and you. The other teachers can vote on shit, but you agree right now that it's just us. And we don't capitulate to anyone or anything, even if that means going against every wizard circle. I also teach how I want. I won't change that, even for you.
Deal.
Valera said instantly, and he was half convinced she would have said that no matter what he asked for. Fibril gestured to the scroll, the excitement fading and the drunken feeling returning.
So, is this the part you tell me the scroll is fake?
Heavy silence, and Valera looked away.
I needed it so I could do the unrolling thing.
He could still back out. With less than a second, he could teleport deep into unclaimed land and live out the rest of his life in a wizard tower. Maybe there would be other wizards who had done the same. He could have a neighbor. If he went far enough, maybe there'd be other civilizations that had survived the cataclysm. But then he thought of all he'd be leaving behind. He'd die alone, having vast power, but having accomplished nothing. Sighing, he pinched the bridge of his nose.
I'm going home. Pick me up whenever it's time to go, and I do not accept right now as a leaving time. I have things to pack. Need at least a week.
You'll have a month from today. Give me a list of all the classroom ingredients and supplies you need.
Yeah.
He waved her off and started stumbling back to his house in the outer district.
Oh, and Fibril?
Yeah?
I love you too.
Fibril turned back, raising an eyebrow.
I never said that.
Valara beamed.
You didn't need to. I'll come by tomorrow and we can pick out the other teachers.
Fibril couldn't help but smile to himself.
Again.
He scoffed.
She fucking got me again.
All right.
yeah.
That was excellent narration from everyone. Would anyone like to get this ball rolling?
Yeah. I loved it. I got right into it. Chapter 1, I was hooked right away. I just really appreciate like you went right into the story. I'm like, I know like the general direction it's heading. I can get the vibe of it. It's fun, lighthearted, but the description occasional lock, and I can tell. Like those lock-ins are gonna be locked the heck in. Yeah, it's just really fun. It's really fun. I think the pace is great. The dialogue is really punchy.
Yeah, the banter was really good.
Banter's great.
agree.
That's all
Banter
I
was
gotta say.
fantastic.
I loved it. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
personalities in the dialogue come out so good. I loved it. I like description, so I want more description, but it was really good.
It was really fun dialogue to read. Like, it was fun banter to read.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys really like the banter because when I heard about this, I had tuned in to A Here to Improve, and I was like, oh, okay, nice. And then I was like, okay, let me look through my like catalog of like chapter ones that I have for other stories and see which one has like good banter. And I was like, this one. So I dragged it out and then worked on it a little bit.
Well, it was excellent. Does anyone have any other feedback? Anything they felt needed to be improved?
I'm mostly just wondering, when is this going to be posted so that I can, so I can read it for myself.
Oh no.
Next.
I have like 5 chapters. I'm gonna be coming to Here to Improve pretty consistently, so I'll be posting those. But it'll be a while till I officially launch on Royal Red.
Well, let us all know when you do, because it definitely sounds worth reading.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you guys. You guys did awesome. Thank you very much for that.
You are very welcome. All right, let's move on to our next story. For those of you who are not part of it, please return to the audience. We will be reading Sunshine and Sorcery by Sylvie, sorry. I am not used to your normal name.
Not used to this name, yeah. My special name, my secret name.
Yeah. Our narrators today for this one will be Sylvie as Sunshine,
Oh, yeah, do
Code
you want me
as
to do a
Win.
thing about this?
I will in just a
Would
second.
you like me to talk about it? While we figure-
Yes. Yes. Do go ahead, please.
Okay. This is a kind of like cozy adventure about a little kobold called Sunshine, who is kind of new to the world. She's lived underground her whole life and then got kind of expelled from her tribe. And now she's having a little adventure with some new friends. And she's obsessed with plants and baking, plants and food. And so this is the first thing I've written in 20 years. So I don't know what I'm doing. And I started just bringing some chapters in, and they're in the middle of the story because the first ones are rough because it's the first thing I've written in 20 years. So this one is the first chapter of a 5-chapter shopping session. Yeah, so this one is the start of a long shopping adventure, basically.
All right,
but it's
then.
only 1 chapter of that, don't worry.
Perfect. As I was saying, Sunshine will be played by Sylvie, Win will be Code, Luca will be Hack, Enzio will be JS Avon, and the narrator will be Erebus. If those of you, if you would all get on stage with me here, please. I think you all are, but Sylvie, Erebus, Avon, Hack, Code. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's get started whenever our narrator is ready.
Sunshine and Sorcery, Chapter 18, Enzio's Emporium. The upstairs level of the Adventurers Guild consisted of a small hallway that branched off into 4 rooms. On the left, Sunshine could see signs for a strength and an agility training room. They peeked inside both rooms and saw adventurers using provided equipment in the large, sparse rooms to go through exercise training routines to increase their skills.
I suppose I should try and do some training if we have time while we are here.
Lucas sighed. Sunshine did not think he seemed excited at the prospect.
Could also use some strength training to help with your using your slingshot, Sunshine.
Sunshine was not excited at the prospect. She wrinkled her snout at Luca. Wind grinned at Sunshine.
Yes, if we can make time, it would be a good idea. It is much easier to level up in the guild training rooms. They have some kind of enchantment on them to accelerate skill leveling. It is another benefit of being a member of the guild. It does not make the training any easier, though.
The little kobold nodded distractedly, already walking away to look at the library.
Do you think she heard the end of that sentence, Luca?
I'm not sure she even knows we are still here.
Sunshine stood at the door of a room containing the most books she had ever seen in the one space. The room itself wasn't very big compared to some of the other rooms in the guild. However, the bookshelves that lined the walls, stuffed floor to ceiling with books, made this the most valuable room in the building to Sunshine. The books were packed so tightly there wasn't even room for a spare slip of paper to be squeezed in. Sunshine wondered what happened when something new needed to be added, and she noticed several piles of books set on the wooden, rectangular tables that sat in the center of the room. That answered that question. Each of the 2 tables had 6 chairs sat around it, for adventurers to sit and research. Both tables were currently unoccupied. A wheeled ladder leaned against the bookshelf on the left side of the room to make the upper shelves accessible. Or most of the shelves, for Sunshine. Wynne and Luca appeared in the doorway, as Sunshine ran her claws reverently along the spines of the books she could reach. At her height, she could mostly just see historical texts.
Are we allowed to borrow them and bring them back once we have read them?
She asked, finally acknowledging her friend's presence again.
Unfortunately not.
Luca replied.
Adventurers around here generally aren't known for returning things they have borrowed. So if you want to read anything, you need to do it here.
Sunshine sighed. Maybe she could do some reading while Wynne and Luca did training. At least then she wouldn't have to do any strength drills.
Come on, Sunshine.
Wynne urged, taking her by the claw and pulling her along.
We have some shopping to do. You can come back to the library later, I promise.
Sunshine made dramatic little grabby motions at the books as she allowed herself to be dragged out of the room, knowing full well she would be back soon enough. The final room on the upper floor was the shop. It was much bigger than the library, and seemed to be a chaotic, jumbled mess of armor, weapons, apothecary ingredients, and other miscellaneous adventuring gear. Sunshine couldn't figure out if there was any logic to the way the items were stored and displayed. Where she had expected to find neat displays of shields on the wall and easy-to-sort-through arrays of ingredients, Sunshine was instead greeted with piles of mismatching armor pieces, shelves stuffed with different potions and salves in no particular order, and boxes of daggers that seemed a little dangerous to sort through. There were bundles of drying leaves suspended from the ceiling, and many cloaks dangled from a single, multi-pronged rack. Sunshine saw shelves which contained what looked like food rations, along with messy piles of rope, notebooks, and other assorted adventuring items. The walls were covered in shields, weapons, helmets, and masks, hung wherever they could fit. No inch of space was wasted, and Sunshine wondered how anyone was supposed to find anything. Standing behind a small counter, which was buried beneath a length of rope, a bundle of dried leaves, and a large pile of some kind of stripy brown fur, was an older human man. He was tall and wiry, and his swept-back hair was mostly dark gray, but some streaks of silver ran through it. Sunshine thought that gave him a dignified look, which was immediately undercut by the fairly wild look in his blue eyes. His outfit seemed as mismatched as the shop, a green quilted tunic over bright red breeches, and a blue linen shirt. Sunshine knew she was in no place to judge someone based on their fashion choices, and she had been wearing the same robe for most of her life after all. But even she found the outfit combination a little off-putting. The man's eyes lit up as the 3 of them walked into the shop.
Ah, customers!
He cried, slamming his hands loudly down on the counter and making Sunshine jump a little.
Welcome to Ordencio's Emporium. What do you seek? We have a great deal on rope this week. Buy 2 lengths of rope, get 1 free. You'll have to untangle it yourself, though. That's part of the fun!
Just need to pick up some basic supplies. We also have some things to sell.
Luca said with a grin. Enzio's eyes got even brighter. Sunshine wondered exactly how bright they could get in this excitement.
Anything good? I know you adventurers usually keep all the real goodies for yourself, but any treats for Enzio?
Win and Sunshine exchanged a glance. Was Enzio doing okay?
Nothing too exciting, I'm afraid.
Luca said, seemingly unperturbed by Enzio's strange behavior.
Just a few decent weapons and shields to add to your already excellent collection.
Enzio gave a small sigh, then barked.
Moss, clear the counter for the customer!
Sunshine gave a startled yelp as the pile of striped brown fur on the counter began to move. 2 long, thin arms protruded from the pile, followed by a long, fluffy tail. Finally, an almost square head popped up, and eyes as blue as Enzio's blinked sleepily at him. The creature had tiny, round ears sitting near the top of its mostly flat face, and it stretched between them with its spindly fingers as it sat up on its haunches, staring around the room.
You have a symbol.
Wynne squealed.
I love them. Many of the people employed in our household had them to help with their work.
Luca raised his eyebrow at her.
Shut up, Luca.
She sighed.
I cannot help the house I was raised in.
He laughed and turned back to Enzio, who was still talking to his skimble.
Moss, clear the counter, I said. The customers, they need room to show their wares. Moss!
The placid skimble continued to blink slowly at him. An irritated Enzio sighed heavily.
Moss, please clear the counter for the customers.
Moss gave a happy trill and set about clearing the miscellaneous items from the bench. Sunshine giggled at the skimble's insistence on politeness, although she agreed it was only fair Enzio treated Moss with respect. Once the counter was cleared off, Luca pulled the items they had gathered from the Nixel nest from his storage ring and placed them in front of Enzio. Enzio nodded as he examined the weapons and shields, holding them up to the light and occasionally peering at them closely through an appraisal eyeglass. Once he was done, he leaned on the counter and looked at Luca.
I can offer you 30 gold for these weapons,
he said. Luca made a humming noise deep in his throat.
40 gold.
30 gold.
Enzio said firmly.
Which is more than you'll get anywhere else in town. Or I could do you a better deal to trade.
Seems fair,
Luca said, nodding. As Luca began listing the items they needed, Sunshine zoned out and locked eyes with Moss. As Sunshine cocked her head to the side, Moss imitated her. Sunshine lifted her left arm, and Moss did the same. She waggled her claws at Moss, and it waggled its spindly little fingers back, swooshing its tail back and forth happily. Sunshine broke out of her fun game with the skimble at the sound of Enzio barking its name again.
Moss, pay attention. Map of Zorthia, blank notebook, pen, black ink, 3 Assassin's Link salves, 3 healing potions. Please.
Sunshine watched as Moss leapt down from the counter and scrambled across the room, climbing up the shelving with ease to grab a notebook, pen, and ink before carefully climbing back down with the items in its arms. It deposited them on the counter before hurrying away for the Assassin Link salves. Sunshine realized that Enzio didn't need to know where anything in the shop was, because somehow Moss knew where every item of the inventory was located. Fascinating. As Moss collected the items, Enzio and Luca discussed payment.
The notebook, pen, and ink will be 1 gold for all 3 mappies, 1 copper, salves, 12 gold each, and healing potions, 15 gold each. I'm happy to give you everything except the healing potions, and except for the trade. That is a very good deal for you. The healing potions you will need to pay for at full price.
Luca turned to discuss the purchase of the potions with Sunshine and Wynne.
How many healing potions do we currently have on us, Wynne?
He asked. Wynne's eyes went blank for a moment as she checked her storage ring.
I currently have 3 on me.
She replied.
We got those 2 from the Nixel nest, and I still had 1 in my inventory.
Maybe we'll be okay?
Sunshine suggested.
That is one each. 45 gold seems like a lot of money.
Luca grimaced.
It is a lot of money, but if we are planning to take on a quest, it might not be a bad idea to be slightly more prepared. It's very easy for things to go badly quickly when you're walking into danger on purpose.
I will pay for these.
Wynn said decisively. She held up her hand as both Luca and Sunshine began to protest.
Sunshine, you want to buy some things from the herbalist, and we need to get you a new robe. Luca, you want to buy some things to teach Sunshine to cook. Both of you save your money for that. All of these things will benefit the group. No one is being selfish.
I'm not sure how my new robe will benefit the group.
Sunshine said, tapping her chin with her claw.
You have been wearing that same robe for a long time, Sunshine.
Luca said, trying to hide his smile.
It's pretty stinky.
Both Wynn and Sunshine shoved him at the same time, almost sending him toppling into a pile of armor.
Rude.
Rude.
They said in unison, but they were both laughing. Wynn turned back to Enzio, trying to compose herself.
We will also take the 3 health potions. Thank you.
Enzio was watching the mismatched trio, an amused expression on his face. Sunshine couldn't help but think he had calmed down substantially as soon as the haggling part of the interaction had commenced. She changed her mind immediately when gold appeared in Wynn's hand, and Enzio's blue eyes became wide and wild once more. He pushed the 3 health potions over and grabbed the gold up, grinning maniacally.
A good deal for you and a good deal for Enzio. Everybody wins here.
He cried. Moss climbed up to sit on his shoulder. Wynn just nodded, smiling, as she swept up their purchases into her storage ring.
Thank you, Enzio and Moss.
Sunshine called, as the group quickly exited the store. Walking back down the Adventurers Guild stairs, Luca exhaled heavily.
What a strange man,
he said, glancing behind him as if to make sure Enzio wasn't following them.
He certainly had a lot of personality.
Wynn agreed.
I liked Moss a lot.
Sunshine piped up.
I enjoyed how particular Moss was about manners.
Wynn laughed.
All right, where to next?
Asked Luca.
Should we get items for cooking?
Sunshine's giant, excited eyes were all the answer they needed.
All right. That was another excellent narration. Thank you, everyone. Is there anyone who'd like to get the ball rolling?
Enzio's great.
Enzio was amazing.
Enzio's a lot of fun. I think Enzio is the reason why this was the chapter that everybody wanted me to put in.
Yeah. I think all the characters are really clear, though. Like, even beyond Enzio. Enzio is obviously so fun. But, yeah. I think the characters are clear. It's a really, once again, a really fun group dynamic, which is nice.
Yeah, I
only
really
have
like.
one
Oh,
comment.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go, Jake.
At the end, the dialogue tags are very basic, and
Yeah, I noticed that this time too. Actually, I don't think I noticed it the first time we read it, but I did really. That did really snag with me just then as well.
Yeah, but otherwise it's great, and I love it.
I love the comment that says that Enzio is Mario with a merchant's heart.
One thing I did really like was Sunshine's interaction with Moss, because I know this is like chapter 18, so we're kind of a ways into the story and everyone's been introduced by this point, but I felt like that was a really good insight into Sunshine's kind of like character and personality.
I
He's a
really
sweet
enjoyed
little
the
bean.
description of Moss, by the way. Like Moss sounds great and fun, and I totally want to like Enzio Moss spin-off when.
Payne keeps saying
A novella. Let's have a novella following Enzio and Moss.
That's the next arc. The next arc of the story is going to be Enzio and Moss and friends.
Enzio and Moss.
Every chapter's a shopping chapter.
Every chapter's a shopping chapter. Yeah.
Like reverse isekai, it's reverse shopping.
That's called selling.
I really
selling, true.
I agree with the dialogue bit and like how they all come across clearly in their personalities. I was almost starting to pick up Luca's accent a little bit. And
How dare you make him Southern?
I'm sorry for his vibe.
I was
It's just a
trying
nice
so
farm boy.
hard not to make Win Southern too, because she has just this very particular way of talking.
She has
and
a very
announcing
particular way of speaking.
Yeah.
She doesn't use contractions.
And I love it and I hate it.
Yeah, so do I. Well, I did that to myself.
Just one last thing that I wanted to note: you had some places where were some heavy echoes.
Me.
The one that really specifically caught me was here at the beginning, where you use the word room, rooms, and rooms all in the same paragraph. And like one of those rooms can just be cut out. You could just say they peeked inside both and saw, rather than peeked inside both rooms and saw.
Noted.
There was also some repetition of sunshine, especially at the beginning.
I know. I say names too many much. I'm trying to
Too
cut
many
down
much.
on that.
In that one, I think if you for the second line that Luca says, I don't think you need him to address her, since she immediately reacts to what he's saying, and given the context of the situation, probably she's the only one he would be referring to with that comment. So if you get rid of the sunshine at the end of that sentence, you don't have a sentence ending with sunshine and then the next sentence starting with sunshine.
Got it.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for giving us your story to read. We will be moving on. We've got about 14 minutes left, maybe a little more. And our next story will be My Midlife Crisis Turned Me into the Villainess by Euphrydia. And the narrator will be just Code. So if I could have everyone else off the stage, thank you. And Euphrydia, why don't you tell us a little about this story?
Okay, it started as an April Fool's post that was actually real. So my midlife crisis turned me into the villainess, a second coming of age story, memoir, fantasy, essay. It is only one chapter. You're starting with the first chapter, but basically I'm world building it right now because it was me screaming into the void, but it got some feedback on some social media posts. So really, Raina had a plan for a Wednesday. It really didn't survive her contact with HR, her fiance, or a bridge collapse. So it's an isekai. But again, it's really alpha, and I only ask, please be gentle. I really appreciate green feedback. I'm 3 days into a convention, and I'm on my 6th espresso today.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Code, whenever you're ready.
Okay. I have been at this for a while, so if I have to take a break to have some tea, forgive me.
No worries.
Thank you. My midlife crisis turned me into the villainess. Chapter 1. So it begins. In retrospect, the signs were all there. I just wasn't paying attention to them. It started with last-minute meetings with senior leadership. There was no agenda or information shared in advance, just a calendar invite and the expectation that I would drop everything to show up. I did, promptly answering questions about what I do for work. A jack of all trades, I would say, with a professional smile. The weave that keeps the process going. I distilled my team's contributions into actionable takeaways. Created training modules for our clients, complete with presenter guides and ways to measure application of knowledge. In reply, they told me that I need a second. I've been talking a lot. The weave that keeps the process going. I distilled my team's contributions into actionable takeaways. Created training modules for our clients, complete with presenter guides and ways to measure application of knowledge. In reply, they told me that change was That change was coming. Additional responsibility was on the table for the taking, and a promotion seemed like the logical conclusion. The next meeting was called on a Wednesday, 20 minutes before it was to begin. Nothing earth-shattering happens on Wednesdays. This turned out to be incorrect, at least in my case. I remoted in from my shared workspace. No need to drive to headquarters. Center City was reserved for important meetings. This one wasn't even important enough to get a shared agenda. Gerald, the squat and sturdy succulent keeping tabs on my hoteling desk, stood guard. "Morning," I said to him as I sat down. After sweeping my long black hair over my shoulders to keep it out of the way, I put my earbuds in. With my notebook turned to a fresh page out of habit, I waited for the director to arrive. Whatever we discussed, it needed to be documented. They all connected at once. My director, his director, then someone from HR whose name I didn't recognize was admitted from the virtual lobby. Did something happen to a colleague? No. Something was about to happen to me. The trio called it a restructure. That much I remember. I couldn't quite follow the entire script they were reading from. Something about the current climate. At one point, they apologized for not making room for me in the new organizational chart. I was thanked for my contributions and asked for my personal email address so they could forward information about my severance package to me. But it's Wednesday. People are fired on Fridays. After shaking off an icy paralysis, I confirmed I received an email from Lady HR. Out of habit, I suppose, I thanked them for the opportunity to work for them for the last 7 years. I never caught their reply. IT had remotely accessed my laptop and taken control of it. First, the meeting was closed, then my work email. The VPN was left up until they logged me out of Windows. I looked down at my notepad to see what, if anything, I had written. Return laptop within 1 week. See personal email for instructions. Or what? Will they fire me again? No, probably just charge me full MSRP despite it being used upon my receipt. The screen went dark. In its reflection, a face looked back. Long black hair still over my shoulders, brown eyes that had turned rigid. Not my eyes, the eyes of someone hurting. Someone who should have seen it coming. Someone who didn't deserve such discourtesy. Around me, the shared workspace continued not getting fired. Someone 2 desks over was on a call with another company about Q4 projections. A woman near the window was typing very fast about something she was passionate about. The espresso machine in the kitchen area made its usual sound, and yet this place was no longer relatable. Alien. Unsafe. I capped my pen and closed my notebook. The work earbuds were shuffled away next, coiled swiftly to keep them from tangling. Gerald stood stoically in the corner. "You'll be fine," I told him in a whisper. "You always are." Gerald met my expectations by not responding. This was one of his better qualities. "Your next teammate will ensure your survival, I'm certain." With everything packed away in its place in my utilitarian backpack, I no longer had any need to linger. I could only get a credit back for leaving my rental space early, but it didn't matter. I wasn't coming back. The next thing I remember is standing on the sidewalk. It was October, the month when the weather was either beautiful or aggressive, with nothing in between. Today was bright and brisk, asserting itself on the underdressed. No job effective immediately. I remember that line now. I should text the artist with the news. He was my fiancé in residence. A gorgeous hunk of a man with a free spirit. A blonde Adonis that was distracting to the point of sensual absurdity. I was much too old for him, but he told me he didn't believe in things like midlife crises. He called them journeys, and he assured me he was looking forward to walking that path together. All he needed was our apartment and time to create his masterpieces, and I had believed him. He didn't respond right away, but I wasn't terribly concerned. It was mid-morning, and he was probably in the middle of painting. He had a new patron, and after buying a few of his more eclectic pieces, commissioned him to create art for her company's lobby. Perhaps this would be his big break. Should I try to get back into painting now, too? No, it would be better if I focus on finding a new job. Just 2 blocks to the train station. The commuter trains run every 20 minutes. If I hurry, I won't have to wait on the platform for terribly long. As if I had somewhere important to be. Made it just in time. With a seat by the window and the city sliding past, I opened my phone. My message to the artist was still unread. Time for an Otome game. I had downloaded one earlier in the month based on the visuals alone. Playing them was not so much a hobby as a periodic, strategic deployment of narrative escapism. And eye candy. Alright, maybe, just maybe, I enjoy the level of absurd drama in them, since it's very clear that every character has major personality issues. But they're a product built to attract an audience like me, so it's not really their fault, is it? The trailer loaded and I repurposed my work earphones. The world was lush and strange, a spirit realm of some kind, the aesthetic pulling from several somewheres I couldn't immediately place. The creatures were not quite human. Creatures that were not quite human moved through landscapes that were not quite natural, an ethereal glow coating it all. The music accompanying them sounded slightly dangerous, a warning that they were not to be trifled with. Then a hero emerged from the darkness. He was clad in champion's blue and bore the chauvinistic grin of someone who had never once taken no for an answer. Then came the villain. He appeared in the corner of a frame that was otherwise occupied by the hero's party. Half in shadow, amber skin, goat horns, gold horizontal pupils against the backdrop of midnight irises. A bare chest slathered in gold jewelry. He must have been a little cold, so he had opted to wear a cape. Or perhaps he was just invested in its signature swirl. Then the title shot split down the middle, forming 2 buttons. You can play as the villain from the get-go? No, he's clickbait. An add-on DLC. I grumbled over the idea of a microtransaction so soon after losing my income, but was $2.99 really going to make or break me at this point? I started the download. At 17%, the install failed. Damn underground tunnels. When were they going to get around to installing Wi-Fi on the train? I tried again, forgetting that there were 3 more scheduled descents into the Underdark. With a groan, I watched the trailer again. The hero's party was all human, all male, all the same shade of pale. But the monsters? The monsters were where the real artist had been unleashed. All colors, all genders, some with no discernible gender. Humanoids, yes, but humanoids of multiple mythologies represented, each one rendered with care and creativity. They were my kind of eye candy. And I think one woman is a dragon. The train was pulling away from my stop when I realized I was still on it. What is wrong with me today? Oh, right. I was fired. I lurched up, stumbling towards the doors as they hissed shut. I got off at the next stop and walked back, which added 12 minutes to the commute, but whatever. Brisk weather requires brisk walking. And at least my legs were doing something useful. I pulled my phone from my pocket and let the game download over cellular as I made my way home. My apartment door was unlocked. Even stranger, there was a pair of Louis Vuittons just inside the doorway. Much too small for me, yet apparently used. A heavy perfume in the air? I walked in further, forgetting to ditch my orthopedic flats, a silk bra on my kitchen table, a rose sweater in my hallway. Neither was mine. It was bad enough to walk in on a couple in flagrante delicto, but not even to be noticed during the act. Something in the back of my lizard brain broke. I didn't scream over their screams. I merely closed my bedroom door carefully, picked up the clothes strewn about, then I saw those damnable Louis Vuittons again. I picked them up by the heels, too. After stuffing it all into a cheap cloth shopping bag, I stepped out, slamming the door behind me. Down the stairs I went on a mission even I didn't understand. The Harpsichord Bridge. It had a pedestrian path across it, making it one of the few ways you could walk into the city without crossing the 6-lane highway. It was safe, secure, anchoring. From its middle was the perfect place to toss that home records unmentionables. You might be trying to defend her, that perhaps she didn't know she was the other woman, that perhaps it was all orchestrated by my fiancé. Let me stop you right there. Artist and I had matching coffee mugs on our kitchen table. My stuff was everywhere, in its place, but clearly there. And regarding how I was going to get my revenge on the artist, I hadn't planned that step yet, but you can be sure I would proceed with a commensurate level of retribution. Let's be realistic. I knew better than to think she would run home naked. She was probably rich enough to have an entire clothing store delivered express. But it was the best I could manage at the time. One of the bridge's cords required climbing. I needed the height, the angle, the vantage point. Simply hurling the bag over the pedestrian wall wouldn't do. The shoes had to sink, and I needed to see it happen. They fell out of the bag during their descent because I made sure to hurl it end over end. I even filmed it with my other hand on my smartphone, leaning out to get the perfect angle. Splash. It was moderately satisfying to see the outcome. Ping. A notification. The villain's route has downloaded. Perhaps a victory iced latte at my local cafe, along with a dive into Chapter 1. Don't think about the price. Think about how it will help you clear your head so you can look for a new job, and how to break it off with the artist. And break him, too. The earthquake hit like a kick to the spine from behind, sudden, vicious, and somehow personal. I slipped as the bridge convulsed, my phone fell, and my hands clawed at the metal wires, but the vibration had already won. I fell backwards, plummeting through the air. Karma? Absolutely not. I don't deserve this. Not any of this. I hit the cold water and everything went dark. Up. I have to go up. Which way is up? Something massive and muscular slammed into me, large and shadowed. It was something moving with purpose. The impact knocked the air from my lungs, spraying out in a stream of bubbles. Before I could process what had hit me, it pushed against me again, driving me towards a wide, diffuse ray of light. Everything on the surface was all wrong. Even the water I floated in didn't make any sense. It was warm and salty now, and the wrong color. Too blue, missing the industrial gray sediment beneath. The sky was also wrong. A lighter, airier cerulean, one I would associate with a sandy tropical beach, with no bridge to be found. I half swam, half slogged through the waves of water towards shore. How in the world? Those damn shoes had beaten me here. I took solace in the fact that they had mostly disintegrated, not made to withstand being wet. In contrast, my flats held. They were grounded and sensible, the shoes of a woman who had gone to work that morning without knowing it was going to be that kind of day. The Louis Vuittons, however, somehow still gleamed with spite. I picked them up, water streaming from the shredding leather. They were ridiculous, expensive, completely impractical for a tropical beach in a world that did not exist. I flung them far into the water, hoping the tide wouldn't be so cruel as to show them to me yet a third time. Then I turned away from the ocean, only to see a large, impossibly sized dragon swoop towards the beach. I froze. The sleeve I was wringing out falling from between my fingers. An army of monsters jumped from its back and charged. At least this time I saw the monsters coming for me. And so I started to laugh. Not a little titter. It was a bellowing laugh of a mad woman, one that required the use of every core abdominal muscle. What the hell? Let's go for the final pose. I always associated with unhinged femme fatales. I was the villain now, all out for petty revenge. Oh, I laughed, pulling up the back of my hand to my mouth. I was clearly not long for this or any world, so why be so serious in my final moments? The creatures of wherever this was stopped several feet away, forming a nervous semicircle. Maybe they feared I was contagious? I laughed harder, putting both my hands to my sides. Don't you get it? I bellowed as they stepped back collectively. I've left them all behind and with no shoes to fill.
Amazing. I loved it. That's yeah. Thank you, Code. I
I
hope
had
your
fun
voice is
reading
doing
it.
well.
Thank you. Yep, I'm having my tea now.
So I noticed things while you're reading it. So thank you so much. I noticed I used, I even wrote it in the chat, like angle twice in somewhere. I'm gonna try. I can't pronounce Louboutins. I can't afford them, let alone pronounce them. So
Yeah, it was a lot of
Let's
fun.
see.
The first time I read it, I think we should invite more people to come up and give feedback in voice chat if they want, right? But I definitely, the
Oh,
first
Jay
time I read
wants.
it, yeah, the first time I read it, I didn't quite understand why the other characters weren't talking. And then while I was reading it this time, I was like, oh, because they don't freaking matter, right? None of these people matter. I just think that the way you do tenses and transitions could be a little sharper so that it feels less like distant, right? I feel like you could get a little bit more interiority during transitions and action so that it doesn't feel like we're 3 steps back.
Yep.
But it was great. It was good.
I am so angry that this is a female MC because I want to read this.
You would
Don't
want
you
to
get it? I've left them all behind and with no shoes to fill. For those of you who don't know, Jay loves being the villain.
I love
Oh man, I wish I had gone that crazy, but I just couldn't.
So that was my take. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Oh, Weaver's here. Weaver, do you have something you'd like to say?
I was gonna say it would be hilarious if it was a duet pair, and the male narrator did all the female lines like this because she was a villain. That would not work in practice, but I would love it. I'm cool with it. We can talk to Tess about that.
With that, it looks like we have hit 5:09. Sorry, that would be 8:09 for those of you in the East. So that is time. I'd like to thank everyone for joining us for Here to Improve. It has been great fun, and it has been a pleasure to be in charge of that today. Thank you all for coming.
All right. UPG in a minute or two, and then we can get started.
Okay.
Yep,
That
I
is
think
me out.
we'll cut the stream away for just a minute, and then we'll be back in just a couple minutes, folks.
Yeah. So the original title for this panel was Weaver Mansplains Comedy to Euphrydia, and it kind of spun out of that. Okay,
Go on.
go on. So, did you know that I did Chinese theater as a kid? My
No.
grandmother's Taiwanese, and we did this show. It's called The Bushel of Love. I don't speak any Chinese. I took one semester. Um, and every time we did practice, I was like the white boyfriend of one of the daughters. This is an actual play. It's called The Bushel of Love. And every time we did the lines, like I practiced it, and then I was like, I've heard this thing 1,000 times. It's not funny to me anymore. Then when we performed it live, like the 2 times we performed it live after practicing for months and months, when I did that, went out into my 7 lines, the whole room lit up because it was brand new to everyone there. So like, the problem with comedy is like you might not think it's funny the second time around, but if you've read through the script a bunch of times, you're like, I don't know if this is funny. So that's where you need to get outside help.
Does it eventually come back around that you've done it so many times that it becomes funny as again?
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like a running joke. It's like one of the things that I would recommend you guys do is have some running gags and that are inside your world that do not specifically reference pop culture, that are like in-world things. And the big thing here is Clive's wife. That is funny because it's a running gag that he keeps doing to everybody, right? But yeah, so let's get into comedy versus satire. Or do we want to go over? Yeah, so I want to go over
writing
Go ahead.
first. Yeah,
Writing
let's
first.
talk. Yeah, that I think because yeah,
Okay. No one is coming to unlock the secrets of your thing. Every writer I know has a very specific technique that they've got into that they do. So I'm going to talk about my thing real quick. So I draft in Obsidian. I have it mirrored. I have my vault in Obsidian mirrored. So it's like Google Docs. It's like every computer I own has the same vault. So if I type it into my computer, it is mirrored on my phone and my tablet. And then when I've done a chapter, I'll put it into Google Docs and then Patreon and Royal Road, right? So like that is a specific thing that I do. That's my process because I'm dictating most of my chapters, right? And I didn't get there to start. Like at the beginning, I was typing long form on Google Docs on my phone and then on a computer. So I could only get on. I would only open it when it was sitting on a computer with Google Docs open, right? And I was like, this is like unnecessarily giving me too many steps to activate this. So right. So the more convenient it is for you to do the thing, the less energy you're going to have to expend to do it. You agree?
me. Oh no. Yeah, I do. And I'm still figuring out my process, right? So I started with Google Docs and found out that my so I was in the Grammarly. Some people use Pro Writing Aid. For some reason, I couldn't get Pro Writing Aid to work. But funny thing, when you combine your hardware with your software, sometimes things don't work out the way that you want them to. And I actually had a computer that did not like Google Docs and Grammarly together so bad that it actually caught on fire at one point. So, one thing about being consistent with the process and having the right tools and also the process and things involved. So, once I finish the series I'm working on, I'm actually going to switch over to maybe something like Obsidian. But yes, how many clicks does it take you to open up a Word document is actually something I argue in my day job for healthcare. Is how many clicks does it take to get you inside the medical record? Just as how many clicks does it take to open up a document you can write in? So number one, I do carry a notebook. I write notes that nobody else can absolutely read. I'm left-handed, and I smear across the page. And also, I write and have. It's not even like true shorthand. It's like this is the shorthand I picked up in nursing school, and also use it for words that aren't medical. So I don't think anybody else can read it, which is cool. It's like secret language. But again, having a process, making it really easy to get to actually sit down. Where's that panel? It's already gone because we're in chat. But you know, it's the same as handing that pencil to somebody and writing. So yeah.
Yeah. So think of it this way. You want the things you want to do to be more convenient, right? So you want it to be something you can do. The more steps you put in between yourself, the harder it's going to be. Conversely, the things you don't want to do, make them more inconvenient, right? So that goes to, all right. So people are like, I need to find the motivation to do this thing, and I'm like, I don't do motivation. I do spite. I'm pretty sure Efrity also does spite. But spite plus habits. So like my time is right now. It's 5:30 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. I get up and I write, or I do stuff for the pub, right? That is the time when I get all the words in I can as fast as I can. Yeah, that's a really funny one. So that I am done for the day. because I don't want it hanging over me. Otherwise, it would just like right end my breaks. And for those of you who don't know, I dictate my notes. So like I use the Android Google keyboard, Gboard to dictate my stuff into Obsidian. So I don't really need a keyboard except when I'm editing. Left-handed scissors growing up. I'm so sorry for you. But if you, so like if you're waiting for, you have to set aside a time in your mind. You say, I'm going to write at this time. And if you're a rebel, don't listen to this advice at all. If you don't have that time, if you don't have that place, right, then you're going to be like, what should I do now, right? And there's always like a dozen other things that are important for you to do. But if you go by the no 0 days method, and you're just like, if I can just get 10 words in, 100 words in, and then do a little bit better next day. Like when I started tracking to 2024, it was like, okay, I just want to do a little bit better than tomorrow until I get to like 2,500 words a day. And that was my goal. So it just like slowly got up. I went, I start with 600, 700 after a month, and see where I'm at, then 1,000. How are you feeling on habits?
So I'm actually putting a link in the chat. This was probably the best thing that I did. So I'm like everybody else in the entire world, I'm busy. I do not actually write every day. I have a job where I'm salaried exempt, which means I have to work overtime whenever I have to work overtime. I don't get paid overtime for it, but there's a lot going on in my work area right now. So I pick and choose designated times. And one of the best things I did was join Shut Up and Write. If you were in the last panel, I said be fragile with me because of feedback. This is not a writing critique group. I just want to be real clear at that. This is actually based on the idea of getting together and doing the same thing as a focused activity. So writers get together, whether it's online or in person. I actually host one in person locally. And I like it because it gets, number one, it gets me out of the house. I work remote right now in an attic. It is summertime. And sometimes I just need to leave and touch grass. And then I go to this space and I sit with fellow writers and we just go around and we just say, hey, how you doing? And we talk about what we're going to write. And I mean, we're all different genres together. And then after we talk a little bit about whatever goal we have, sometimes we might just say, I want to finish the scene. I want to finish this chapter. I want to edit. I mean, we even had somebody who was working on a D&D campaign. So, and then we have 90 minutes we set aside and we have a Pomodoro timer and we all body double, which means we're all doing the same thing in the same space and we're focused, right? Because we all have our computer, we're all writing digitally, although some write on paper, but literally you're next to each other doing the same thing. And so I'm an, what is it? Obligator?
Obliger.
Obliger, yeah. Noblesse oblige. So I do better when somebody else holds me accountable, but because I can always talk myself into and out of anything, right? Like I can normalize deviant behavior in 5 seconds. That's just what I do because I'm human and I'm flawed. So with the external pressure of somebody sitting next to me is writing, why am I not doing that? That works really great for me. Does not work for everyone, but that's my habit. Is I like these Shut Up and Writes, and I do like them in person, although I'm thinking about trying them virtually, just as, again, focus time to do what I said I'm going to do. So that was just one of my things I wanted to share as my habit.
Yeah, so if if this statement resonates with you, you can count on me, and I'm counting on you to count on me. Then you're probably an obliger, and you need. I'm not saying that like it's not a moral failing to need external accountability. It is not. It's just your brain being weird. So like it's fine to be this. It's not a bad thing. It's not that you're broken. Like some people's brains work differently, and the more that you understand what your brain needs to do, right? Like if you need to write 5 things at the same time, so you can cheat on one work with the other work, and like switch code to different works, like that's perfectly fine. That's part of your process if you're not doing that, right? Like for me, I'm like, all right, I'm a military guy. I'm an upholder. I will meet all my external and internal like objectives. So like, but I also have kids, so I'm like being realistic. This is my time block. This is the only time block I have, right? And so like that might not work for you, right? So that's just getting started. And then how do you feel about like analysis paralysis and getting out of like the endless world building?
Me? Oh, so I am a huge believer in the parking lot. I do this for quality improvement projects in my day job. My day job distracts me a lot. I mean, I'm putting out dumpster fires all day long in the industry I work in. So the parking lot is basically behind me. I have a board. Right now it's covered in stickers, but it's actually a project board. I cleared it because I didn't want it to actually pop up on camera. But the parking lot is a section of this project board where I can put all the things that that I'm thinking about, but really aren't something that I decided I was going to work during the dedicated time. Like, I mean, I'm sitting here in the convention getting ideas for things that I want to write later with when I should be writing a chapter for the series I'm putting on Royal Road right now. And I'm like, oh, I could write this other thing for that other thing. I use the parking lot. So I write it down. I leave like myself a note just enough in that weird secret handwriting that nobody else can read on the bottom right hand corner of my project board, which is my parking lot. You can have it anywhere you want, just off to the side. So I'm really more like, if I start getting to the point where like I really can't decide anything, I put it on the parking lot, I get up and I literally have an Echo bike, which is if you're in CrossFit, it's a very heavy full body bike. And I get on it for 5 minutes until I make myself tired because that's all I can stand. I'm not good at CrossFit. I just want to be very clear with that. I mentioned the word CrossFit, but I am not, athlete level. I get on the road bike until I wear myself out and then go back and try to focus on the thing because I need that, like, I need to switch gears or I'll get. Is yak?
You need
I
to,
need
you
it
need to
to
touch
get
grass.
is. Yeah, I need to touch grass so I don't shave the yak.
Yes. So this might be something like the Pomodoro method, where you're working for like 25 minutes or 30 minutes, and you take a 5-minute break. For those of you that don't know, I was a CrossFit coach for like 10 years. Literally paid my bills, and like it's where I like learned to work with people and have a lot of cool anecdotes if you ask me in person about lawyers. But so let me tell you about like why I specifically chose to do Launchapalooza, right? Because we are picking a date. So Launchapalooza is our group launch where we say we're going to all launch on December 6th and June 6th every year, or like for as long as this goes on, because that gives you a date to work towards and a group that you're working with, right? So for some people, they need it to be a challenge. And if you need a challenge, if that's you, and you don't want to do write-a-thon, right? So write-a-thon, it's writing like 1,600 words. It's like NaNoWriMo. Is it all November, National Novel Writing Month? You could write that every day, or you could just do like a more sane approach where you just take the time for 6 months to build a backlog and cross critique, right? So the reason I set it up that way is that we all moving together at the same speed and we all launch at the same day. Write-a-thon is kind of like you're sprinting. Launchapalooza is kind of like you're working up to a marathon. And then let me also plug Here to Improve if you weren't just here for the last 2 hours. So it's working on a couple levels. Here to Improve is we are trying to get people to actually write something. If you don't write something, you cannot have it read and then critiqued live, right? And it's also like helping the narrators kind of like feel like their voices. And for those few that are like narrators and readers and authors, like they have this whole trifecta of like, all right, I'm improving on my craft in all these levels at the same time because I'm getting feedback live. Like Euphoria still has notes from that. So like, if you need that kind of accountability, there's Authorholics Anonymous on the RRWG, and there's Here to Improve on this server. right? How did I miss that, right? Like, because like hearing something out loud, hearing someone talk through your work, even if it's just you repeating it, that's going to be a good way to come back and edit it. So yeah, if you want to be pinged for accountability or here to improve, somebody in this chat will hook you up. Okay, and then sprinting. So sprinting is a form of body doubling. So you might not be able to physically go to somebody, but you can body double them, where like you're either doing some sort of work, either you're writing or editing, just like it's like 55K. So either you're writing or editing at the same time as somebody, and you're just either showing up at the same spot, or you're physically there or you're virtually there. So like if that you need that kind of accountability, that's the thing, right? So like Fry Pixels just found out what sprinting is this week. So now that I'm like talking about it, it's just writing for as fast as you can without editing, and I think that will get you to a place where you can write really fast, and then you can learn to edit later, so that you're not like pausing and editing. And that will get you so much faster. All right. Do you want to go into comedy versus satire? Oh my gosh, this is so much.
I mean, yeah.
Or
So
did you want to cover anything else?
no, there's a lot of tools out there for writing, and no two tools are created equal. So it's really figuring out your processes and the tools. So um, I'm a huge believer in people process tools. In fact, that's what I satirize a lot, is that a process uses tools and is overseen by people, right? There might be a system involved, but basically people process tools. So those are the three, that's a trifecta for me of anything that I'm looking at is what is the process, who are the people involved, and what tools are being used. And like I said, no two tools are equal. Habits are a process. People is you, the writer and reader in this sort of diagram. But basically, I know that's an simplification of the world, but people process tools, figuring out what works best for you in terms of how to get things done. So
Yeah. One of the mottos at my job right now is humans are more important than hardware. So like you can't like have a system that does something without like a human to activate the thing.
yeah, actually, that's like the same thing we're going over right now too. Is tools don't replace ethical, moral, and human clinical judgment. So they can augment, but they should not replace the actual the human component of some of the systems we're talking about. So whether or not that works for you, but again, that's what I find again is figuring out where tools fit into the process and what you're doing with them. Comedy and satire. I'm game if you're game.
I'm game.
I can. Okay. So I'll let you start if you want to.
Okay. So I used to think of comedy and satire as kind of like the same thing, and now it's a little more like divergent. But obviously, like there's a difference, and you've got some diagrams.
I do. So full disclosure, I'm irresponsible. So these diagrams, which I will share links as I'm talking about them. Okay. So they are available. If they don't work, just DM me later on. But basically, so I made this after screwing up, right? This is the satire iceberg. I want to talk about it briefly for a little bit, and it might be a little hard to see. I'm not sure. So, but really, I truly believe that number one, satire, the most common above the waterline, I think, is comedy for a satire. But comedy itself is what everybody's going to see, right? But it is not the same thing as satire. And I'm going to give a really quick example off the bat of a satire that doesn't use humor at comedy as it's above the waterline, and that's A Modest Proposal, right? That is not humorous, at least to most people. Reading it, it is absolutely ghoulish. It is very deadpan, but it is not like ha ha ha, laugh out funny because this is how we're gonna solve Irish poverty, right? We're gonna eat our yonk right now. So, but this iceberg, if you notice my picture in it, I'm at the bottom. I'm there in the corner in the abyss because when I first started writing, I did hit the abyss and I didn't quite get it right away. So there were a couple things that helped me figure this out of what satire is and how to make sure you don't end up in the abyss. So there's an iceberg. And really what you're aiming for is just below the surface in deep waters. First of all, just below the surface on this graphic is irony, exaggeration, subversion of expectations, power inversion, and tropes. So let me talk about that for a minute because everybody's probably saying, well, I have tropes in my story. There is a small, very tiny line here that says, if you're using these things, in a satire, it requires the author's intent to serve a purpose beyond comedic effect. So it's not having tropes for tropes' sake. It's having tropes just below the surface that are starting the commentary on something else. Below that, I have on here is deep waters, where you start to get into moral and ethical critique, which comes for a risk of misinterpretation. So you've got above the waterline where people may not read, just below the surface. And if you go too far, you might be misinterpreted. And then if you're in the abyss, well, you've lost your audience. And the reason I have this iceberg is because I started by writing a satire and I don't know what I'm doing. I spent all my life writing technical nonfiction on really serious stuff. And I needed a break. I'll be quite honest, during the pandemic, I wrote absurdist fantasy to escape the reality of my job. I knew a little bit about telehealth during the pandemic, and suddenly I found myself in a situation where I had to teach a whole lot of people what I knew and what scared me about telehealth, right? In a rapid deployment situation. So the answer was, oh my God, I need to escape what I'm seeing right now because we're all living it. We're all dealing with it in a personal sense. And then all of a sudden it's part. And yeah, he said, this is great. DCC, the deep waters, and I've seen many people misinterpret the themes. Yes, because, and again, this is my take a little bit, but DCC uses both comedy and the not funny as it's above the waterline, right? And so you have the risk of misinterpretation with a large audience now because it's in the wide lens of both what is parody and mockery of like reality television versus what is comedy. And then you've got people looking at it from a lens that goes into the different depths of the water. It may not go at all. And so trying to, as a new author, I would never say, go write DCC, right? No. One thing, and I'm going to switch tabs, is I'm not letting Weaver talk at all. This is great. Okay.
Oh, this mansplained to me. So I was going to say, like, real quickly, with the iceberg example. So Bodega Cat is written as clearly he's an evil character, right? And some of the underlying things is that he becomes a landlord, and he becomes a block owner, and he wants to take over the city through his little crime syndicate, right? So I'm like on the front end, you can see all the parody jokes about like fighting in the apocalypse, but on the back end, it's like, okay, well, basically like from the human side, they have to kill monsters to pay for their rent to live in the apartment building that he owns, right? So like is that like, am I satirizing that, right? Like, I didn't walk into that like I obviously have like a kind of thing that I want to say with this story, not just that like cute animal pet. bad boy. But I had someplace I was going with that in the end, and it's up to the reader to decide where they feel about that, right?
So that is and I have some tools later on. Again, they don't come with any guarantees. They're written by somebody who has a disclaimer on the screen right now that reads, Vera Euphradia Abrams is not sufficiently responsible to be considered a subject matter expert on anything. The following list should be reviewed with caution and always in the context of your full narrative environment. So, but I do have a third tool, which I don't have in my tabs. I'll pull it up then. But one of the things is figuring out how you don't fall into the abyss, at least what I did and researched a little bit. I know enough to be dangerous. I don't know enough how to save anyone. So this was just for me, and I thought maybe I'd make it and share it with other people because it took me a long time to figure out. I really do like satire. I like breaking the fourth wall. I like being ridiculous. And the reason I like it is because I want to use it in a way that doesn't punch down, but sometimes I make mistakes and I accidentally do. So I wanted to share this. This is a PSA, a potential satire advisory, and the difference between satire is not synonymous with comedy and it does not require humor. So side effects of writing satire may include heightened meta awareness, gratuitous social commentary, and readers assuming you meant more or less than what you did. So ultimately, satire is commentary in disguise. It might be wearing 3 costumes, it might be wearing one. Its purpose is not simply to amuse or disparage, but it's to make the reader think differently about something that matters. So, what is listed here in this tool, and I won't read them all, but exaggeration. And these are satire tools, excuse me, I was reading the first one. Making something louder, larger, or more intense. The dragon's horde spread out for miles is I'm doing the voice. Yeah.
The voice.
The voice. Inversion, reversing roles, parody, imitating a style or trope to expose its flaws. I mean,
So a really good example of this is Blazing Saddles, which basically
oh my God.
basically ended the Western for like a long time. Like they just fully parodied it, and imitated it, and like it's done. It's like a kind of it's the kind of thing.
So
Um,
I'm gonna bore people. I saw Blazing Saddles in a local theater. It was screened, and Mel Brooks was actually there. I was very pregnant, sorry, but I was. It was all I could do. It was the middle of winter. I mean, we got there. I sat there. I couldn't even like breathe. But I watched Blazing Saddles and I watched Mel Brooks on the stage. And this was, oh my God, 2016. And he was animated. He talked for an hour. He was jumping around. They had a chair for him. He wouldn't sit down. He talked all about Blazing Saddles and how crazy filming that was. It was so good. Anyway, sorry. You have to
Yeah.
see Blazing Saddles, but if it ever I think he screens it still. Like I think maybe he still goes out and screens it with it every once in a while. If you can ever catch that, it is just amazing because I've seen Blazing Saddles, but then hearing him talk about all the stuff that happened, it's crazy. Yeah.
let me
Baseball's
just sidebar here real quick. So something she said earlier before I lose this is punching down. So punching down is when somebody who's like either in a higher position like makes fun of somebody in like a lower position, right? Like a rich person making fun of a poor person for being poor, or like some like classist thing where like it's a higher class punching down. That's not the kind of humor that is gonna like stick long term, or it's not even gonna put you in a good light. So like I wouldn't put punching down there for a character that you want the audience to like. However, conversely, it might be something to have like a bad guy do, where they're like they're obviously like making fun of somebody for like being a poor orphan, right? That's punching down, right? And like they're in their freaking McMansion, right? Even that could be satirized. Yeah, like if I made fun of somebody with a disability, like, bro, come on, why would I do that? Yeah, so punching out is an easy trope to use.
Yeah.
I would also one of my favorite tropes is like the bad guys like have dental and the heroes don't. Like it's better on the other team.
Oh my God, it's such a real life thing too. But at least if you live in certain areas.
Yeah. So like the juxtaposition of like the bad guys having a better health plan than the good guys. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Like who's funding the bad guys that they have this? Man.
It's me, the villainess, who had the midlife crisis and joined the other side. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, again, this list is not exhaustive, but it was just something that I wanted to put together because I'm trying to learn how to write a better satire. I joined Cobra just because they had dental. Yes, yes. I mean, if I'd love to satirize GI Joe for like this time, like oh my god, or like the original '80s Skeletor. You know, you fools. You know, I'd love to do that. Yes. Oh my god. I could listen. So one of the things, '80s cartoons, most of them were radio DJ personalities, and I'm sorry, we need to get back to that so that we can do satire and do over dramatic literalism to the extremes and absurdity. It's great. I met the guy who did Lion-O. He was a radio DJ, and they just like, hey, read this, and you know, Thundercats, ho! And I'm just like, oh my god, that makes sense. And I think we need to get back to that. Sorry, I'm old.
Yeah, we need to get back to like these really happy heroes that are like super happy to do the job, but also like ever bright, where like it's very clear that their bad guy is the bad guy. At least that's kind of the current zeitgeist and meta, right? Oh man.
Oh, I did pull it up. So one of the things, just to kind of, this was built. So I wrote here very nice. Yes, exactly. Right in the chat. Yes, that's what I want. So this was based on my mistakes. Yay. I'm not saying it's all finished. I'm not saying it's going to save you if you want to write a satire. So this was like, gee, what would I do again the next time I wrote a satire, or can I even call mine a satire right now? And I still feel like I can, but that's because I'm biased and I wrote it. So, but what this is really based on is those first two infographics, and it's just 7 things that you can do while drafting is to see if you're really writing a satire or if you're being too mean or if you're not writing a satire at all. And the first one is, what's your target with your satire? Make sure it's not like vibes, because that's too vague, right? And you can't just say, well, society in general, because there's lots of different societies and there's a lot of different cultural values. You want to choose a specific target, genre, convention, an institution, a pattern of behavior, or some sort of assumption you'd like people to examine. So if you can't state your target in one sentence, you may not have satire. You might have a setting with a bunch of jokes or shocks or horrors in it. So, you know, I like to satirize the idea that systems are infallible except they're run by people, right? So I talked about that people process tools. That's like such a big thing in my story because I deal with it every day in the day job. Whereas like, again, I kind of said I worked in healthcare and somebody's like, well, we've always done it this way. And it's like, they say it in that same sentence as if it's like, well, God set it up this way and that's the way it must be. So if you notice, yeah.
These are very dangerous words.
That's the
We've
way.
always done it this way, yeah.
Yeah, and so I've taken on some quality improvement roles, and that's like the first thing thrown at me is the first phrase is, well, we've always done it this way. Who the heck are you to say otherwise? And I'm like, I don't know, the devil's advocate. Like I've actually said that and gotten in trouble, and that's where some of my stuff comes from now. You know, I was like, you know, but really having a target, and then
Yeah, so let's follow along with this chat. So my target is going to be trad wife influencers. Since we had a discussion earlier.
Okay. All right,
So
you got that.
somebody keep track of this. We're gonna target as trad wife influencers.
Okay.
All right. So what is our above the water line disguise?
Yeah, so you could choose comedy. You could also look at an absurd premise, a deadpan voice, a too confident narrator. So I talk about Swift here is discomfort instead, a calm, reasonable, bureaucratic voice proposing something monstrous, right? That might fit your trad wife if that's what you're satirizing. So you could make somebody squirm instead of having comedy about it.
So like a Sisapak where the trad wife gets like a special class because she was married to like somebody who was on the inside of the system or something like that. I
Okay.
do like comedy though.
Well, you could also lean into the comedy of being an influencer and just maybe having such a juxtaposition, of the trad wife influencer and maybe whatever products she's selling or something. You could choose whatever the what.
Like she has to get views. Like it's like a one of those death apocalypses where like everyone's on camera and she's like trying to, instead of like shilling for like some like $20,000 oven, she's trying to shill to like save her life.
What is she selling? Is she doing like a GoFundMe or is she actually selling a product?
Well, the product is her, right? Like she's trying to like say like, hey, I need more people to like be my sponsors, that kind of thing.
And Yak says overly positive could be fun. Do you want to do that too? Like she's just so bubbly personality. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So then this is where you build the just below the surface mechanisms and you pick your tools. So again, we're playtesting this. So, so for example, if she's got an over bubbly personality, I may not do deadpan with her, but maybe again, I would say like if she's so bubbly, she could probably, and she's used to being that way, right? She's selling herself. Perhaps again, she could just be absurd about it. Like,
this is all
you
fine.
need to, yes, exactly. The dog with the mug and this is fine and the dumpster fire. Yeah. So yeah. Let me get back to that. And again, one of the things I wanted to mention here is pick one or two to start. Don't try to use all the tools at the same time. And O'Malley says, layer casual irony with her exaggerated positivity. Ooh, nice. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The further she slips into like the abyss, the more ironic she gets, and the more like she's just like, I whatever. I'm over this.
4, decide what a surface level reader walks away with on purpose and make sure you're okay with it. So don't skip this as I did. If someone reads only above the waterline and bounces, what's the worst case takeaway? If the answer is, they think I actually believe the thing I'm satirizing. So you want to make sure that, like, if we're saying trad wife satire, and you might not want them to walk away with the idea that you're saying the trad wife is the ultimate embodiment of, yes, exactly. So one of the things so one of the things I really learned posting on Royal Road as a noob writing satire, because I don't know, I'm not saying it was hard mode, but I'm not saying it was the easiest thing. I probably I wouldn't have started there looking back on it, but also I didn't know what he's doing, so I didn't know. In fact, I'll full disclosure, I was going to post on Tapas. I wasn't going to post on Royal Road. I read on Tapas a lot. I have problems with Korean manhwa and romance.
Those hot Korean V's men.
Oh my God. Like, and now I've read so many, I'm like, literally like, I know you're using this software to draw these people because that's like the model I've seen in this one and that one. It's really bad. Anyway, but what I
Why are the
what
Korean men so hot?
they draw really well, and I feel like there must be like the whole country must just be artist sweatshops of this like beautiful art, and I feel really bad. But um what was I, you might find that you need to turn up the signal if you're going too deep, right? Like if or turn down the signal if you're, maybe I need to make the exaggerations more sharp, that it's clear that I'm being exaggerated, or maybe I need to firm up my target to make sure that they don't think again that I'm like satirizing everything. Or using two tools to break, which means like if I O'Malley pointed it out, like casual irony, exaggerated positivity. If I'm using one tool too heavily, it might not be satire anymore. So that's a great idea to have the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking like that the one I'm reading right now, she starts off in the real world and she has like a team of like producers and like helpers on her farm that never show up in any of her like Instagram posts. That I'm like, well, obviously she would try to recreate that with more helpers on the other side. So like you can imagine like her trying to order around a animal companion with the same fervor as she has like her PR agent, who she's known for like 2 years. Now I want to write that.
There you go. So we talked earlier about the punching up and punching down check, just a little bit, but it's always good to do that. Your target should be a behavior system, not a demographic. And comedy is one thing, but it's even more important when you decide to go like the horror shock route. So one of the things is Swift's proposal works only because the horror is aimed at policies and attitudes causing Irish poverty, not at the Irish people themselves. So again, you don't want to punch down at a demographic. And even if you shift just a little bit in your tone, or like again, because and you might not be intentional, right? People are flawed, and you might have a character who has flaws, but if you shift that target even a little bit accidentally, you fall into the abyss. You fall down into the corner, the dark. So again, you might want to just look at that. I want to get into this next one really heavy, so I'm going to shut up and let Weaver talk, but only for a little bit.
Okay, so when I'm thinking about people that resemble it, so just because the main character is like a white woman, that or like a woman of color, like I don't want them be pushed down because of that, like or like punched down. I want like if they're like a rich person, or if they're like an influencer that like doesn't take care of their people, right? That is the reason that they are getting like we're not confusing that, right? It is the specific thing, so we have to make sure that we're not punching down for that reason, because like I can't like beat the allegations about the noodle incident, but I sure can avoid like having people say like, oh, he hates women. Bro, read the thing. I'm always punching up. And I would hate to be like, well, the other thing is like I want to write like lots of evil characters of all genders and races. So like, please let me write your people as evil, right? The noodle incident. Punch horizontally. But like just because like I picked someone to be an evil character and they're a cat doesn't mean that I hate all cats. I love cats. I just need someone to be the evil character.
Number 6, and this is, it's okay if you need this. I'm going to point this out. Okay. Decide if you need to have an explicit, this is satire tell, and where to put it. And I'm not talking about genre tags on Royal Road. I'm not talking about, I'm actually going to give you, and before I post the link in the chat, I want to give a warning that it is a very old book, but some of the plates for it feature a spider, so that if you have arachnophobia, I just want to warn, I don't believe this article specifically has it, but there's some, I want to talk about Lucian's true story, and I'm going to be full disclosure, poor Riverfolk had to deal with this. I talk about it in my actual book. Okay, there are many reasons why, but I want to share this with you guys because I'm going to geek out for just a minute and then I'll stop and I'll bring it back to a normal level audience. Lucian's true story, 2nd century AD, Syrian writer. I want to point out, okay, we could have a whole panel on this and I will argue this point home, but really what I want to say is it is one of the oldest satires still remaining. It is one of the oldest isekais before the word isekai ever existed because the characters go to the moon. There's also the, I would call them robots. I'm sure they're not called that in the original language. There's absurdist humor in here. So it's also like one of the oldest pieces of sci-fi. It is also one of the oldest pieces of isekai. So you can go, oh, Yuffie, have you read King, Mark Twain's oh my God, in King Arthur's Court, because I'm on
A Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm going to tell you, I have it hardcover. I just picked it up somewhere, a very old version. Yes, thanks. So the reason I bring this up, Lucian's true story, the first half of the book is basically the author just saying, this is a satire. Again, it doesn't say the word satire, but says I think it's something that translates to everything I'm about to say is a lie. Okay. And that is the explicit, this is a satire, this is not true. He is satirizing the genre of Homer, the Odyssey, and basically saying, look, you're writing these things, they're travel logs with these epic things that obviously didn't happen. And I'm going to go beyond this and I'm satirizing this, but I'm telling you right from the start, this stuff isn't true. Okay. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe they needed to do that, back in the times, right? Like when this was new, except I grew up and I figured, you know what? It's probably not even really the oldest satire ever, right? Like it's just the surviving one. And so I'm going to share another link where basically 1,000 and some years later, we have a pop dust article. And I love it because it made me feel better about myself. And let me find it. I have it here because I was accused, rightfully and wrongfully so, of, falling into the abyss, not being a satire at all, and, missing my marks. And I want to share, there's a language warning on this that he uses the F word, but one of the vowels is asterisked out, is this article is satire idiots, okay? And I saw this and I started to feel a lot better about myself because, again, this guy talks about satire, trying to talk to somebody about what something is obviously a satire. I think it even references South Park in it at the time. And he talks to somebody who doesn't get below the waterline. And I thought, oh my God, I feel so much better. So these are two examples of where the call out is there. You don't need it as explicit as these two, but you can have the call. And yes, I can't tell if the Onion is satire though anymore. I don't know.
Oh man, we are in the weirdest timeline.
Yes.
So just for context, like travelogues were like kind of like the main way to tell fiction stories back in the time. So satirizing that, like that is hilarious that he wrote a story about like, going into like the moon and fighting space aliens and all that stuff. So glad it survived. And I'm like, I'm so glad I knew that reference. Oh, the Onion's just accurate. Oh man.
And then I feel like, again, I don't research literature to the point where I would ever attend an actual lecture and try to say that I was an expert on anything. But I feel like the whole idea of him saying, I'm making this up, is because so many people probably believed it at face value, right? Like, and he instead of saying, no, okay, guys, think about this for a minute. Okay.
Yeah. So like
We're not going to the moon.
when the War of the Worlds came out on the radio, like people thought that it was like real, and like you don't know if someone's gonna like miss the first part of the context and just tune in like 2 chapters late and then be like, oh, this is really real. Oh my goodness, like you never know what people's gonna skip, which is why I say like kind of just gotta start with like the disclaimer at the front, and if they miss it, oh well.
And the last step 7 is really step 4. Just once again, this is not a reading as if you're editing for uh, their historical documents. Exactly. Reread it as the worst faith reader you can imagine, not your best one. And again, that's not to be it's not to be insulting to the reader. What it is it's a gut check for you to strip out everything you know about your target and just like read it really fast, read it really and see what's only on the page. Don't look between the lines, even though satire is usually between the lines. You want to make sure that your worst faith read is not actively harmful. And again, so this is also that check for missing your target, because sometimes if you don't go deep enough, you might actually have collateral damage to, again, that demographic. This is a satire disclaimer doesn't work. Like, I can't hide behind the satire shield. I've tried and be like, this is a satire, and no, if something's wrong, and I tried to attempt some things that I did pull back. One of them was I really did try to talk about the idea of following orders, but I had too much time in between a resolution of that, right? Like, and I couldn't fix it in the pacing of the story, and I ultimately dropped that line and I made it right away where the thought was like, except, so this is my tool to myself to go, okay, next time I do this, this is what I'm going to try and do. Yeah. Out of respect for the dead, the rest has been told exactly as it occurred. This is a true story. Yeah. So again, this is just meant to be out there. It's on my Google Drive. I did share it. If you have trouble accessing any of these 3 things and you want to look at them, if you want to argue them, I'll probably agree with you, because again, I haven't play tested this until now, but it's just been something about how, because I want to try to write a better satire next time. So, but that's why Weaver gave me some time to talk about the difference between comedy and satire, because some people are like, wow, your story is really funny. And then some people are like, I hate this story. It's not funny at all. And I'm like, and the people who actually squirm a little bit are like, satire is uncomfortable if you can get to the middle of the iceberg. And some people don't like satire because of the squirm. And some people miss the satire and think it's like just me being funny too. And, I'm all those things at all the same time, right? So this helps me tease out a little bit, where do I want to go with it, and think about it from more than just my point of view, right? Because obviously I'm God, I'm writing this story. I know exactly what I want to say, except I don't, because I might be saying something else to other people.
Yeah, so like good art is like you're taking a lens up to society or like some societal problem that you're looking at, and you want to like give a take on that. Or in some cases, you want to give like a complicated take on that. The great lyricist Kendrick Lamar, he has a lot of things where things can be taken in 2 ways based on how he like pronounces something. So like you could take it one way, you could take it the other way, and the story kind of sounds the same, right? But like when I read through your book, and like so spoilers for The Last Ray of Hope, and so there was this whole thing about the 2 Beastmen leads who were like super like strong heroes, and people were mad at them for reasons that it was pretty apparent to me. Like the first reason that I thought that people were mad at them was because they were dating or married, right, or living together, right? But then again, like it got revealed later on that they weren't mad at that because they were dating. They were mad at them because they were both powerhouses, and they both should have had their own like domain where they were taking care of the domain. But they're like they wanted to snuggle up to each other, and I'm just like, what did you? How did you make me feel at you, Yuffie? Like, what is going on?
So that was the juxtaposition, right?
I audibly gasped. I'm like, oh, you mother, yes. Because I'm like obviously like so I don't know like the morality system or like if like being gay was a thing because there was something about the species and them being like beastmen, but like them being gay beastmen, they're both strong. They're like you guys need to divide your efforts and you take this county and you take this county, right? Yeah, we were mansplaining. I'm gonna mansplain your book to you because I'm just like
Okay.
every
It's
time
not
I'm
the
just
first
like
time it's happened. Go ahead.
I'm like look listen. I had to sit there and I had to sit with that for a little bit, and I was like, she really got me. She really got me there.
Not writing, but in my day job, I talked about that telehealth thing, right? And mansplaining. And I actually had people mansplain to me the telehealth resources I created. They're like, you don't know telehealth. You should really take this course. And I'm just like, how do I say I wrote that course? You're not listening to me without like getting in trouble with the person saying it who's in a very higher level of power. And I just was like,
Your
yeah,
boss is like asking you to
it
take the
was
course that you designed.
it was external. It was it was external. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm going to open my mouth and so bad. I mean, the only thing that was I was ever in a worse position where I'm like, I really shouldn't say anything. I used to work in a pharmacy. This was way back. And for a big box store. And the word pharmacy was in 5-foot lettering, literally right above my head because we were built into the wall. And like, so you could see it from the back of the store. It said pharmacy. I cannot tell you how many people would come up to the window. I'm a teenager, right? I was even more of a smart ass then than I am now. And they'd be like, where's the pharmacy? And I'm just like, how do I point at the sign without coming off as a total B? And the
I have
answer
no
is
idea.
you can't. You can't. It can happen 100 times and everybody gets really mad at you. And I'm like, I'm sorry. It's like literally there. But because the cutout was glass, like they could see me. And so they'd like walk over. I'm wearing my very colorful vest of a certain primary color. And I'm like, yeah. So mansplaining, obvious. Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
sorry, that was a little side note. But again, mansplaining and also ticking people off when you're trying to tell them that it's a
Listen,
very obvious answer.
I'm just saying the book is good, and I did not think the bad guy was going to be who he was until later on. And I'm like, oh, it makes sense, and that'll be a reveal for you guys.
Oh, good. Because I kept thinking, oh my God, I'm making it too obvious. And I'm trying to like cover it over with like a false growth arc and all this stuff. Cause I'm like, this is, but again, I'm seeing it from like one point of view and I'm like, I'm making it too obvious and I need to get other stuff done before the whole thing just turns on its side. So, oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Is there anything left in the timeline? We did design our own satire, which I hope one of you guys will write for me because I'm a busy man. I can only write so much. This article is satire.
So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. So what genre of your satire though, right? Like, are you gonna isekai this person? Are you gonna give them skills for a lit RPG? Where they like take over the system?
I'm thinking taking over the system, right? Because like it mirrors her thing before. So going back to the trad wife influencer system apocalypse, like she's trying to get likes and follows so she can get sponsorships. So she can get people to pay her money so she doesn't have to do anything, even though like she's living off the largesse of like her husband or wife or whatever. Would that be good? a woman trad wife who's married to a lesbian.
Now, does she
What was
get
it?
is the likes and subscribes actual currency then too? Like,
Oh.
could she get skills? Like, it unlocks like I don't know, CapCut premium version
Like
of whatever.
like she as the more likes and she gets, the better her her Adobe Premiere is. Oh god. Like the non-specific version of that is terrible. Or like she gets more gotcha pulls to see like if she gets like a special like soundtrack for her reels or something like that. But then again, that might be a little bit too close to like reality right now. Man, such a good time.
She gets drop ship stuff with the more likes and subscribes she gets, the more powerful. Her weapons are from like I don't know what, some version of a drop ship website. There we go.
Yeah. So have you read Stray Cat Strut?
I haven't read it, but I've heard of it. Yes.
Okay, so the basic thing is like there are these invasions every so often, and then people become samurai. What samurai's special ability is if they kill enough of the invaders, they get points. With those points, they can buy stuff. And now I'm thinking like instead of points, she just needs to get followers and likes. So like, all right, if I get 50,000 more likes, then I can buy this shotgun I need, or something like that. And she's just like, it's the apocalypse, and her party members are like, why are you posing in the bathroom for 45 minutes? And she's like, I need to get my reels done. Oh man, this is my free range organic shotgun, vintage Winchester. Okay, so the next panel is like 15 minutes. Do you want to take some questions from the audience? You want to win this fight? There's not be a private goddamn foundation. There was a tag. It's like attractive MC, where like if you're on Royal Road and you open up the book and you can like pick it where the main characters being very attractive is like a main plot line, and I'm just like, I want to see what the top 50 of that looks like, because this is ridiculous. The book is OnlyFans. Oh, I would die. I would absolutely die. Oh man.
Hands are down.
Yeah,
Oh man.
yeah, that is just so that's just so rough. And I feel like that would strike a nerve with authors that are just like trying to get more followers. So like, oh man, essential oils that actually work. Oh god. All right, so do you want to kick it to the chat to see if there's any questions about comedy or satire, or maybe do you want to do another satire from a different point of view?
I mean, I'm up for anything really. I'm reading my FC super attractive if you're a 3 meter tall. Also, the rest of the party has no idea.
All right, let's go back to the beginning. All right, so the first one is name your real target before you write a single joke, and let's help somebody make a satire. All right, so what do we want to satire? What I want to say VR MMOs, but no. Was Kane was talking about like a Primal Hunter, but they're just in pastels. How would we even satirize Primal Hunter?
Yeah, I think so. The one thing about Lucian, and he satirizes a whole genre. This is the disclaimer I forgot earlier, is maybe we shouldn't satirize a whole genre of writing. More about behaviors or assumptions of something. So like there was there's like ranking tropes and some of those tropes were actually genres, and it's like, oh, you got to be careful with that. That's like spitting in a cup of tea, right? Like, I mean, if you came on here and told me that like Korean romantasy manhwa is trash, I'd be very upset, right? Even though I enjoy it, and even though I know that, there's limitations in the genre and there's certain tropes. So I would actually focus more on, again, institutions, things of power, not somebody's flavor.
So what you're saying is Korean gym bros who are looks maxing as our target.
I didn't think I said that, but I mean, okay, cool. Like, yeah, because like, are we worried about like pointy chins and that sort of thing? Like, is that's the okay, okay.
Okay, so we're worried about pointy chins. We airbrushed. I think that like you can imagine like a failed idol that just wants to become like an influencer. We're back on influencers, aren't we? It could be like an idol in training, who's like the face of the group, or like he thinks he's gonna be the face of the group, and he's just the most beautiful special flower.
But he's got a flat chin instead of the pointy. Is that the problem, or
Yeah, sure.
like if I was
Demon's desire to be center. Because I'm thinking about what they did in K-pop Demon Hunters, and I'm just like, okay, so the disguise at the front could be that he is deathly afraid of. He picks Berserker, or like something that lets him regenerate fast, because he's deathly afraid of like having a career-ending scar. Right.
okay.
I'm thinking the specific type of Korean system apocalypse, where it's like real world, just that there's dungeons.
Okay. Yeah. So they appear regeneration, but only for cosmetic injuries. But they're going to be like in the front row, right? Because they can take a hit, right?
Because they are looks maxing. They are gym broing. They have the muscle. Yeah. So like one of the things would be like, well, you have all that beautiful muscle. Why don't you use it for something? And he's like, should have. I'm just aura farming, something like that.
God. So this person won't be on the front line then, right? Like they're in the back and they're letting like like the ranged fighter guys take hits and stuff. Like you sending them out front then, so that he can like protect his skin, and I bet he's got like a whole product line of how to make the skin glow and stuff, right? So he can't be caught on camera, because I'm sure these dungeons have cameras, right? Because they're following him. So he's got to like maintain it all the time.
But that glowing thing is attractive to all the monsters, so they chase him because he's glowing in the dark.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Career-ending scars leads to MC being an evil bad guy. There you go. Oh, and I wish I had it saved. There was a good Instagram. Are those reels or videos? It's the two Phantom of the Operas from the two versions. Yes, I have it somewhere. I'm gonna look. I think I even sent it to you. I'm just gonna check what. I'm sure I sent it to you, because it's really good. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Is it this one? Yeah, I found it. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, so what they would get away with on the surface level, on purpose, is something like a misunderstood dude is like relegated to the back line because he's too afraid of getting hurt. Yeah, if you haven't watched that one, that's a really good one. All right, let's see. What is number 5? So what is that one? It's what's that classic Korean system apocalypse where he's got the necromancer soul leveling? So we just created soul leveling, but like He is like the backline fighter. So it's like the soul of solo leveling, except he works in a group, and he is always like I'm the hot one. So love and K-pop edition.
So one of the things I might do if I was a little afraid that we were punching down on somebody is maybe I might tweak it a little bit to say instead of this person, you know, maybe they would have a reason why they're looks maxing. And maybe it's the fans, right? Because they're the behavior that's driving this, right? So maybe like he needs to be this way because the fans are generating profit for whatever system he's in, right? So like maybe it's really like from his point of view, like I might have like a lens outside that it makes it look like this guy's just doing it, but I would be very clear then that, you know, they're involved in a system where you know, like the fans are there and they're kind of driving this because of whatever like I only read a little bit of things from Korea, but usually money or corruption are really powerful motivators of why somebody needs to do these things, right? Like I don't have any money because of like crooked loans or like the politicians or the, you know, the overarching governing system allowed this to happen that I'm being, you know, hammered down. So I might want to be careful and I might have that in there as a thread to say like, yeah, he's doing all these things, but also you need to know that the behavior of this whole system is driving me to worry about my skincare in a dungeon, you know, with monsters and because of that. So yeah, the parasocial relationship that drives them. Yes. Yes. I've also heard that going viral is addictive and he could be chasing that high, right? That could be another thing too. You could align it with. So yeah.
Fighting
there's
the
this
Demon Lord.
Yeah, I gotta read that one. I'm like, I mean,
Oh man.
I get it. I'm old and I'm still paying off student loans. Like, I get it. I get it. So, yeah, where the K-pop star go? Where does the K-pop star go when the fans abandon him and he loses all self-worth? The satire of the dangers of external validation until he learns to love himself and get the guy in the end. Of course, I love it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's a boy love. I could see him like leaving like South Korea and like going to North Korea and like trying to find someone who doesn't know him from his like body of work and just wants to work on his body. And like he finds love there. Listen, true story. One of my one of my college friends was like tried to convince me she was from North Korea, and I'm like, bro, a third of my friends are Korean because of where I grew up. Like, you're not gonna pull one over me. She was not North Korean. But like for boy love, yeah, that'd be hilarious.
Do you research a lot for your systems tools based on satire, even that just reading the Reddits about a topic to see how people react to it in general, or do you base most of it off your own personal experience and subverting your expectations with that? Genuinely curious. Okay, so at first I didn't research it, and it took me a little while to figure out, yes, I was basing it off personal experience. And so I'm a huge lover of cartoons, Western as well as Eastern, but I grew up with satire, didn't even realize it, right? Looney Tunes. I am a huge, huge fan of Looney Tunes. In fact, I am, don't laugh at me, I'm world building a cartoon lit RPG built in the 1930s because that is just my jam. I grew up with Looney Tunes all the time. Um, you're gonna laugh so hard. I didn't have cable when I was a kid. I had antenna for a very long time. I lived in a very remote area, which was funny. And the juxtaposition was cable was available everywhere except my house. Okay.
I didn't have cable either. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah, and the fact of the matter is cable was invented very close to where I lived, but because of where we lived and because of the situation I was in, we didn't have cable. But there was Looney Tunes and there was VHS, and I didn't know it was satire, and that's kind of how my writing journey started. Was I didn't get it. Yeah. I probably had that TV. It looks very close to what I had, but anyway, I did not understand that my parents showed me a lot of satire. I just thought that was like straight stuff. So I thought I was at the, I internalized satire and didn't realize what it was. I grew up with Terry Pratchett. I mean, again, I watched Mel Brooks. I watched Spaceballs over and over and over, and I've grown up a lot. And now I research it more to do better at it. But I was just, parodying satire, and some of it came off and some of it didn't. So now I actually find my process has slowed because now I'm afraid that sometimes I'm missing the mark, and that's why the iceberg. So yes, I also really like twisting tropes because I actually like tropes. I know people say don't write tropes, but I'm also like, if you don't write tropes, you're not writing. Like everything backwards, forwards, horizontally. So I know that's a really random answer, but the answer was I've learned enough now to start researching it a little better to try and be a better person at it. But I still make mistakes. I still screw up all the time, which is,
People have mistakes.
yeah. Sometimes I don't fix them because I just didn't figure it out until too late. And I'm like, oh, well, we'll just hide this under the carpet and move on with our life. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that is the end of the comedy satire. Thank you, Euphrydia.
Thank you.
Your book's coming out on August 11th. Holy Order of Gold, which Hug?
Huh?
Your book, The Holy Order of Gold.
Yeah. August 11th, a Holy Order.
And I'll be rolling right into the ghostwriting panel with Sarek if she is ready. Unless you want to stick around and ask your questions too, but ghostwriting.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. I'm going to go in the audience, so.
Okay. All right. Let me ping Sarek to go invite to speak. I have my questions here from before. She should be up here. Are we being joined by Sarah as well?
I hope so.
Okay. Do you need a minute or?
I'll ping her.
Yes. So we actually ghost wrote this blurb together. Sarek and Sarah, Relay Publishing. Okay. All right. So my goal out of this panel is to get a ghostwritten battle rap, probably about Erebus or Levi. We'll see. But we'll see who can do what. So if you're just joining us, this is the last panel of Numbers Go Up. We are doing this late because Sarek is on a really weird place in the world where there are kangaroos and stuff.
How dare you?
What? I wore my bluey shirt today, but I didn't use a camera, so also like my son wore his bluey shirt, and I was gonna be like, hey, I'm Queensland, but yeah.
Okay, she's alive, so we've got that.
Yes.
I'll ping her in.
Do you want to give your little elevator pitch on what you're doing?
Yeah,
and then we can
sure.
roll into it.
Oh, look, there she is. Let's invite her to speak. I see you. Can you invite her? I can't do that.
Let me invite. Invite to
She's
speak.
raised her hand. Okay, anyway, hi. I'm Sarek. So I work as a project coordinator for a company called Relay Publishing. And so that's a multi-genre fiction publishing company, and we hire freelancers to work. So collaboratively to create books from start to finish. So from concept through the outline, through to manuscript. And then later on, we'll do translations and audiobooks if the sales are good enough. So obviously, given the panel that I'm doing, our books are ghostwritten under pen names, and my job as project coordinator is to manage the process of creating the book from start to finish, and I work with our freelancers on multiple different genres to manage the timelines and deliveries and delays, and just make sure that they're having the smoothest possible experience they can while they're working with us. And Sarah is one of our freelancers. So she works as, she does lots of different things with us, actually. She's concept writer, outline writer, manuscript editor. You still haven't got her up on stage.
I think she has to click something.
Oh, Sarah, click something.
Please.
Come to us. Hey, nope, that's Jack.
Sarah, you have to right click on your own name and then click speak on stage. If that's not working,
I had the exact same problem.
if it's
in
not
Human
working, you
Fruit.
need to leave and come back in.
And then it turned out that it just didn't believe I was old. Hey, here she is.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my laptop just like froze, and so I'm on my phone.
Brilliant. That'll do.
Brilliant. What a day.
And so, yeah, Sarah is one of our freelancers. Sarah, tell us about yourself.
Hi, yes, I'm a freelancer with Relay Publishing. Outside of that, I'm a published author in young adult fantasy. I have an MFA in writing for children and young adults. I teach an MFA program, and I'm an editor and a professional ghostwriter. So those are kind of my roles.
Okay,
She's a
that's a
busy
bunch
bee.
of cool stuff.
Yeah.
It's a lot. It's a cobbled together writing life.
Okay, well, you did help us ghostwrite this blurb, so I appreciate that hard work. All right. All right, so this is for either of you guys, and I think you guys are gonna kind of tag team on these questions. But like, so what is ghostwriting, and then like, can you explain the process of that?
Yeah, so ghostwriting is basically when you get paid to write under a pen name. So you'll usually get paid at a contracted rate instead of royalties, and your name basically generally isn't on the book, but it's a way to get a secure paycheck instead of the unknown of royalties. Anything to add?
Yeah, that's a very nice, succinct way of putting it. I like to think of it as using my writing skills to help make some income, because my own personal art, even when I'm prolific, still publishing is a very, very, very slow game. So even if you're like, oh, I just sold a book, well, you might not see money for that book for 2 to 3 years. So what do you do in the meantime? Even if you sell it for a lot of money, ghostwriting can be a really great way to make income while still using your writing skills.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So I have a friend who does ghostwriting, and I'm just like, how did this even start? And I'm like, so like, how would you get started, or like, who does this? And then I'm like, what walk me through like what you think that someone who wanted to ghostwrite, how they would begin to pick this up, like beyond the just basics of learning how to write.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to it from my end. There's kind of two ways you can go about it. One is like a freelancer sort of way, and one is like if you have a literary agent, through your literary agent. So I've done both. So like my literary agent knows that I like to do write for hire and ghostwriting. So like when opportunities come his way, like say if Penguin Random House is like, hey, we want to develop this project in-house and we're looking for a writer for it. He'll send it to me, and then I'll do a trial for it. And if they want me, maybe they'll hire me to write the book. Otherwise, though, it's a lot of freelance of looking for stuff that's out there. So like paying attention to all the job boards and being like, hey, Webtoons is looking for a writer who can write like some steamy werewolf erotica, which I've definitely done. And then just reaching out and saying, hey, I'm interested. And 9 times out of 10, for most ghostwriting, they'll ask you to submit a sample. So you submit a sample, and if they like what you do, then maybe you land the job, and then it takes off from there. And then I don't know if Eric, if you want to talk more about Relay's sort of
Yeah,
role.
so for us, our open ghostwriting editing jobs are always up on our website, which is recruitment.relaypub.com. And yeah, we'll also often, if we're looking for things, we'll put up Facebook ads. And yeah, otherwise you'll look on things like Fiverr and stuff like that. And I would also recommend that, because we also do paid trials when we do it. So we'll often ask for a sample, and if we like the sample, then we'll offer a trial. And if someone's offering you a trial, I would recommend to look out for ones that offer you paid trials, because when someone's asking you to do work specifically that they're requesting, you want to make sure you're getting paid for that.
Yes.
That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, agreed. Big agree.
So it's a thing in the art community that people are working on spec, where like basically like they need to get paid for the thing, but sometimes people will be like, I want someone to do this thing for me, but then they post it and wait for like 50 people to respond, and they'll pay the one they like the best. So this is kind of trying to avoid that, where you're just not getting paid for work you've done, right?
Yeah, exactly. Get paid. That's my biggest advice. Get paid.
Everyone get paid what you're worth.
Yes.
Like, a girl's got to eat. All right, so
100%.
let me segue into this question then. All right, so how much creative input would you as a ghostwriter have during the process? Because it sounds like what they're asking you to do is write a book that they think needs to exist based off of trends they're seeing. If you're getting asked to be doing a full book.
Ours is you have a lot of creative involvement with us, because it's very collaborative. So we give an outline that one of our outline writers has written, but we often ask our manuscript writers how detailed they want their outlines to be, because some manuscript writers like a very detailed outline and some prefer a more sparse outline, and so we'll work on that basis. And then you kind of can go wild. And sometimes things will change, and then we'll change the outlines based on what has changed in the manuscript. You've got a fair bit of leeway, right, Sarah?
Oh, yeah. Yes. And I mean, I've been both an outline writer and a manuscript writer for Relay, so I've been on both sides of that. But even when I've been the outline writer and the manuscript writer for the same like project, I still go off that. I'll change things in the outline, even though I'm the one who wrote the outline. I'll still be like, no, I don't like this anymore. We're changing it, and it's never a problem.
So you're telling me that if you were the outline writer and you didn't like the manuscript writer, you could like totally mess with their day. Not that you would.
No,
Not that you would. We don't resolve conflict like that, Weaver. Don't be that way.
So for those of you that are not aware, like Sarah and I play D&D in two groups. So like I put my conflict resolution there.
Weaver's a very good DM, and he would never do anything to hurt me.
No, just mentally. Okay. All right. So people will get started. So going back to this, so your recommendation for people that want to get started is to have kind of like a portfolio, in the kind of genre they want to write in.
Correct.
Okay. So you write the
that
book.
can help a lot.
Yeah. All right. So you write the book and make mostly creative choices, but it gets published under someone else's name. So you basically be paid. So I'm gonna guess you're gonna get paid like a per word rate per.
So outline writers are usually like a flat rate. So you would negotiate your flat rate for like an outline, and manuscript writers, manuscript editors are per word situation. And then like calls, we have like a per call rate. There's lots of different rates, but yeah. So manuscript writers are a per word. So if you do 100K manuscript, obviously you're going to get paid more than if you wrote an 80K word manuscript.
I'm just thinking of how much effort that is. That would be if I just did that. Oh man, that would take a while. But just think of how long that would take you as a writer, even writing like 2,000 words a day.
We usually do 10K words a week is the standard deliverable. Some people do more, some people do less, but as standard, it's 10K words a week.
Okay, that seems like doable, especially for the people that are on this. Listening to this, and maybe some of you listening at home later on. Okay, so let me talk about the code of secrecy. All right, so you're writing something that may or may not get published, right? You might be writing something that is just for one person to read, in some
It
cases.
always
that-
gets published. I think there's very few things that have never gotten published.
Well, so
I
like
think-
hypothetically, as a ghostwriter, right? Like the
Okay.
thing that you are doing might not actually get published. You might. So like, is there a code of secrecy about the thing? Can you be like, well, I've actually written this book to prospective clients, or is that like an NDA?
I think you usually can say you've written for us. You don't usually say which book. I don't, Sarah, is this right? Am I wrong on this?
It's never actually come up where I've had to be like, oh, I was the writer for this specific book. I would
Yeah,
say
I've done
in
references.
general, like sometimes if it's like a big book, like maybe you'd have to sign an NDA. Like I have a friend who
I've never had
did a
anyone
ghost
sign
write-
an NDA.
Oh yeah, I've never had it for Relay. But
No,
outside
no.
of Relay, I've seen it like I had someone who did like a ghostwriting book for a celebrity, and she had to sign an NDA. And she still won't say who it was for. But in general, no. Like I did a Vampire Diaries one. And I talked to people about that. Oh yeah, I did this one. It's not under my name because it's still under the original author who wrote Vampire Diaries. But I talk about that. That was a big deal.
My wife would love you right now because she loves Vampire Diaries.
Oh.
I know nothing about it.
I was pretty excited about that one.
Okay. All right. So talk to me about like how you manage a relationship as a ghostwriter. So you already said like you're delivering, you're expected, or like you're trying to get them to deliver 10,000 words a week. So like, what if your client is, let's say like a person, or like a group that's trying to commission something that's not going to become a book? I'm not sure how that would go.
I think the most important thing is just communication.
Mhm.
I think it's kind of the same as with any job, really, especially any kind of remote job. As long as you're communicating well, you're probably going to be okay. You don't you don't want to be ghosting if you're a ghostwriter. But yeah, I think communication is probably just your biggest. As long as you're communicating well, then you're going to be able to stay on top of most things. Just don't disappear. Don't not deliver something and then just disappear into the ether.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was just going to say is like, as long as everyone's open with each other about what their expectations are and what needs to be met, then it shouldn't be a problem. As long as people are being like, I can do this, and this is the time frame I can do it in, and this is what I need, and this is the time frame I need it in, and do those two things meet? Yes, then okay.
Okay. All right. So this is feel free to answer this however you want, because I put this in here just to do it. If I wanted to commission like a poem or a battle rap, how would that look?
This is the only reason you're doing this is because you wanted to ask this question.
You know I answered it.
I will give you a serious answer, Weeper. If you want to hire ghostwriters for small personal projects, then you can find them on places like Upwork and Fiverr. You just probably want to be aware of like AI scams because there's a lot of those these days.
Yeah.
So check
man.
those reviews.
Man. I always want to write a character that has like a vicious mockery power, but I'm like, I cannot think of enough insults. But I should be able to. Okay. All right.
I feel like
talk
you
to me-
really should.
All right. So talk to me about working for Relay. I guess on both sides, and then like what you might have learned that like you could help, because the target audience here is everyone here that's interested in becoming a ghostwriter or like commissioning a battle rap or commissioning something later on.
So our really things like transparency and collaboration are kind of two of our main things. And we make sure we pair our ghostwriters with really good editors. And so that has led to some really good teams. And then we tend to use those teams on multiple projects again in the future. Sarah has been on so many of my projects since I started being a project coordinator. I've had her on almost all of my projects. I'll put her on anything I can. So I think I said this earlier, but creating our books is more of a there's less of a here do this, and more of a back and forth. And then when it comes to process, so on my projects, my freelancers know that I'll do truly whatever I can to make sure that deadlines are moved if I can, if they have any kind of delays because they've gotten sick or life has gotten in the way. And so their deliverables are delayed. This happens all the time, truly all the time. And so I make sure I build in what I call wiggle room. And so on as many of my projects as possible, I'll build in wiggle room. That gets eaten up all the time. And then it's just up to magic to try and find the space. But I'll really do whatever I can because I want to work with my team, not against them. I think of it as how when it's funny you brought up D&D because I think of it as how the dungeon master should be another player of the game rather than like that adversarial enemy. That's how I think. I can't talk anymore. I apparently lost my voice from here to improve.
Oh man.
It's how I think
that was somebody else.
That's how I think project managers should work as well. They should be part of the team instead of
Things happen.
yeah, instead of like someone above their team, they should be as part of the team. So also Relay doesn't expect deliveries over weekends or holidays, so we'll always plan around that. We don't expect exclusivity in your contract. You can work for other places, as Sarah does. We always update our policies and procedures regularly based on feedback from the team. That's probably all I can think of. And Sarah has worked for us for a long time, and there's probably a reason for that. I'm going to stop talking now.
Yeah, I don't know if I really have anything to add. I've been with Relay since 2019, early 2019, I think. And it's great. I tell my friends, like, I love working for Relay because the pay is decent and I really love the people I work with. I think if I was working for a house that had crappy people, I wouldn't stick around. Unless they're paying me like $1 million, which no one's paying me $1 million. So it's like the pay's good and the company's good. So just like, why would I want to not stick here? I'm writing stuff that I'm proud of and it's fun. And the people I'm working with are fun and I enjoy working with them. So.
Okay. So this is kind of a more, I didn't put this on the question, but I kind of have to ask this question. So like, for like my ghostwriting friend, she didn't do her own work because she didn't want to build up her own marketing and all that stuff. So I'm trying to think about, like, you're writing for somebody else, right? How would you recommend these ghostwriters like separate themselves from this pack, right? And the small business guy inside of me says that they should niche down into like werewolf stuff, right? Or they should niche down into like whatever specific thing. But how would you separate that?
I think the opposite.
I was gonna say I do the opposite.
Yeah.
Do not niche down.
I will do anything pretty much anyone asks me to, assuming that I think I can, and I think I can do almost everything. So like the first time I wrote, like I did some orc romantasy for a while. Yes, which was a really good gig for a while. It was really fun. I had never written monster erotica before that, and someone was like, "Hey, do you want to try this?" And I was like, "Oh, I can do that." And then I just wrote a sample, and they liked it. And then that led to me doing some werewolf erotica, and that led to me doing the Vampire Diaries. And I hadn't ever done any of that before. So just because I was like, I'll shoot my shot kind of at anything. And I've gotten a lot of ghostwriting gigs that way. Like I did some choose your own adventure app stuff for webtoons, which I had never done choose your own adventure app stuff. And I just was like, I'll try it. And then it worked really well and they hired me. So I'm very much if you think you can do it, give it a try. What's the worst that happened? They say no. Well, that's not any worse than not trying. So I'm always try everything, shoot your shot. You're better than you think you are. Be great.
Yes, and I'm going to guess that you've probably read some of these types of books before you tried to write them.
Yes. Like I know, like I would not be able to do like lawyer stuff because I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand the law good enough. But I can write some monster erotica.
Okay, so I think that's the last of the formal questions. Now we got some questions from here, from the chat. So, final approval. All right, so let's say like Sarah writes something great that she thinks is great, but then she submits it to her outside client and the client rejects it, what is the process?
Well, that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, look,
No.
you guys are lovely. I understand. So
I guess that's like a Sarah question. Has that ever happened to you? I guess we have had like one book where it wasn't working, but some people still get paid. Like if you've done the writing, you still get paid for the words you've written, but they won't continue with the series. So you'll still get paid for like that first. However, like say you've written 50K words of an 80K book and then that's where we've pulled the cord, then it'll be like, all right, you'll get paid for this 50K, but we're not continuing with the rest of the trilogy. Sorry, we have to cut it here. And that's an expensive mistake for us.
Right.
But, you know.
Yeah, it's business. So,
It's business,
I'm thinking more like, would you have the same person do a rewrite?
No.
Or like, no, okay.
No.
And
do others. We have had actually, yeah, and we've had, if it's not working out, when we've put processes in place, because sometimes a manuscript writer will start and you'll be like, that's not working, sorry, and then you'll do another one. We've had one series that's coming out at the moment that had 2 false starts of manuscript writers, and then we finally got one that worked, and that expensive mistake. But then as a result, you put new processes in place, and we now have a call at the 10K words to review with the manuscript editor, the managing editor, and the manuscript writer to be like, right, we're checking in now. How are we going? What needs checking in? Are we doing okay? So we update our policies and our procedures to make sure that we're not going to make more expensive mistakes.
Yeah, so I've run several small businesses. We when you make a mistake, you learn from it.
You learn.
You learn.
The dreaded phrase, do we have any lessons learned, comes up.
Yeah, yeah, Freya knows about early Riverfolk days, and we'll talk offline. Okay. How does the outliner work? So we have the outline writer and the manuscript writer. So tell me about that, because is it hourly? Because it doesn't seem like that would be the same.
It's like a flat rate that I guess has been worked out over the years. Really's been around for like, I don't know, 13 years or something. And so they have a flat rate to write the outline, and it's a specifically stepped out process. There's like 6 stages, and they'll start with characters. And Sarah, help me out here. My brain has forgotten the stages.
Yeah, stage 1 is like the theme and like the log line, and stage 2 is like character work, and then stage 3 is like brainstorm some like good, interesting plot points, and then stage 4 is like take those plot points and kind of expand them into maybe some like sort of chapter chunks, and then stage 5 or 6 is like, now let's make a list of all the chapters and what kind of happens with bullet points in each of those chapters. And then just depends on if the manuscript writer is someone who wants more details, then those bullet points are more detailed. If there's someone who wants less detail, then you have less work and you don't have to fill in as many details for them to write. So
yeah, and then there's also an outline editor to help.
Yeah, the outline editor. So like, you know, if I'm doing an outline and I'm like coming with plot points, you have to be really good at plot to be an outline writer, because you're more or less just coming up with the entire plot arc and character arcs. So you like come up with ideas, and the editor comes back and is like, I'm not really keen on like this plot point, and then you just have a conversation like, well, okay, well, what about this? Or do you have any ideas? And they'll be like, well, maybe we could do this, and it's very collaborative, which is great, because when you've been doing it like I've been doing outline writing for Relay for a long time, so sometimes I'm never burned out, but sometimes I'm like, oh, my well's a little dry, and so having the outline editor to bounce ideas off really helps, because then it's like, oh, they come up with something that maybe you didn't think about. Like, hey, instead of blowing up this cave, why don't they dig a hole? I don't know. Dig a hole instead, and that solves their problem. It's like, I didn't even think about that, and then that just
I've written 700 post-apocalyptic outlines. What can I possibly add that's new?
Yeah. When you've been doing post-apocalyptic for a long time, you're like, I feel like you've had a lot of cholera. There are a lot of cholera.
Water is a big thing.
I'm always like, I'm always like, it's time to, we haven't done cholera in a couple books now, so it's time to do some cholera.
Oh man. Okay, so this to me sounds like you actually have like a version of a writer's room. And if you guys are not familiar with a writer's room, is like what they do in Hollywood when they're kind of breaking the scenes down for a book, for a television series, right? They have like a group of like writers all in a room. They're going through everything. This sounds like hilariously awesome to me. I would totally do this as like a themed camp, especially a billionaire boss hole like camp.
Oh, billionaire boss hole.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It's super collaborative, which is really good. And especially since, again, if you're working with people that you like working with, it makes it a lot easier. You know, if you're being collaborative with someone, you're like, I don't really like this person, then it's a whole different beast. But if you're like, oh, I love working with this person, then you know it's easier. Like I can get to a spot and outline and like write a note. I honestly can't think of something to do here. If you can think of something, let me know. And then the editor will be like, sure, and then come up with some ideas, and it's collaborative and it's really great.
Okay. So so I guess my question, this is more for Sarah, is like if you are you pushing out your own books as well as doing this?
Yes, but I will say that I sometimes have a problem prioritizing my own work. Um, and that's a me problem. And it is something that some ghostwriters do have issues with if you're like so busy trying to be like, I need to do the work that's going to get me paid right away versus the work that is in my heart, but is going to be a while before I can get paid for that. Sometimes it's really easy to be like, well, I'll set my other stuff aside for right now and work on the getting paid right now work, but then that can become a habit. So I do have to often like take myself to task and be like, listen, you need to sit down and start prioritizing some of your own projects here, to just get some of the words out on your own stuff so that doesn't get forever pushed aside.
Yeah. Are you the kind of person that writes every day? Because I find that I only have like so I find that there's only so much I can write in a day before I can't. There's nothing else. So your priority is then the paid work, right? That's gonna keep you, wearing your Louboutins or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, sure. And she says that she's sitting in her pajamas. Yes, of course.
Of course.
But yes, yeah, that's usually in my head. I'm like, oh, you have to prioritize the work that's going to get you paid right now. And then I tend to do that. But then sometimes I'm like, well, now you're in a rut where you haven't been working on your own stuff. And I will say that like for the ghostwriting stuff, I don't necessarily and Sarah made me close your ears for this. I don't give the ghostwriting my A+ work. It's like my B+, A- work, and then I save like my A+ work for me. And so that helps the delineation as well. Yeah, where it's like and that's not to say that I don't give it my ghostwriting like good effort and good work.
You're doing good work.
But your work is still good.
Really proud of, so it's like I'm still really proud of it, but is it like my most best work ever? Like no, I save that for me. Which I think you just kind of have to do, otherwise you're just gonna burn out.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're still, if no one from your ghostwriting jobs is going, Sarah, you're really failing here. You're giving us real crappy work. Then I think you're doing fine.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So getting back to these questions from the chat, Freya asks, have you ever jumped into a ghost project with a new genre and found you really loved it, then shifted your personally pubbed books towards that genre? Did you switch to more monster stuff?
Are you writing walking for fun now?
I definitely thought about it. After I did, and I was
really good.
It was like 3 years of doing like, I did like the orc stuff for like a year and a half, and then I did werewolf stuff, and then I was like, it was really fun and just different than my other stuff, which is generally like really dark fantasy for kids and horror for kids. And I was like, oh, like I could see myself doing this, but I haven't done it since. That doesn't mean that I won't in the future. But I'm also a bit in a rut right now where I'm like trying to decide what my next project is personally that I want to work on. So that's where that is. But yes, for that I was like, oh, I could see myself doing this for me, because it was so much fun. So yes, I guess is the answer. Yes, but also I can't say like here's a book that I published because it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, so let's talk about this billionaire boss hole thing.
It's a very popular romance genre.
Apparently, how quickly can someone pick that up to become a full-time outlet writer?
I mean, it really depends how much of a chameleon you are. Well, we give out, we have for each genre, we have a specifically created style guide that kind of gives you the gist of how to write as our pen name, because that's how we get all our manuscript writers to kind of have the same voice.
You have a style guide for billionaire boss holes?
We have a style guide for everything.
Oh my god.
That's how you do it. If you want people to be able to chameleon, you need to give them the instructions on how to chameleon. You can't just expect them to roll on in and be like, yeah, this is probably right.
Sounds holy enough.
I'm learning so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's just if you can chameleon, then you can chameleon. We also do a thing called required readings, where we will pay you at the start of the project to read a book in the genre, not one of ours. Although if you've never written for us, then we will usually give you one of ours to read as well. But we'll pick one that's really popular in the genre, and then we'll get you to read it. We'll pay you I think it's a per word specific amount to read this book, and then we'll get you to answer questions on it to make sure you understand the genre as well. That's all paid as well. It's like, here you go, be paid to read a book. I got to do it when I started in RPG. I got paid to read Hell Difficulty Tutorial, a terrible book. I did not like it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
you learned a lot.
Yeah.
I have paid people to do research on Edward Folk books. I'm just like, you sometimes need to get out there and read what else is out. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to ask you this later for like some of these recommendations, Sarek. Damn.
I can for sure give you some billionaire boss hole required reading.
I would love to see that. So like if that's something you want, message me later and I'll get it to you. If Sarek allows me to. All right. So what should a ghostwriter expect to make? Or like what should they charge if they're going solo?
Yeah, it really depends. Some places will have a set rate and then you can negotiate if you feel good about that. Some bigger places, if you have a literary agent, you can stick your literary agent on them. Like when I did Vampire Diaries, that was through Alloy, and they're a massive, huge book packager. And so for that one, even though I had gotten the job myself, I reached out to my agent and I was like, here's what they're offering. And he was like, I can get you more than that. And he took a cut, but it was still more than what it would have been. So that was like a time where I was like, here, you handle this because you're my money guy. But in general, 9 times out of 10, I just kind of know in my head, like, this is what I'm willing to work for. And if they're really lowballing, I'll either try to get them up or I'll walk away from it. But you kind of have to know what you are willing to do for. And like when I was starting out, I absolutely worked for less because I was trying to build up, like my portfolio and just like get the, experience behind me. And then once I started getting some bigger stuff and like more paid stuff, then I knew I didn't have to go back and settle for the smaller stuff. So it's really kind of up to you. But I'm also very much a person who's like, as writers, we should all be getting paid what we're worth, and we should all be getting paid more than what we're getting paid. So I'm also very much try not to undercut yourself so much because that only hurts everyone, including yourself. If we're all pricing ourselves up higher, then we all get paid more. So I'm very much a team community. Let's all get paid a lot more. And the way we do that is by all charging more and charging what we're worth. I don't know if that really answered the question.
No, yeah, that's helpful. So think about so this is for somebody who's asked. Think about how much the minimum wage is yours, and where you're living at least try to triple or quadruple it based on how much time you're spending. Like we have a floor at Riverfolk Books for how much we pay that's well above minimum wage, and for per finished hour, just because we don't want people to like do work for us and then not get compensated, right? So like think about how much you would need, and then ask for more. Especially if you're a lady, ask for more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Girls gotta eat.
Girls gotta eat, right? So I noticed that this is from Kane. You guys have like 42 messages deep, so thank you for all that. There is a course on Udemy you guys have.
Yeah.
Do you know if that would prepare them to bring a ghostwriter or a ghost outliner?
Boy, if only I could remember what that course was.
I've never looked at it, so I can't help.
I know it exists. Hang on.
Moving on to the next question. Well, you take.
Yeah, I think it is about outline writing. I think it is. You know, I used to remember about this when I was the executive assistant, but it's been so long since I was in my boss's inbox, getting all his emails from Udemy. I think it is about outline writing. I think it will prepare. Oh yeah, it is. See, romance outline writing. Thanks, Kane. You're the best. Yes, it should help prepare for romance outline writing, our style.
Okay. So Stale Crow asked, he stated that I wanted 5K words for $30. So I guess I undercut. So just so we're all clear, I'm going to be doing another anthology this summer. Probably going to be paying more than that for more words. Wait for the announcement, but let's see.
Yeah, you definitely undercut yourself there, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
I mean, if it's a, like sometimes it's okay to undercut yourself if it's like it's someone that you know and you want to give them a discount, or it's something that will get you more work in the future. Sometimes that can be worth it. But yeah, in general, just try to, at the very least, like maybe look at like, what a professional word rate is. Is it like, I can't even remember what it is anymore. Is it 2 cents a word or something like that? Charge at least the pro rate, because you're all pros at this point. If you're getting paid to write something, you're a professional, so you should be getting a pro rate.
Yeah, you reminded me about how much their editor rates are. I'm like, I feel like DevEd is like 35 cents per word. I'm just like, oh man, we pay so much for editing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was gonna give you guys like 5 more minutes to ask questions, and then I'm going to call it a wrap. I don't think they have a freak show. Okay, so Sarek, I would love it if you could send us the required book of the Boss Hall Romance.
I'll fix them out for you, and then you
I would love
can check them out on Amazon, and you can read them. You can all be such good. We're also looking for a lit RPG editor, by the way. Just FYI, everybody.
How convenient that you're looking for
Everyone?
such a thing.
No, we're looking for such a thing, just in case anyone's interested.
Just in case we know somebody.
People
like that genre. Know any of those.
But yeah, so let me know, Sarah, do you have a place where people could like look at your portfolio or like buy your books?
My website is just Sarah Ayers. No, it's actually authorSarahAyers.com. Yeah, so that's all there. My books are just at all the places you can buy books, which is, Amazon and Barnes and Noble and any indie bookstores. I don't actually have most of my ghostwriting stuff on my website just because a lot of it's not under my name, and so I just don't put it on there. But yeah,
how will we read your orc books?
That's actually, where is that right now? That orc borking was shockingly popular. Honestly, it has like over 1 million reads.
Good.
Yeah, it was and so it was originally on this like app, this mobile app, and then that mobile app closed. But now it's Wattpad. I believe they moved it to Wattpad, and I think it's called, I'm trying to remember it's called Submitting to the Orc King. So yeah, if you want to read, if you want to read some sexy orc times, that's where that is, on Wattpad.
Oh, okay. Well, you mentioned you did webtoons before. Let me ask one more question, and tell me if this is the wrong one. All right. Can you give us some insight into how you would plot out a webtoon as a writer? Because I know people are interested in that, and I'm developing a manga right now, and I'm just like, this seems like so much. I've got a couple of rules that go by, like less than 20 words a panel, like only so many panels, like the way that it flows. But like, can you give us some like free chicken on how you would think about approaching a webtoon as a writer?
Yeah, so it's difficult for me because in my MFA program, which is writing for children and young adults, one of the categories we talk about is graphic novels, because graphic novels are a big deal in Kidlit, because it can be a great gateway for kids who are reluctant readers. So I have a lot of education based on how would you write a graphic novel for children, and so then that just kind of transverses over there. Same with like writing a picture book too, is like, how do you write a whole story in under 1,000 words for a child? So that just actually plays off really well for like writing a comic or a webtoon. When I did the ghostwriting for webtoons, they had a specific sort of script to follow, which was helpful. But yes, in general, like what you said is like, you kind of have to decide like how many words you want per panel. The best way I would say is like, look at some webtoons that you like and enjoy, and take notes and be like, what did they do on each of these panels? Can I mimic that? Will that work for my story? That's honestly a lot of the times when I'm doing any sort of ghostwriting, the first thing I do is go check out some other stuff and be like, okay, take notes on what they're doing so I can chameleon it. So same with like, if you're going to do webtoons, just look at the ones that are out there that you like, and then just see what works for you.
Yes. Let's keep it appropriate here. Okay. So, Sarek, you're the lead on Myth Slayer. We appreciate you coming out here.
Sarah was the outline writer on Miss Slayer also.
I was indeed.
Did you? And then my last question to you guys is, Sarah, did she tell you about the staff?
Yes. Oh, yes.
We were all over that.
We're all on that. Yep.
Okay. Well, appreciate you guys. Sarah, that might not be the right author website. If it is not, I would love to have it. Thank you guys for coming. If this is the end of Numbers Go Up, we will probably invite you guys back if you'll have us. And if you guys want to hang out, I'm going to end this one. I'm going to go to the lounge. Thank you both. And Sarah, I will see you at D&D soon.
Yes, of course. Always.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It is over.
It is finished.